Sí, dale la pues.
¿Ah?
¿Mi alarma?
No, de WhatsApp, o mensaje.
No. Tú. Mira, ahorita no tengo. Fatal. El Mickey, baby.
Gamescom 2026. The biggest video game convention in the world is back, and IGN is bringing you every second of it live from the Gamescom show floor. Tune in for new looks at the coolest new games from studios like Nintendo,
Have begun!
Xbox, Square Enix, Sega, plus so much more. IGN's live coverage of Gamescom 2026 starts right now.
Willkommen zurück, auch an diesem Tag im Gamescom-Studio 2026, powered by IGN. Es ist Samstag, wir erwarten volle Hallen und volles Programm. Heute geht es bei uns unter anderem über ganz, ganz viel Indie-Spaß in der Indie-Arena-Booth. Wir haben dort ein Interview mit der guten Valentina gemacht und wir erfahren, was denn genau die Gamescom Academy ist. Also am besten dranbleiben.
So, wir sitzen jetzt hier bei Grampage. Grampage live at 67. Wer da denkt, dass da die Zahl vielleicht ein bisschen Absicht ist. Aber vor allem wollen wir erstmal Alex fragen, ist das Spiel denn altersdiskriminierend? Fühle ich mich persönlich angesprochen, wenn du hier auf die alten Leute rumhackst?
Eigentlich nicht auf jeden Fall. Also ich denke mal nicht, dass du dich irgendwie persönlich angesprochen fühlen würdest. Die 76 ist ja nicht nur für 6-7 stehen, sondern auch fürs Renteneintrittsalter. Deswegen haben wir das auch einfach genommen.
Aber ein schöner Zufall, dass 6-7 gerade so hoch im Kurs ist für die Suchergebnisse wahrscheinlich bei euch.
Ja, da freut man sich auf jeden Fall drüber.
Grampage live at 67. Um was geht's bei eurem neuen Spiel?
Also in unserem Spiel geht es darum, dass sich 4 Rentner ins Rentenalter gekommen sind und die können sich ihre Rente einfach nicht leisten, weil sie ein bisschen zu wenig bekommen.
Also Gesellschaftskritik?
Ja, auf jeden Fall. Ein bisschen Gesellschaftskritik ist drin. Und deswegen gehen sie auf den Raubzug und versuchen so viel Geld wie möglich zu sammeln. Aber so wie man es kennt in so einem Raubzug, da will immer einer am meisten haben. Und dann geht es darum, dass sie sich gegenseitig wegtreten und der eine mit dem meisten Geld nach Hause geht.
Klingt nach sehr viel Spaß. Also man fängt als Koop-Team an und am Ende kann aber nur einer gewinnen. Habe ich das richtig verstanden?
Korrekt, am Ende kann nur einer gewinnen, aber es gibt mehrere Runden. Das heißt, jeder kann irgendwann mal gewinnen, aber eine Runde, da gibt es nur einen Gewinner.
Aber das heißt, es geht so ein bisschen um diesen Moment abzuwarten, wann lasse ich die anderen noch quasi für mich mitlooten? Weil ich könnte ja auch gleich hergehen und alle von Anfang an um die Ecke bringen, oder?
Also im Endeffekt, die Leute sterben nicht, die fallen nur hin und verlieren ihre ganzen Items, aber du willst dir nicht am Anfang schon Gegner machen, weil dann rennen sie dir einfach hinterher und treten dich bei allem, was du tust.
Und gibt es dann sowas wie ist es so eine Art Escape-Spiel, also dass ich reingehe und dann quasi Extraction-Game meine ich und dann auch wieder raus muss zu einem bestimmten Zeitpunkt?
Ja, korrekt. Wir haben den Van, mit dem Van fahren wir an und dann geht's halt los, die Runde, und der Erste, der den Van quasi antriggert, der startet einen Timer und wenn du bis dahin dann nicht wieder rausgegangen bist, dann kriegst du dein Zeug nicht raus.
Okay, aber kann man auch mit mehreren dann in diesen Van steigen? Also können wir uns auch friedlich einigen, dass jeder den gleichen Anteil bekommt?
Selbstverständlich kann man das machen. Man kann es, wie gesagt, auch über mehrere Runden ziehen, sodass am Anfang noch kein Gewinner direkt rauskristallisiert ist und man einfach freundlich zusammen wieder rausgeht.
Okay, und wie viele Runden spielt man?
Ich würde sagen, im Schnitt spielt man so ungefähr 6 bis 8 Runden.
Ja. Also das heißt, ich kann früher schon mir die Sachen klauen, aber insgesamt geht es um den Highscore. Also es gibt wirklich nur einen Gewinner, einen Rentner, eine Rentnerin, die am Ende den höchsten Loot hat.
Genau, korrekt.
Okay. Ganz schön fies, du hast gesagt gesellschaftskritisch. Ich hoffe nicht, dass wir in diese Purge-Rentneralter dann irgendwann wirklich kommen. Was mir noch aufgefallen ist, euer Spiel unterscheidet sich sehr von dem Spiel, was wir letztes Mal hier bei euch gesehen haben. Wie seid ihr an die Sache rangegangen? Ihr hattet komplett neue Perspektive jetzt auch, so ein richtiges 3D-Spiel zu machen.
Ja genau, also wir haben uns zuerst als Team zusammengesetzt und haben uns gegenseitig so ein paar Ideen gepitcht, so was uns am besten gefällt oder was wir so einfach für Einfälle hatten. Und dann hat sich zuerst ein Spiel rauskristallisiert, wo man eine Leiche verstecken muss. Da haben wir den Titel auch noch Red-Handed genannt. Da ging es dann um dieses Red-Handed erwischt werden und die Leiche zu verstecken. Hat uns dann nicht ganz so Spaß gemacht, aber wir fanden, okay, Haus und Sachen rausziehen. Dann sind wir gerade nochmal gepivotet und dann waren wir alle ziemlich glücklich damit, dass wir so ein Ding zusammengebaut haben.
Sehr schön. Ist es rein Multiplayer? Also, so wie du es jetzt erklärt hast, geht es natürlich darum, gemeinsam und dann Loot zu machen. Aber kann ich auch einzeln spielen gegen Computergegner oder wie funktioniert das?
Genau, also du hast natürlich nicht den sozialen Aspekt, du kannst alleine spielen. Du kannst auch gegen die NPCs kämpfen, also zumindest halt rein sneaken, alles sammeln und rausgehen. Du kannst ein bisschen das Spiel lernen, auch mal schauen, ob du einen Highscore erwischt oder irgendwelche kleinen Tricks und Kniffe findest. Aber so der wirkliche Spielspaß, der befindet sich halt im Multiplayer.
Jetzt sind wir hier nicht im Multiplayer, aber lass uns trotzdem mal reingucken, dass wir mal ein bisschen die Spielgrafik sehen, wie das aussieht.
Also zuerst haben wir hier die Auswahl, da kann man sich natürlich Wir haben kein Mikrofon dran, also das wurde nicht eingerichtet. Das ist eigentlich auch verpflichtend in unserem Spiel. Es wird nicht unbedingt aufgenommen, also ihr könnt auch sehr gerne muten, falls ihr nicht mit Leuten reden möchtet. Aber die Umgebung reagiert darauf. Das kann ich jetzt halt leider nicht so gut zeigen, weil wir jetzt kein Mikrofon eingerichtet haben hier.
Ist das dann Nearfield? Also hört man nur die Leute, die um einen rumstehen, oder ist es so ein Gruppenchat, egal wo die Leute sind?
Es ist beides. Also wir haben einmal unser Headset, damit kannst du mit allen reden, egal wie weit sie weg sind. Das musst du aber, also es ist eine Fähigkeit, die muss man erstmal mit Geld kaufen. Oder es gibt dann natürlich auch unser normales Nearfield mit Sound Occlusion, wo dann halt über diverse Wände immer leiser und immer dumpfer wird. Ja, also ich bin jetzt hier rausgekommen, wir kamen hier gerade mit unserem Wagen an. Jetzt, das sind alles Bystander, die machen auf jeden Fall nichts mit mir, solange sie nicht sehen, dass ich was Illegales mache.
Und man sucht sich am Anfang eine Mission aus, ist dann immer ein Haus oder ist es eine ganze Stadt, in der wir uns bewegen?
Es ist eigentlich immer eine Location und das ist dann immer ein Haus, also zum Beispiel ein Haus, das könnte dann auch ein Juwelier sein oder ein Supermarkt oder irgendwas. So, und dann sieht man hier die ganzen Sachen, die sind halt überall hier verteilt. Hier bin ich noch im Flur. Jetzt wurde ich zum Beispiel schon fast gesehen, das war ziemlich knapp.
Okay, also Bystanders, also NPCs sehen dich und schlagen dann Alarm, wenn sie sehen, du machst was Illegales.
Genau, die rennen dann quasi los. Das versuche ich mal in den Haus reinzugehen.
Eskaliert es immer dann auch mit Polizei oder kann ich auch quasi so sneaky-mäßig alles ausrauben, ohne dass jemand was bemerkt?
Ich werde es mal probieren, aber meistens, am meisten mit 4 Spielern, irgendeiner macht immer irgendwas falsch und dann kommt die Polizei.
Was kann man denn alles falsch machen? Lautstärke, Alarmanlagen, gibt es da Security-Einlagen?
Genau, also es gibt alles Mögliche. Es gibt einen Hund, der kann bellen, der ruft Leute dann her, zu laut sein, in Kameras tappen und irgendwas währenddessen klauen. Die Kameras sind sonst ziemlich friedlich, sie dürfen nur nicht sehen, dass du was Illegales gemacht hast.
Aber es wird nicht zu einem Stealth-Game, also das ist nicht die Intention.
Nee, nicht unbedingt. Also wir fanden den Stealth-Aspekt ziemlich cool, aber wir wollten eigentlich eher ein ziemlich aktives Spiel, wo die Leute einfach sich ziemlich viel bewegen müssen und ziemlich viel machen müssen in dem Zeitpunkt.
Beim Artstyle, man sieht schon, ist alles ein bisschen übertrieben, auch dieser crooked Spiegel da an der Wand. So, habt ihr irgendwie eine Inspirationsquelle gehabt? Das erinnert mich so ein bisschen auch an Maniac Mansion oder irgendwie so Zeichentrickserien.
Ja, also was unser Artlied immer sagt, ist, wir wollten uns ein bisschen in Richtung Hello Neighbor bewegen oder ein bisschen im Moving Out, also ein Mix dazwischen.
Ja. Und so ein bisschen Ragdoll-Animation ist auch dabei.
Ja,
ne? Das
genau.
ist auch immer schön, wenn dann so Slapstick passiert in solchen Spielen.
Ja, auf jeden Fall. Das ist irgendwie auch immer ein witziger Moment, wenn du mal irgendwo rausguckst und einer fliegt aus dem Fenster oder wird von einem Auto überfahren. Da sind die Lacher auch immer
Hast du jetzt
dabei.
schon irgendwas geklaut?
Ja, genau. Ich
Eine
habe hier eine Frucht und einen Mack. Ich kann die gerade noch mal zeigen hier. Die habe ich schon beide gesammelt.
Eine wertvolle Banane. Das ist alles, was du als Dieb hier auf die Beine kriegst.
Genau, also ja, ich bin kein guter Dieb, muss ich sagen. Aber mir geht es auch gerade gar nicht ums Geld. Ich versuche gerade meine Liste voll zu machen.
Ach so, das war eine Mission, einen
Ja.
Mack und eine Fruit zu klauen.
Genau. Und jetzt schaue ich mal, ob ich was Wertvolleres auf jeden Fall finden kann.
Diese To-Do-Liste ist quasi von einem Auftraggeber oder was ist da die Idee?
Ja, genau, das ist vom Auftraggeber und das bestimmt dann auch, wer gewinnt quasi am Ende. Mit dem Geld kann man sich auch bessere Fähigkeiten holen, einfach nur um dann quasi besser die Liste voll zu machen.
Ihr macht ein Multiplayer-Spiel, wird es da Beta-Tests geben mit der Community? Seid ihr im Early Access dann raus? Wie ist da der Plan?
Also so einen genauen Plan haben wir schon, aber kann ich jetzt nicht so ganz wirklich erzählen. Wir wollten es aber höchstwahrscheinlich closed machen erstmal. Erstmal mal abprüfen, weil uns ist ziemlich wichtig, dass wenn das Spiel rauskommt, dass eigentlich jeder Spieler zufrieden ist damit.
Ja, vielen Dank. Dann wünsche ich dir sehr viel Spaß weiterhin beim Klauen. Ich hoffe, dass deine Diebeskarriere noch ein bisschen besser wird, dass du bessere Loot klauen kannst als Bananen und Tassen.
Ich denke, das nächste Mal, wenn wir uns sehen, dann bin ich zu Rolex-Uhren und Diamant-Necklaces gekommen.
Sehr schön. Also, Grand Pitch live at 67.
Korrekt.
Am besten Wishlisten und viel Spaß beim Klauen.
Hallo zusammen, ich habe ein sehr interessantes Spiel für euch gefunden und auch gleich jemanden, mit dem ich darüber sprechen kann. About Cans and Sparrows. Wer bist du denn?
Ich bin Nico. Ich bin 50% des Entwicklerteams von dem Spiel.
Ach was,
Ja.
zu zweit habt ihr das gemacht?
Ja, wir machen das zu zweit, ja.
Okay, worum geht es in dem Spiel?
Das ist ein Spiel über eine kleine Kanone, die aus dem Ei schlüpft und sie denkt, sie wäre ein Spatz. Und entsprechend, sie weiß auch noch nicht, dass sie schießen kann und muss ein bisschen sich in der Welt zurechtfinden und herausfinden, wer sie eigentlich ist.
Okay, da habt ihr ein sehr beliebtes deutsches Sprichwort genommen. Ja, war das die Inspiration?
Die Inspiration war so ein bisschen unser Leben davor, vor der Spieleentwicklung. Wir kommen ursprünglich aus dem Film- und VFX- und Werbebereich und da wird ziemlich viel mit Kanonen auf Spatzen geschossen. Und das wollten wir anders machen. Deswegen haben wir so ein Zwitterwesen entwickelt, was quasi zwischen Kanone und Spatz sich befindet.
Okay, und welche Art von Spiel ist es? Also wie würdest du es beschreiben? Ist es ein Adventure oder eher Metroidvania-lastig?
Ja, wir nennen das so Metroidvania Light, sage ich mal so. Also man hat die typischen Erkennungszeichen von Metroidvanias, man hat einen Skilltree, man lernt dazu, man entwickelt sich weiter. Wir haben nicht ganz so viel Backtracking wie in so einem Hollow Knight. So, man muss nicht immer die ganze Welt immer wieder, wenn man stirbt, durchlatschen. Es ist ein wenig linearer, aber trotzdem, man hat quasi so einen zentralen Punkt, von dem man aus sozusagen immer mal wieder in die anderen Welten reinkommt.
Und auf was schießt man so als Spatz? Was wird uns da als Möchtegern-Spatz, was wird uns da so entgegenkommen?
Es gibt, eigentlich schießt die Kanone noch gar nicht. Sie weiß ja noch gar nicht, dass sie schießen kann. Also sie lernt es so mit der Zeit und merkt dann auch, dass es nicht unbedingt die beste Methode ist, um irgendwie Feinde zu bekämpfen. Es gibt grundsätzlich so die Wesen des Waldes, die aber alle schon so ein bisschen komisch sind, weil die alle teilweise irgendwelche komischen Prothesen an sich tragen und so. Man muss da so ein bisschen herausfinden, warum. Und dann gibt es so Maschinenwesen, die dann erst einmal die offensichtlichen Gegner sind. Und die gilt es erst einmal zu bekämpfen, aber vielleicht ändert sich das auch im Laufe des Spiels.
Ach so, okay, dann gehen wir jetzt schon auf Spoiler-Territory. Dann
Da geht es jetzt nicht weiter.
sollten wir nicht drüber sprechen. Okay, okay. Ich werde es auch gleich selber mal anspielen, aber ich habe schon gehört, ihr seid hier mit der beliebteste Stand.
Ist es so?
Ja, wie ist das Feedback? Was hört ihr so?
Ja, das Feedback ist großartig, vor allem, weil wir uns dieses Jahr gar nicht so richtig vorbereitet haben auf die Gamescom. Wir haben mal keine Termine gemacht, wir haben uns letztes Jahr so ein bisschen zurückgenommen, wir haben ganz viel letztes Jahr versucht, Publisher zu bekommen und irgendwann haben wir gesagt, wir machen das ja zu zweit, es ist für uns immer noch ein Nebenjob, wir arbeiten immer noch in unseren alten Jobs quasi nebenbei. Dann haben wir gesagt, ey, wir wollen erst mal einfach entwickeln und dann hat sich das hier angeboten, mit der Nordmedia auf den Stand zu kommen und das haben wir gemacht, haben aber gar nicht so viel im Vorfeld Termine gemacht oder was so üblich ist.
Ja.
Und dafür läuft es ziemlich gut, ja.
Das freut mich. Ich hoffe, dass ich demnächst auch zu den zufriedenen Kunden hier zähle. Und danke dir sehr, sehr, sehr für das Gespräch. Viel Spaß noch und viel, viel, viel Kraft für die weitere Entwicklung.
Dankeschön, danke.
Es ist Freitag, die Erschöpfung wird ein bisschen größer, aber wie immer hat es die Tradition natürlich hergegeben, dass wir uns mit Valentina treffen, hier an der wunderschönen, wahrscheinlich am schönsten Stand der Messe, an der Indie Arena Booth. Hallo Valentina.
Hallo Manu.
Der Stand wird jedes Jahr größer, du wirst jedes Jahr größer. Komisch, was ist da nur los? Und deswegen die Eingangsfrage, die IAB wird immer größer. Das ist eines der größten Stände auf der gesamten Gamescom. Deswegen muss ich die Frage stellen, ist das noch Indie?
Das ist auf jeden Fall noch Indie. Und wir sind auch gar nicht gewachsen dieses Jahr. Wir sind genau so groß wie letztes Jahr.
Es ist aber so groß, ich verlaufe mich jedes Jahr. Also ich laufe hier immer rum. A, ärgert ihr mich immer, dass der Eingang jedes Mal woanders ist gefühlt? Oder kommt mir das nur so vor?
Das kommt dir nur so vor.
Ja, okay. Es ist aber auch verwirrend, weil man läuft hier durch, es sind Tausende wirklich gefühlt von Stationen aufgebaut. Man weiß gar nicht, wo man als erstes anfangen soll, aber ihr habt eine schöne Abhilfe dafür geschaffen dieses Jahr.
Das stimmt, wir haben eine wunderbare Karte. Da sieht man vielleicht auch noch mal, wie groß das Ding ist. Also hier sieht man, wie groß das Ding ist.
Ja.
Und da sieht man, welche Spiele wir alle dabei haben.
Wahnsinn.
Und eigentlich findet man sich dann besser zurecht, glaube ich.
Mhm.
Ja, und wenn man sich die vorher angeguckt hat, ich habe die auch nach Farbe sortiert. Wenn ihr euch die Cover merken könnt, dann könnt ihr das, glaube ich, noch besser finden.
Sehr schön. Also wenn ihr hier seid, schnappt euch auf jeden Fall so eine Karte, es hilft sehr. Man muss schon sehr viel Zeit mitbringen, wenn man hier wirklich alles spielen will. Wie viele Spiele sind dieses Jahr da?
212.
212. Man könnte sich die gesamte Gamescom-Woche wahrscheinlich hier aufhalten, man wird es wahrscheinlich gerade so schaffen.
Ja, ich glaube, in einer Woche ist gut.
Ja. Wir hatten ja schon oft drüber gesprochen, wie so die Vorauswahl läuft. Ihr habt ganz viele Leute, die euch helfen, auch eine Vorauswahl zu treffen. Gibt es da Veränderungen über den Lauf der Jahre, wie ihr die Vorselektion trefft? Oder ist das, also wie hat sich das evolviert, wollte ich sagen?
Ja, wir haben tatsächlich jetzt angefangen, so einen Open Call zu machen für Jurymitglieder, damit wir nicht immer so im eigenen Teich fischen an Leuten, die wir kennen. Und das haben wir die letzten 2 Jahre gemacht und dadurch ist unsere Jury nochmal gewachsen. Das sind jetzt über 100 Leute und auch wirklich einfach, die sind schon richtig toll. Also ich glaube schon allein sich bei uns zu bewerben, ist für so ein Indie-Team toll, weil das durch so viele interessante Augen geht.
Ja. Ihr kriegt wahrscheinlich auch sehr viel Feedback. Also ich habe ja schon die Anekdote mal erzählt, mein Sohn war hier auch mal da. hat dann wegen der IAB angefangen, tatsächlich Games Engineering zu spielen. Der hat hier ausgeholfen als Runner, als Helfer und hat gesagt, in 5 Jahren stehe ich hier. Also solche inspirierenden Geschichten, sowas hast du wahrscheinlich auch schon öfter gehört von Indie-Studios und Leuten, die hier waren. Ne?
Ja, total. Also ich meine, bei uns ja auch selber, also einer unserer ehemaligen Volunteers ist jetzt unser neuer Geschäftsführer oder Co-Geschäftsführer. Also wir haben ganz viele Leute aus dem Team, die dann auch Spiele entwickeln oder andersrum, die dann bei uns aushelfen, wenn sie gerade kein Spiel haben. Also das ist schon richtig toll.
Wenn man eine Auszeit braucht vom Spiele entwickeln.
Ja, kann man bei uns einfach
dann
helfen.
hilft man anderen, Spiele zu zeigen. Genau. Die Resonanz ist immer famos hier. Mich würde jetzt gerne mal interessieren, wie sieht denn dein Tag so aus? Also vor der IAB ist wahrscheinlich sehr viel Organisation, Standmanagement, wer was wie wo macht. Wie sieht dein Tag auf der Indie-Arena dann aus, wenn dann alles steht, also nach dem Aufbau? Wenn es dann wirklich losgeht, was machst du tagsüber? Was sind so die typischen Probleme, die auftauchen?
Also ich mache tagsüber tatsächlich primär, dass ich dann irgendwie PolitikerInnen oder Pressemenschen rumführe oder Interviews gebe oder so. Aber mein Team an vorderster Front, die sitzen dann alle am Infodesk und dann kommen noch Devs an und brauchen noch irgendwas. Dann besorgen die denen das oder die haben irgendwelche Fragen. Oder auch die Besuchenden der Gamescom denken, wir sind die Info der Gamescom und wir wissen mittlerweile auch alles, wo es die USK-Bändchen gibt, wo irgendwelche anderen Stände sind. Genau, also so eigentlich relativ easy, aber viel.
Aber das heißt, der größte Stress ist für dich eigentlich vorbei, wenn die Messe losgeht?
Ja, oder wenn die Devs angekommen sind. Die kommen ja alle dienstags an. Und dann sind das 200 Leute, die alle, oder mit plus minus eigentlich viel mehr, weil die kommen ja nicht alleine, sondern dann kommen 200 Menschen und wollen alle ihre Sachen und noch keiner weiß irgendwie, wo ist was, wie geht das, wie funktioniert Gamescom, wie funktioniert Indie Arena Booth. Aber dann, also ab morgen habe ich auch gar nichts mehr zu tun. Da laufe ich hier so rum und dann rede ich mit den Devs und frage, wie war es so und dann sind alle glücklich.
Sehr schön. Alle glücklich ist auf jeden Fall. Alle ist ein gutes Stichwort. Das Motto dieses Jahr ist?
Democracy, Games for Everyone. Wir haben ja immer ein Motto und wir fanden in Zeiten wie diesen ist es nochmal wichtiger, auch ein Statement zu setzen. Wir haben zum Beispiel ja auch eine Kooperation wieder mit der Bundeszentrale für politische Bildung, wo wir Spiele mit Demokratiebezug, also keine Serious Games, sondern Spiele mit Demokratiebezug ausstellen und haben da auch so bei der Auswahl findet man ganz viel. Ich glaube, beim Games for Impact Award sind nur Teilnehmende der IAB nominiert.
Wow. Genau, das ist so ein Special Award für Spiele, die eine Message transportieren oder eben auch eine tiefere Aussage haben. Aber das ist natürlich auch eine Auszeichnung für euch. Ich meine, die IAB stand schon immer auch für bunte Vielfalt und für, dass alle Menschen, egal welcher Art und welcher Ausrichtung hier willkommen sind. Und die Spiele bilden das ja auch ab. Das ist ja auch in der Indie-Szene, finde ich, ein sehr, sehr starker Drive.
Ja, Indie-Devs sind die besseren Menschen.
Ja. Und sind mehr politische Spiele deiner Meinung nach jetzt auch angekommen, weil die Indie-Devs das auch mehr bewegt, in was für einer Situation wir gerade uns befinden?
Ja, ich glaube schon. Aber also ich glaube, das kann ich gar nicht so genau auseinanderklamüsern, ob es jetzt ist, weil wir auch einen Bewerbungsprozess für Spiele mit Demokratiebezug haben oder ob es ein generelles Thema ist. Ich habe schon das Gefühl, dass die Indie-Szene sich auch viel halt mit der Welt auseinandersetzt, generell. Aber das geht in beide Richtungen, glaube ich. Ne? Also einmal mit Eskapismus und auf der anderen Seite werden auch härtere Themen verarbeitet.
Ich finde auch beides hat seinen Stellenwert.
Ja.
Also ich finde gerade, wenn ich so einen Tag habe, wo ich sehr viel schlechte News gehört und gelesen habe, dann ist mir eher nach einem Eskapismusspiel und das findet man hier ja auch en masse.
Aber ja.
Also da ist der Mangel tatsächlich nicht zu wenig. Also über 200 Spiele hier. Wir haben jetzt auch ganz viel vor, also bleibt auf jeden Fall dran. Wir werden uns einen Großteil, das kann ich nicht versprechen, also wir werden uns aber sehr viele kleine Indie-Perlen und Geheimtipps rauspicken. Also wenn ihr nichts verpassen wollt, bleibt hier, kommt vorbei, spielt die Spiele oder schaut weiter bei uns zu. Wir bringen euch die 5, 6 besten Spiele hier von der Messe direkt hier im Stream. Also bis gleich. Danke dir.
Gerne.
Wir fangen an heute mit einem Titel, auf den ich mich ganz, ganz, ganz besonders freue. Media Circus heißt das Spiel und bei mir ist die gute Lea, um mit mir darüber zu sprechen. Hi Lea.
Hallo, dass ich hier sein darf.
Sehr, sehr, sehr gerne. Media Circus ist ein Spiel, was mich von Anfang an hier interessiert hat. Denn man kann es vielleicht vom Namen ableiten, es geht ein bisschen um unsere Medienlandschaft. Aber was genau passiert in dem Spiel?
Genau, absolut. Also man spielt ein Eichhörnchen, was Zeitungsredakteur ist und managt seine eigene neu gegründete Zeitung. Also man schickt seine ReporterInnen los und kann dann entscheiden, welche Story abgedruckt wird und wie groß oder wie klein und muss entscheiden, welche Anzeigen gedruckt werden, damit man wirtschaftlich auch überleben kann und was man bereit ist zu tun, um im Geschäft zu bleiben und sich selbst nicht in Schwierigkeiten zu bringen. Und mit jeder Ausgabe sieht man dann, wie sich die eigene Berichterstattung auf die Welt auswirkt und die Geschichten und Schicksale der Charaktere im Spiel.
Ah, okay. Und wir sind das Eichhörnchen, also quasi der Chef
Genau.
in dieser
Ja.
ganzen Situation. Und was für Geschichten muss ich mir da vorstellen? Was passiert da so in dieser Welt?
Also es geht von bis. Also wir haben so eine politische Storyline. Es ist gerade eine Wahl und man kann zum Beispiel den einen oder die andere Kandidatin supporten oder auch nicht. Es gibt einen Konflikt, in dem es um Rassismus geht. Es gibt eine Kolonie, man kann einen Bürgerkrieg auslösen, aber es geht auch um einzelne Schicksale. Ein Wurm, der des Mordes bezichtigt wird und ein verlorener Mann von einem Marder, der gesucht wird. Und
Theoretisch auch kompletten Quatsch ausdenken und wie wird das dann im Spiel bestraft? Also wie sind da die Auswirkungen, wenn ich kompletten Mist baue zum Beispiel?
also genau, die Welt verändert sich je nachdem, was man druckt. Also die Gesellschaft wird dann eben radikaler, wenn man in die eine oder andere Richtung druckt. Wir haben auch eine Storyline mit Aliens. Wenn man ganz viel darüber druckt, dann glaubt die Gesellschaft irgendwann, dass es Außerirdische gibt.
Wie schön.
Ja.
Hier sehen wir jetzt den Trailer, ganz genau. Was für eine Art von Spiel ist das? Also man sieht ja schon ein bisschen 2D und sieht nach Sim aus, also wirklich reiner Management-Aspekt.
Genau, es ist im Prinzip ein Newsroom-Sim. Und es gibt eben diesen hohen Management-Anteil, weil man seine Zeitung anleitet, aber eben auch diesen Narrative-Aspekt. Also es ist auch eine Narrative-Sandbox durch diese ganzen Geschichten und die ganzen Dialoge mit den Charakteren.
Und würdet ihr sagen, dass man das Spiel auch mit jüngeren Leuten spielen kann oder sind da Themen dabei, die einfach auch zu heftig sind?
Also sind schon heftige Themen, aber es ist alles in einer Art gemacht, mit dem man auch mit Kindern das anschauen kann und das einordnen kann. Und es ist auch immer ein bisschen lustig. Unsere Game Designerin schreibt das total witzig und genau. Wir haben auch tatsächlich eine hohe Fanbase, die recht jung ist. Also
Okay, ja.
viele Kinder spielen das hier auf der Gamescom auch gerne.
Und wie seid ihr auf die Idee gekommen, so ein Spiel zu machen? Ich meine, ist vielleicht eine doofe Frage, weil wir alle in der gleichen Realität leben und jeden Tag gefühlt absurde Nachrichten lesen, die wir so vielleicht nicht vermutet hätten. Aber trotzdem möchte ich natürlich gerne bei dir nachfragen.
Klar. Unsere Game Designerin hat lange als Zeitungsredakteurin in Indien gearbeitet.
Ach was.
Und wurde recht schnell desillusioniert, wie das Medienbusiness so funktioniert und wie viel Druck es da gibt und dass nicht hinter jeder Headline eine unabhängige Berichterstattung gibt. Gerade in Indien kennt sie auch ein paar Journalistinnen, die ermordet wurden und sie hat auch selber eine Morddrohung bekommen und hat dann entschieden, die Branche zu wechseln und wollte deswegen eben dieses Spiel machen, um Menschen erfahrbar zu machen, dass eine unabhängige Presse eben sehr wichtig ist, aber auch sehr schwierig ist, aufrechtzuerhalten.
Okay, und nochmal auf diesen Filterungsprozess quasi hinauszukommen. Ich bin aber quasi nicht in der Lage, selber Nachrichten zu verfassen, sondern ich kann nur das annehmen, was reinkommt und dadurch die Welt beeinflussen, oder?
Genau, das ist immer so ein bisschen die Zwickmühle. Man hat eben die Stories, die einem die ReporterInnen liefern. Das sind so Überschriften. Und dann kann man auswählen, welche man davon druckt.
Okay. Ich höre, wir haben auch noch Gameplay von euch, das ihr mitgebracht habt. Da können wir uns das vielleicht noch mal genauer anschauen,
Cool.
was passiert. Gibt es da aktuell eine Demo zu vielleicht auch auf Steam, die man selber ausprobieren kann, wenn man es nicht zur Gamescom schaffen sollte dieses Jahr?
Ganz genau, dafür haben wir jetzt unsere Demo auf Steam rausgebracht. Und die kann man dann zu Hause ganz in Ruhe spielen.
Und gibt es ein Ziel bei der ganzen Geschichte? Ist irgendwann einfach Schluss und dann versinkt die Welt im Chaos oder wir leben alle zusammen wie im Paradies?
Ja, im Prinzip gibt es jetzt gerade noch kein festes Ende. Also
Okay,
für die Demo,
spannend.
genau, es geht eigentlich darum zu überleben im Medienbusiness, im Newsbusiness.
Ja.
In der Demo sind es 6 Wochen und im ganzen Spiel, also jetzt gerade ist die Demo, das ist ungefähr so 1 Stunde Spielzeit und wir wollen bei der Vollversion dann bei 5 bis 6 Stunden landen. Und genau, es geht darum, sich zu beweisen im Medienbusiness.
Okay. Also angesetzt, weiß ich nicht, ich stelle mir das jetzt so vor, dass man 3, 4 Stunden verbringt und dann am Ende die Welt rettet, hoffentlich. Das wäre schön.
Das liegt ganz bei den Spielenden, auf welchen Pfad sie sich begeben, welche Berichterstattung man wählt, genau.
Und so wie ich das verstanden habe, ist euch die Sozialkritik auch sehr wichtig daran. Und was hofft ihr, dass die Spielenden mitnehmen von eurem Spiel?
Also das Hauptziel ist eigentlich, dass man versteht durch das Spielen, wie die Mechanismen im News-Business sind und dass eben nicht nur die Motive von einer unabhängigen Berichterstattung hinter jeder Schlagzeile stecken, sondern es eben auch wirtschaftliche und finanzielle Faktoren gibt und vielleicht auch politische Einflussnahme, und das wollen wir einfach erfahrbar machen.
Und wo kann man hier auf der Gamescom euer wunderschönes Spiel anspielen?
Ja, wir sind in Halle 10.2 in der Indie Arena Booth am NRW-Stand von der Film- und Medienstiftung.
Ah, okay, alles klar. Gut. Dann würde ich sagen, habe ich, glaube ich, alles erfahren, was ich wissen musste. Sehr, sehr interessantes Projekt. Also
Danke.
Vielen Dank, dass ihr euch da so viel Mühe gegeben habt und dieses eigentlich sehr, sehr wichtige Thema auch mal spielerisch aufarbeitet. Vielleicht noch kurz, weil es mich persönlich interessiert, wie viele Leute seid ihr?
Wir sind zu dritt.
3 Leute, okay.
Genau,
Alles
ja.
klar. Das ist natürlich dann sehr ambitioniert, aber ich wünsche euch trotzdem viel Erfolg mit diesem Spiel. Hoffe, dass es dann irgendwann in naher Zukunft erscheint vielleicht.
Ja, wir hoffen auf nächstes Jahr. Wir sind noch
Okay.
in Gesprächen mit Publishern und Investorinnen, aber wir hoffen nächstes Jahr, dass es dann rauskommt.
Dann wünsche ich euch ganz, ganz, ganz viel Erfolg bei der Suche und vielen Dank, dass du heute hier warst.
Dankeschön, danke für die Einladung.
Sehr, sehr gerne. Und jetzt geht es weiter mit einem spannenden Beitrag. Wir sehen uns gleich wieder.
Magic the Gathering, eins der beliebtesten TCGs. Und TCGs sind ja auf der Gamescom inzwischen Teil des Inventars. Die Area wird jedes Jahr größer. Man kann sich hier treffen und einfach die geliebten Kartenspiele mit Freunden ausprobieren. Diesmal bei Magic the Gathering, Wizards of the Coast hat uns hier ein bisschen was präsentiert. Wir haben die neuen Hobbit-Booster, die man sich hier abholen kann und erwerben kann. Wir haben außerdem eine Promokarte, die gibt es tatsächlich, gab es nur in Amerika, und das ist hier die letzte Möglichkeit, sie noch in Europa zu erhalten. Das ist natürlich sehr, sehr aufregend, und ansonsten gibt es auch noch eine limitierte, also eine begrenzte Auswahl, sage ich mal, an Starterdecks in natürlich allen Farben, die der Hobbit-themed sind, weil das das neue Deck ist. Wir schauen uns hier mal um und gucken, ja, was man hier alles in die Hände bekommen kann. Ich bin jetzt hier in der Hülle von dem Drachen Smaug, wie man direkt sieht. Alles voller Gold und voller Magic-Items. Ich habe gleich 15 Sekunden Zeit, um einen kleinen Arkenstone zu finden und natürlich irgendwelche Goodies, die ich behalten darf. Ich bin ein bisschen nervös, aber ich gebe mir Mühe. So, okay, mein Gold. Oh, shit. Oh. Nein, hier war gerade ein Stein hier. Okay, ich habe einen Stein. Ich habe einen Sticker und einen Pen. Okay, meine Zeit läuft. Okay. So, hui. Nailed it.
Wir sind zurück im Studio und ich habe bereits meinen nächsten Gast hier auf der Couch sitzen. Und das Besondere ist, das Spiel ist gerade erschienen. Es handelt sich um Loose Lagoon und bei mir ist der Maurice. Hi Maurice.
Moin.
Na, wie geht's?
Ja, Erschöpft, begeistert, müde, aber auch ganz aufgeregt. Also eigentlich alles gleichzeitig. Es war jetzt eine sehr spannende Gamescom für uns bis jetzt schon.
Ja, das glaube ich. Also du bist, glaube ich, auch der erste Gast hier dieses Jahr, dessen Spiel auch auf der Gamescom erschienen ist. Wie hast du die letzten Tage verbracht? Bist du zerflossen von Nervosität oder ging's?
Wir haben jetzt fast 4 Jahre an Lou gearbeitet und es ist natürlich so, man fiebert dem so entgegen im selben Maße, wie man einfach einem auf gut Deutsch gesagt der Arsch auf Grundeis geht, weil man halt Angst hat, ist alles so, wie wir uns das vorgestellt haben, sind die Submissions, kommen die alle durch, ist der Stand super aufgebaut und als dann gestern das Spiel live gegangen ist und es hat alles besser geklappt, als wir es befürchtet haben, war so, okay, aber dann nach dem Game Release ist vor dem Game Release oder andersrum, weil jetzt müssen wir weiter am Spiel arbeiten, jetzt müssen wir es weiter verbessern, auf das Feedback hören und ja, ich bin im ständigen Austausch mit dem Team quasi.
Ja, genau. Und ja, Feedback, gutes Stichwort. Wie kam das Spiel bisher so an?
Gut, also wir haben halt die ersten Reviews gekriegt, die waren halt auch cool, also das war halt, ne, man ist ja sehr davon abhängig, wie Leute einen wahrnehmen und gerade auch die ersten Stunden sind super entscheidend. Wir sehen auch in den Steam-Reviews direkt, was Leuten nicht gefällt und es sind halt werden halt Meetings einberufen, nicht hektisch, sondern einfach so, was stört die Leute wirklich, was könnten wir noch besser machen, was schaffen wir halt im nächsten Patch, der eh schon geplant ist, was kriegen wir da schon rein, was hatten wir vielleicht eh schon geplant und man macht ja die Spiele für die Leute da draußen und wir hoffen halt einfach, dass die das halt auch spüren mit den Updates jedes Mal.
Und bevor wir hier uns völlig verlieren in unserem guten Gespräch, haben wir hier den Trailer nochmal. Wir sollten vielleicht erklären, was Loose Lagoon überhaupt ist.
Genau, also für alle, die schon ein bisschen älter sind, wenn ihr dieses kuschelige Gefühl kennt am Samstagmorgen und die Eltern pennen noch und man macht heimlich den Fernseher an, aber eigentlich ist das gar nicht so heimlich, weil die Eltern sind voll froh, dass so viel im Fernseher läuft. Das ist das Gefühl, was wir einfangen wollten mit einem Spiel, in dem man von seinem Onkel zu seiner privaten Insel eingeladen wird, der nämlich ein großes Idol für uns ist, weil der ist ein Abenteurer, aber als wir da ankommen, fegt ein heftiger Sturm über das ganze Archipel und unser Onkel ist verschwunden, wir müssen uns aber keine Sorgen machen, der ist nicht krank, der ist nicht tot, der ist ein Abenteurer, der kriegt das schon alles hin, weil der versucht herauszufinden, was dieser ominöse Sturm denn wirklich, woher der kommt. Wir helfen aber, die einzelnen Inseln aufzubauen und den Dorfbewohnern da einfach wieder auf die Beine zu helfen. Und was macht man, indem man Müll aus dem Wasser einsaugt, das dann recycelt und in Gebäude-Upgrades und Deko umwandelt. Und nebenbei löst man noch ein großes Mysterium.
Das klingt alles sehr spannend, aber auch sehr vielfältig. Was kann man nicht in diesem Spiel tun? Also Crafting ist dabei, du hast diesen Swirler. Ja. Mit dem du, hast gerade schon ein Beispiel genannt, den Müll zum Beispiel aufsammeln kannst. Es ist ein Cozy Game, also so ein Einrichten und Verschönern ist auch dabei. Muss man das alles gleichzeitig machen, um das Spiel zu komplettieren oder kann da jeder mehr oder weniger machen, was er möchte?
Genau, also das Schöne an Cozy Games jetzt in den letzten Jahren hat das ja total viele Fans halt gewonnen, ist ja dieses Aussuchen von eigenen Zielen und dieses Pick your own pace. Also ich spiele das Spiel nur so hektisch oder wild, wie ich das gerade gut finde oder überhaupt auch kann. Und wir sind so diese Schwelle zu, okay, ich habe schon Cozy Games gezockt, deswegen sind halt bei uns ein paar mehr Action-Elemente drin. Also man muss halt beim Einsammeln von Elementen nicht stehen bleiben, man kann rumhüpfen. Aber es gibt zum Beispiel, was bei uns nicht gibt, ein Game-Over-Screen. Du kannst eigentlich nicht versagen. Also selbst wenn du dann auf die bösen Piraten triffst, die aber eher mehr so Schabernack machen, dann verlierst du keinen Progress oder sonstiges. Oder selbst viele Leute haben Angst vor dem Fliegen in unserem Spiel. Das ist halt ein großer USP, also so ein Alleinstellungsmerkmal. Wir haben das schon extra so gebaut, dass ihr nicht irgendwann frustriert den Controller wegwerft. Ihr werdet regelmäßig gefragt, hey, gefällt dir die Steuerung, willst du die anpassen? Und wenn man aber zum Beispiel sagt, boah, ich liebe das Fliegen, dann kann man sich halt so Challenges stellen und in denen schaltet man dann nochmal weitere Sachen frei. Um zurück auf den Punkt zu kommen, es gibt ganz viel und alles so viel, wie man selber möchte, aber die Story erfordert halt so ein paar Dinge, aber immer in einem Maß, dass es nicht so ist, nur die Harten kommen in den Garten, im Gegenteil.
Also könnte ich auch den ganzen Tag damit verbringen, die Insel zu verschönern.
Genau, ja.
Ja, schön. Und warum habt ihr euch für ein Cozy Game entschieden? Ich meine, die gibt es ja mittlerweile wie Sand am Meer. Die sind natürlich sehr vielfältig. Also es gibt ganz verschiedene Arten von Cozy Games. Warum habt ihr euch entschieden, da einfach mit auf den Zug aufzuspringen?
Es war halt, vor 4 Jahren war es noch gar nicht so viel. Also das war der große Moment, wo, glaube ich, viel gerade losging. Aber als wir es announced haben, waren wir so in der zweiten Welle, würde ich sagen, der Cozy Games. Und weil wir es einfach selber mögen, unser Team ist auch sehr cozy. Also wir versuchen halt einfach im Studio hoffentlich eine Atmosphäre zu schaffen, wo jeder gerne zur Arbeit geht. Und das wollen wir gerne transportieren. Und bei Cozy Games ist irgendwie das Schöne, es gibt keine Entry Barriers. Also jeder kann unsere Spiele genießen. Das haben wir auch schon vorher immer versucht. Und bei Cozy konnten wir das nochmal so aufs Maximum treiben. Und ob es jetzt ein reines Cozy Game ist, ich sag mal so, wenn man Ratchet & Clank mochte oder alte Nintendo 64 Games von Rare, wird man sich da auch sehr wohlfühlen mit dem Platforming.
Okay. Und was ist eure eigene Lieblingsaktivität auf der Insel?
Ich glaube, das ist bei jedem Team anders. Also ganz klassisch, jedes gutes Game braucht einen Hängegleiter. Das haben wir natürlich auch. Also wenn man so es schafft, ganz nach oben auf irgendeine Insel zu kommen und so entlang zu gleiten und zu sehen, jetzt natürlich, wir haben am Spiel selber gearbeitet, ist mal schön zu sehen, was wir alles an Details reinstecken konnten, was gut aussieht. Aber das Angeln, da haben wir viel Liebe reingesteckt. Das macht auf jeden Fall Bock. Das ist halt ein funny Minigame. Aber einfach das Einsaugen von allem. Irgendwie man rennt selten an etwas vorbei. Man sagt, das nehme ich auch noch mit, das nehme ich auch noch mit, das nehme ich auch noch mit. Also das macht einfach ultra Bock, weil es so juicy ist.
Ja. Und wartet ihr jetzt ab, was passiert, wie das Feedback so bleibt? Oder plant ihr schon, weiß ich nicht, Erweiterungen oder gar ein neues Spiel? Wie sieht die Zukunft für euch aus? Ja, also es ist ganz klar, dass an Lu weitergearbeitet wird. Wir haben durch Kickstarter die Möglichkeit gehabt, dass wir halt jetzt schon an der Planung für ein DLC sitzen, also ein Content-DLC. Was da passiert, darf ich noch nicht verraten. Und parallel wird es trotzdem immer Quality of Life Patches geben oder Updates. Da geht es einfach darum, okay, was ist das Feedback und wir wollen es halt umsetzen. Das ist schon gesetzt. Parallel dazu haben wir kürzlich vor ein paar Monaten unser nächstes Spiel schon mal angeteasert. Das heißt Verdant. Ja. Das ist ein wholesome Survival Game. Also man sieht, wir bleiben so in der Ecke. Ihr bleibt wholesome, ja.
Ja, genau. Also es wird vom Ton sehr anders als Lu, aber da kann man gerne schon auch auf Steam und so Wishlisten. Das ist auch schon angekündigt. Wer halt Bock auf Studio Ghibli meets Last of Us hat, wird da vielleicht fündig.
Ja, auch spannend. Sehr, sehr spannend. Wo findet man euch hier auf der Gamescom? Wo kann man das Spiel anzocken?
Wir haben das große Privileg, wieder bei der Indie Arena Booth untergekommen zu sein.
Schön.
Ja, also Gamescom ist fantastisch, riesengroß. Ich gehe hin, seitdem es damals noch die Games Convention in Leipzig war. Und große Stände sind immer cool und so, aber die Warteschlangen sind ja oft das Problem, wenn man dann mal was anzocken will. So, ne? Man sieht das ja hier auch direkt um die Ecke, so irgendwie Wartezeit 2 Stunden. Und die Indie Arena Booth ist so ein Sammelsurium an allen möglichen Entwicklern aus überall der Welt, nicht nur Deutschland, die halt ihre eigenen Games mit den Mitteln, die sie zur Verfügung haben, wie wir, herausstellen. Und ich finde, das ist immer mega inspirierend und gleichzeitig kriegt man ein extremes Imposter-Syndrom. Oh mein Gott, es sieht alles so gut aus, ist unser Spiel gut genug? Und wenn ihr zocken wollt, besucht bitte die Indie Arena Booth, weil es gibt nicht so riesige Wartezeiten und ihr könnt halt mit den Leuten reden, die an dem Spiel arbeiten. Ich finde, das ist ja auch immer so eine schöne Sache am Spielerin sein, ist die Interaktion mit den Entwicklern und das ist da halt möglich.
Absolut. Habt ihr denn eigentlich da auch Zeit, mal andere Spiele anzuspielen in der Indie Arena Booth oder ist das einfach nicht möglich, weil ihr natürlich die ganze Zeit bei eurem Spiel auch sein müsst, um mit den Leuten zu sprechen? Ja, wir versuchen uns das ein bisschen einzuteilen. Ich würde viel lieber mehr spielen, als ich könnte, aber dann gibt es dann manchmal Abende, wo man dann noch, wenn die Besucher nicht mehr da sind, dann kann man so überall so ein bisschen anzocken. Aber man wird ja auch Freunde mit den Leuten, die um einen drum herum sind und das heißt, man zockt auch manchmal schon frühe Versionen, gibt sich gegenseitig Feedback, also mega solidarisch und einfach sehr cute, also auch sehr cozy und wholesome, würde ich sagen. Also Halle 10-2. Ja, 10-2, genau, in die Arena Booth, da waren wir jetzt auch selber schon sehr, sehr oft unterwegs und es geht heute bei uns auch den ganzen Tag eigentlich um Indie-Spiele, deswegen schön, dass du da warst.
Ja, danke.
Und euer sehr cozy Game mitgebracht hast. Ich wünsche dir noch viel Erfolg hier auf der Gamescom. Ich bin sehr gespannt, wie es mit euch weitergeht natürlich, wie das Feedback weiterhin einprasseln wird und ich werde mir Loose Lagoon auch gerne mal anschauen.
Sehr cool. Vielen Dank, dass ich hier sein durfte.
Ja, sehr, sehr gerne.
Ciao.
So, und wie schon angekündigt, heute unser großer Indie-Tag. Deswegen gucken wir doch einfach, was es sonst noch Schönes hier auf der Gamescom für euch zu finden gibt. Ich habe euch Knaller versprochen, ihr bekommt sie jetzt von einem ziemlich nervigen Vogel, der einfach nur alles zerstören will. Und bei mir ist der gute George, der uns erklärt, warum. Hey George.
Hi.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, you too.
So, bad magpie, huh? That's a very angry bird. What's going on there?
Well, she has a reason that she's angry. She's been abandoned. She can't fly. She's all alone. And in the story, she becomes obsessed with a fallen star. And she starts acting out her abandonment issues by going on a quest to find shiny things and destroying everything, kind of single-mindedly on this mission to find shiny things for the star.
All right, and why did you pick a magpie? Does it have a kind of reputation in the animal kingdom? Because I'm not very familiar with it.
Yeah, I think magpies are very mischievous. There's a lot of folklore in the UK about them. Like, we have a saying that's 1 for sorrow, 2 for joy. So if you see a magpie alone, it's sad, or 2, it's happy. But here's one alone. And like, people say that magpies love to covet shiny things as well. So it kind of fits a lot with the story that we're trying to tell.
All right, and yeah, you told me about the story, so what's the gameplay like? What are we doing actually?
So the game takes place in a densely packed open world. So you're exploring at your own pace, and it's full of very like dynamic interactions. You're like pecking everything, running around, creating fires. It has a kind of emergent gameplay systems world. So, you know, fire can spread and burn something down. There's NPCs that can be scared of the fire and run off. You get like chain reactions happening. So yeah, it's kind of a very like playful experience where you can experiment and see what happens.
Yeah, I actually played it yesterday, and I found it to be very intuitive. Like I was like trying to figure out what to do and like playing around and trying around stuff, and like I think there's a great rewarding in finding stuff out by yourself.
Oh yeah, thank you. Yeah, credit to Daisy, our designer. She does a lot of play testing. Every week we test the game, and there's a lot of iteration that goes into making that happen because it's so hard having players do what you want them to do in order to have a good time. So yeah, we've iterated a lot on that stuff. So nice to hear.
Yeah. The last question I actually got: when does this game come out? Because I desperately wanted it at home.
Thank you. Next year, 2027.
All right, that's vague.
That's all we can say.
Yeah. That's what they all say. That's all we can say. But hey, I'm gonna be patient. I'm waiting, and I'm so excited for this game. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Right. Ja, eine kleine Geschichte über einen kleinen süßen Vogel, der viel Unruhe stiftet. Ich mache mich jetzt für euch weiter auf die Suche und hoffe, noch ein paar kleine, coole Geschichten zu finden. Ich bin noch keine 10 Minuten hier und habe auch schon den nächsten Knaller für euch gefunden. Sniper Dan ist ein ganz besonderes Spiel und ich habe den guten Aaron bei mir, der mir dazu ein paar Fragen beantworten kann. Hey Aaron!
Hello, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. So I heard you can tell me all about Sniper Dan, is that right?
Yes, I can. Yes, indeed. Yes.
Nice. What kind of game is Sniper Dan?
So Sniper Dan is a 3D hidden object game where you play as Dan. He's a well-meaning handyman, and he's been tasked with solving really boring everyday problems with his high-power sniper rifle.
All right, that sounds kind of crazy. Do you know why someone would develop such a game?
Yeah, so the game was inspired by, I guess, like late 90s arcade games like Point Blank and Silent Scope. So the developers were trying to capture this kind of like really nostalgic feeling of just kind of ridiculous kind of like shooting gallery kind of style games, a little bit like the ones that you'd find at like fun fairs.
And still, I think it's kind of violent, right? I mean, to handle your problems with a sniper rifle, but would you say even kids could play this game?
Yeah, sure. So it's a little bit of a strange subject, I know. I guess what we're trying to do with this is we're de-emphasizing shooting people and animals, and we're focusing more on shooting solutions to problems. So some of these tasks are like really, really strange. So like someone needs a tooth extracting, so you would literally shoot the tooth out of their mouth. Or maybe they don't want some vegetables on their food, so you shoot the broccoli off their plate.
And you always have to be far away, right?
Yes, but you've got magnification as well. So because the scenes are all in 3D, you kind of need to use the scope to kind of go in very, very close to sort of see the problems. Yeah.
All right. It kind of sounds amazing, to be honest. Do you know when the game's going to be out, actually?
Yeah, it's coming out on the 17th of September on Steam, on Nintendo Switch 2, Nintendo Switch. PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series XS.
All right, I'm very much looking forward to that. Thank you so much, Aaron, for your time and have a great Gamescom.
Okay, thank you.
Ja, Leute, wenn das nicht mal eine geniale Idee ist, dann weiß ich auch nicht. Aber ich bin sicher, wir finden hier noch einiges, was das vielleicht sogar noch toppen kann. So, die Couch ist voll heute bei mir im Studio, denn wir reden jetzt über die Gamescom Academy und das ist eine Sache, von der ich ehrlicherweise noch nie gehört habe. Skandal. Und deswegen müssen wir jetzt darüber sprechen. Bei mir sind 3 wundervolle Gäste. Willkommen. Wir haben zum einen den Marvin da. Du bist zuständig für die Gamescom Academy hier bei der Gamescom. Und dann haben wir noch Soni und Ina. Ihr seid Creatorinnen. Herzlich willkommen.
Dankeschön. Dankeschön.
Hallo.
Toll, schön, dass ihr da seid. Am besten frage ich erstmal Marvin, weil ich so völlig unwissend war. Was ist denn die Gamescom Academy genau?
Ja, genau. Die Gamescom Creator Academy ist ein Förderprogramm, das wir vor 3 Jahren jetzt bei der Gamescom gestartet haben, weil wir Creator an jedem Punkt ihres Weges quasi abholen wollen. Wir haben die Akkreditierung, das kennt man. Das sind dann die Leute, die mit Streams durch die Hallen laufen, die Signing-Sessions haben, auf der Bühne stehen etc. Aber auch die Leute, die diese Werte noch nicht erreichen, wollen wir abholen. Und dafür haben wir dann, wie gesagt, vor 3 Jahren die Creator Academy ins Leben gerufen. Das ist im Prinzip ein Förderprogramm, wie gesagt. Da haben wir jetzt 6, 7 Wochen lang, glaube ich, Workshops gemacht, vorab einmal pro Woche, wo wir quasi Inhalte mitgegeben haben. Wir haben Creator dabei gehabt, die ihre Erfahrungen mitgegeben haben. Wir haben Publisher dabei gehabt, die ihre Perspektive in der Zusammenarbeit geteilt haben. Und jetzt hier auf der Gamescom sind sie dann natürlich als akkreditierte Creator, auch wenn sie die Richtwerte quasi noch nicht erreichen. Und da sind wir gerade dabei, einfach ganz viele Türen aufzumachen, damit dann dem Wachstum in der Zukunft nichts mehr im Wege steht.
Und ihr habt aber dann auch verschiedene Interessen. Also es ist nicht so, dass es nur wir spielen Videospiele vor der Kamera geht, sondern bei dir, Ina, weiß ich, glaube ich, auch, dass es um Cosplay spezifisch auch geht.
Also so ein bisschen. Ich habe jetzt dieses Jahr damit angefangen, das allererste Mal. Ich habe schon oft so Cosplayer bewundert und fand das ziemlich krass. Und ich spiele halt auch sehr viel Genshin Impact und in der Szene sind sehr viele Genshin Impact Cosplays vertreten. Und dann habe ich halt auch meinen Versuch gewagt und war dann vor kurzem noch auf einer anderen Messe und habe da Fuke gecosplayt aus Honkai Star Rail. Das war mein allererstes Cosplay und ich würde mich auf jeden Fall gerne auch noch weiter daran ausprobieren. Aber generell haben wir alle in der Creator Academy ganz viele unterschiedliche Spiele, die wir vertreten. Manche machen auch eigene Game-Shows. Es gibt auch andere Cosplayer. Also es gibt halt ganz viele Nischen, die wir haben und das ist das, was ziemlich cool ist, weil wir dann auch so voneinander lernen können oder auch neue Einblicke bekommen.
Und das ist auch super wichtig, falls ich hier einhaken darf, weil wir wollten nicht nur so den einen Art von Creator haben oder die eine Art von Creatorin, sondern wir wollten die komplette Bandbreite abbilden. Es gibt Leute, wie du gerade sagst, du spielst wie Genshin, dann haben wir jemanden da, der macht aber auch ganz nischige YouTube-Essays und wir haben wirklich alles dabei und auch im Alter, also wirklich, da haben wir versucht, das komplette, ja, da gibt es einen kleinen Running Gag.
Deshalb musste ich lachen.
Ja, ich weiß. Ja, wir haben jemanden dabei, der schon 40 ist und wir haben Leute dabei, die halt gerade irgendwie 20 geworden sind. Also auch da versuchen wir die ganze Bandbreite irgendwie abzudecken. Also deswegen total gut, dass du das sagst.
Ja, sehr, sehr cool. Ich wollte nämlich auch schon fragen, also ich bin 38, ist es für mich zu spät? Ich habe auch einen Twitch-Kanal, ich mache das eher so hobbymäßig dann und so, aber wäre es theoretisch dann möglich, Gott sei Dank.
Auf jeden Fall,
ja.
Genau. Also jeder, der die Ambition hat, Creator oder Creatorin zu sein, ist immer herzlich willkommen.
Und vielleicht frage ich dich mal, Soni, wie bist du denn eigentlich dazu gekommen, dich für das Programm zu bewerben oder wurdest du einfach angesprochen?
Nee, angesprochen wurde ich tatsächlich nicht. Also man folgt ja dann, also ich zumindest bin über die Instagram-Page darauf gekommen, weil es dann gepostet wurde und beim ersten Mal, das war ja dann vor 3 Jahren, habe ich auch das erste Mal das gesehen, dann hat man sich beworben, fand das halt richtig cool und das Jahr danach ist tatsächlich auch eine Freundin, also eine Streamer-Freundin von mir angenommen worden, dann hat man das schon mal so ein bisschen miterlebt und war natürlich nochmal mehr hyped irgendwie, da sich dann das nächste Jahr auf jeden Fall nochmal zu bewerben, weil man dann auch merkt, okay, das kann halt auch wirklich was werden. Das weiß man ja irgendwie das nicht so richtig, wenn es das erste Mal auch ist und das ist halt wirklich legit und das ist cool und das macht Spaß. Und und dann habe ich mich beworben und ich habe auch erst gar nicht gedacht, dass das for real war. Ich habe dann die Freundin noch ich habe ihr geschrieben, ich so, also ist das jetzt gerade ein Fake oder ist es gerade real? Ich weiß es gerade nicht. Und dann meinte sie, nein, Glückwunsch, richtig cool, du bist dabei. Und dann habe ich mich halt mega gefreut. Und im Endeffekt über Instagram gemerkt, wie
so
bei so
simpel
vielen.
geht. Ja, krass. Krass, auf jeden Fall. Und ihr habt gerade schon von den Workshops gesprochen, die es so gibt. Gibt es da was euch am allerbesten gefallen hat oder wo ihr sagt, das hat euch am meisten weitergeholfen?
Ich kann ja mal kurz einsteigen.
bitte.
Also ich fand generell, man hat halt natürlich irgendwo als Creator, wo man noch kein Management hat, irgendwo manchmal die Unsicherheit, dass man ja gewisse Sachen macht, aber man weiß gar nicht, ob das so richtig ist. Da hat das auf jeden Fall sehr geholfen, einmal sich mit anderen natürlich zu connecten, weil wir auch dann 20 Creator waren und wir uns so kennengelernt haben. Aber dann auch von der anderen Seite mal zu hören, von Publishern, von anderen großen streamenden Personen, aber auch von Agenturen dann eben oder halt von der Gamescom, worauf achten die, was ist wichtig, wie kann man manche Sachen machen, ein paar Best Practices mitgegeben. Ich finde, das hat einen schon super weitergebracht und ich hatte auch mit unserer lieben Kathleen gesprochen. Sie meinte, sie hat bei der Bewerbung bei jedem geguckt, wo man theoretisch jemandem noch was mitgeben kann, um das mit in diesen Präsentationen, die wir dann hatten, in diesen Workshops halt mitzugeben, was halt auch recht dann individuell war und ich glaube, jeder bis jetzt hat gesagt, die haben immer was mitgenommen und dann jetzt allein solche Connections wie mit einem Publisher auch, dass man sich vorher kennengelernt hatte und der total offen ist, der mit einem auch, also der das Interesse von sich halt auch hat, die Person hinter dem Creator kennenzulernen und wir dann im Endeffekt total random 2 Stunden mit dem gesprochen hatten beim Stand und danach zum Essen eingeladen wurden und man dann halt nochmal so außerhalb von der Gamescom connected, das ist schon richtig cool.
Ja, und welche Leute aus der Industrie habt ihr da so getroffen? Vielleicht Ina nochmal?
Also wir haben schon mit Bandai Namco geredet und uns ausgetauscht. Auch mit Maluna, sie ist eine andere Twitch-Streamerin, die auch schon ein bisschen größer ist, und Mango. Und hatten wir noch irgendwen?
Ich glaube, ein Highlight für euch war auch das Women in Gaming-Format von Xbox.
Stimmt, ja.
Also,
Das war
das war natürlich super schön,
cool.
dass ihr da
Ja.
hin konntet. Also Shoutout und vielen Dank für die Einladung.
Sehr, sehr cool.
Girls support Girls.
Was für mich jetzt auch was mir sehr geholfen hatte, auch während der Creator Akademie, waren halt auch verschiedene Methoden, die uns beigebracht wurden oder halt auch so Denkhilfen, wie das, wir sind ja alle Twitch-Streamer oder YouTuber. Wir sind nicht so von TikTok, also wir machen alle TikTok, aber unsere Main-Plattform ist halt immer so Longform-Content. Und dass wir halt auch immer diesen Spruch haben von, es ist kein Sprint, es ist ein Marathon, dass man da halt Durchhaltevermögen zeigen muss und dass halt auch vielleicht Qualität jetzt auch wieder mehr aussagt als Qualität mehr als Quantität aussagt. Und das hat mir dann halt auch nochmal so einen kleinen Denkanstoß gegeben, halt auch mehr Gedanken über meinen Content zu machen und auch vielleicht mehr Longform-Content, der anderen helfen kann und inspirieren kann, anstatt einfach nur so zu spammen, was ja oft auf anderen Plattformen echt der Fall ist und für Erfolg generiert. Aber dass man halt dann einfach weiß, okay, man kann jetzt einfach wirklich sich auf ein Projekt fokussieren und das durchziehen und sein Herzblut reinstecken und dass sich das halt auch mittlerweile wieder ein bisschen mehr auszahlt. Das hat einen auf jeden Fall dann auch motiviert.
Ja, sehr cool. Und gibt es da spezielle auch Kriterien, wo ihr sagen würdet oder wo du sagen würdest, Marvin zum Beispiel, nee, das geht gar nicht, das wollen wir bei uns überhaupt nicht haben. Also da gibt es wahrscheinlich so 1, 2 Dinge, die erfüllt sein sollen oder müssen, damit die überhaupt bei euch angenommen werden.
Also da gilt quasi das, was für die Gamescom generell gilt. Also natürlich, die Menschen müssen unsere Safer Space Policies beachten und natürlich auch in die Thema Games-Kultur irgendwie reinspielen. Also das muss nicht zwingend der Gaming-Creator sein, sondern hier auf der Gamescom bilden wir auch ganz viel anderes ab. Wir haben ja genauso Anime, Manga, Brettspiele. All das kann genauso Teil von dem Content sein, von einer Person. Wichtig ist halt nur, dass es zur Gamescom passt. Genau. Und halt noch nicht unendlich groß ist, sondern wir wollen ja die kleinen Leute damit fördern.
Und wie lange gibt es die Gamescom Academy schon? Weil wie gesagt, ich bin völlig unwissend gewesen. Und was hat euch als Gamescom insgesamt auf die Idee gebracht, das überhaupt so zu gründen?
Genau, also die Gamescom Creator Academy ist jetzt im 3. Jahr. Genau, motiviert hat uns im Prinzip der Wunsch, eben die Leute an jeder Stelle abzuholen, was ich eingangs schon mal erwähnt hatte. Weil, wie gesagt, wir haben schon ein Angebot für die Leute, die groß sind, die schon eine gewisse Reichweite mit sich bringen. Aber wir wollten eben auch ein Angebot schaffen für die wir bis dahin noch nicht abgeholt haben. Und genau, und jeder, der auch Teil der Academy ist auch im Jahr darauf nochmal akkreditiert, sodass man im Prinzip 2 Jahre hat, um wirklich sich Reichweite aufzubauen, die Connections zu vertiefen und all das, was man im 1. Jahr vielleicht gelernt hat, dann nochmal im 2. Jahr mitzunehmen, um dann langfristig, da fehlen mir die Worte. Langfristig, Dankeschön.
Sehr gut.
Genau, sich aufzubauen so. Genau.
Und was passiert quasi in der Zeit nach den Workshops? Haltet ihr da noch Kontakt oder seid ihr dann irgendwie auf euch alleine gestellt und könnt dann gucken, wie ihr klarkommt? Wahrscheinlich nicht.
Also wir haben halt ja danach nochmal einen Workshop. Das ist ja auch jetzt quasi das erste Mal. Und ich glaube, jeder lernt ja irgendwie dazu. Wir und auch ihr als Academy lernt ja dazu. Und letztes Jahr war das, glaube ich, nicht so, dass man sich danach nochmal getroffen hat, aber man hatte halt den Wunsch gehabt, auch nochmal, dass die Creator nach der Gamescom sich nochmal austauschen können. Das haben wir dann halt auf jeden Fall. Und also ich habe auf jeden Fall das Gefühl gehabt, dass man mit einigen auf jeden Fall im Kontakt bleibt. Ich meine, das sind auch 20 Leute, mit jedem kann man nicht super close sein, das ist ja fast unmöglich, aber generell diese Connection zu haben, finde ich richtig toll, dass wir von verschiedenen Bereichen so zusammengekommen sind und ich glaube auch schon, dass es langfristig dann auch ist und irgendwie sieht man sich dann ja immer mal wieder auf. Also ich sage Düsseldorf. Das ist verrückt.
So. Ja, das stimmt.
Du hast gerade was richtig Gutes gesagt, nämlich dieses, das hat sich geändert aufgrund des Feedbacks vom letzten Jahr. Das ist ja generell was wir bei der Gamescom super viel machen, auf Feedback hören und auf Feedback quasi aufbauen. Und deswegen waren es dieses Jahr auch zum ersten Mal 20 Leute. Denn in den ersten 2 Jahren waren immer 15 Leute dabei. Aber im Feedback war immer so, wir haben dann immer abgefragt, fandet ihr die Menge an Leuten okay? Und alle waren nur so, ja, war cool, aber mehr als 20 sollen es nicht sein. Und alle, ohne dass wir es jemals in den Raum geworfen haben, haben immer diese Zahl 20 gesagt und gesagt, ja okay, dann probieren wir mal 20. Und es hat super gut funktioniert.
Und wenn wir schon bei Neuerungen sind, wir haben ja dieses Jahr auch das erste Mal eine VTuberin mit dabei. Das gab es halt vorher auch.
Das gab es vorher noch nicht.
Ja, was auch richtig cool ist.
Ja.
Also VTuberin ist, dass man das Gesicht nicht zeigt, man hat so einen Avatar, der sich dann für einen bewegt. Dementsprechend ist es mit den Fotos immer ein bisschen anders, aber sie hat es richtig cool gemacht, sie hat was ausgeschnitten und wenn wir dann Gruppenfotos machen, dann halten wir mal ihren Avatar halt mit dazu. Also sie ist auch immer mit dabei.
Part of the crew.
Ja, part of the crew.
Das klingt sehr wholesome, finde ich. Wie schön. Wie schön, dass ihr da auch so als Gemeinschaft zusammengewachsen seid. Das finde ich ist ein sehr wichtiger Aspekt, wenn man sich quasi in so eine Art Netzwerk oder so begibt, ne? Dass man halt auch eine sichere und gute Atmosphäre hat. Ich würde gerne noch wissen, was würdet ihr Leuten raten, vielleicht auch gerade jungen Mädchen, die vielleicht den gleichen Weg einschlagen wollen? Ina vielleicht als erstes?
Hört nicht auf die ganzen Leute im Internet. Es ist sogar ganz, ganz wichtig, dass man halt sowieso nicht auf Hate hört. Das weiß man ja sowieso. Aber man wird halt auch oft einfach klein geredet. Auch vielleicht von irgendwelchen Kollegen oder so. Aber wir sind Frauen. Wir haben natürlich auch die gleichen Rechte. Wir sollten uns durchsetzen. Wir sollten stolz auf uns sein. Einfach unser Ding machen. Wenn jemand anderes, wenn ein Mann das tut, dann können wir das halt auch tun. So, wir sollten da gar keine Differenzierung tun oder so, sondern einfach das machen, worauf wir Lust haben. Und ja, einfach uns präsentieren, so wie wir wollen und uns da nicht einreden lassen. Das ist ganz, ganz wichtig.
Rede.
So, ich glaube, ja, das ist halt wirklich das Wichtigste. Oft wird ja einem zugeschrieben, ja, sei nicht laut, du bist zu ruhig. Man kann sowieso nicht jedem recht machen.
Absolut.
So, egal was man tut. Und es ist halt ja, wichtig, einfach man selber zu sein und man wird die richtigen Leute auf jeden Fall ansprechen. Und das ist das, worauf es dann am Ende ankommt.
Ja, das finde ich ist eine schöne Message, auf jeden Fall. Und ich bin auch eigentlich sehr positiv überrascht. Ich habe mir natürlich die Creators mal angeguckt auf eurer Seite und da waren sehr, sehr viele Frauen dabei. Und das finde ich auf jeden Fall löblich, weil in dieser Industrie definitiv zu wenig Frauen in sehr guten Positionen sind sozusagen. Und deswegen da so ein bisschen das auszugleichen, finde ich natürlich auch sehr löblich und sehr wichtig.
Das heißt ja auch immer, ja, du bist eine Frau, du kannst keine echte Gamerin sein. Oder du musst dich dann halt irgendwie ein bisschen mehr rechtfertigen, wenn du auf deine Art und Weise irgendwas spielst. Und das ist halt egal, weil ich meine, egal was man spielt, man kann immer Gamer sein. Oder wenn man auch Cozy Gamer ist, wird das ja einem auch oft abgesprochen. Und ja, ich finde, Skill sagt nichts aus. Wenn man Spaß dabei hat, einfach in dieser Branche seine Zeit zu verbringen, ist man ein Gamer und sollte da auf jeden Fall sich auch nicht einreden lassen. Und ich finde das auch schön, dass wir auch so viele Frauen sind. Und ja, einfach der ganze Zusammenhalt ist echt wunderschön bei uns auch in der Truppe. Ja.
Absolut, das finde ich sehr, sehr gut.
Kann ich mich nur anschließen. Also uns ist das bei der Auswahl am Ende auch wichtig, ne? Weil alles, was du gerade sagst, mit der Art und Weise, wie du gerade zum Beispiel hier sitzt und das sagst, bist du ein Vorbild vielleicht für jemand anderen, der sich dann wiederum traut. Und deswegen ist es so wichtig, dass auch ihr genauso wie alle anderen gefördert werdet und dass ihr genauso, dass ihr die Chancen habt wie jeder andere und damit du dann da sitzen kannst, das sagen kannst und vielleicht nächstes oder in 2 Jahren ist jemand dabei und denkt sich, boah, die Ina, die hat das gesagt und ich will jetzt auch. So, darum geht's.
Rede.
Rede. Was ist für euch jetzt noch los auf der Gamescom? Wir haben ja heute Samstag Und ihr habt wahrscheinlich diverse Termine, die ihr noch erfüllen müsst, aber wahrscheinlich aber auch so Sachen wie Community-Treffen. Das ist ja bestimmt auch ganz wichtig, wenn man so einen Berufszweig einschlagt. Was steht noch auf dem Programm für euch?
Also wir haben heute direkt hier im Anschluss sogar nochmal das Meetup mit den Creatoren von letztem Jahr, was auch ziemlich cool ist.
Toll.
Ja, also da connectet man dann auch nochmal mit denen, die letztes Jahr die Erfahrung haben, kann sich da nochmal austauschen. Generell mit Community-Treffen ist natürlich immer toll. Also ich finde das ist auch ein großer Teil einfach, dass man auf die Messe geht.
Ja.
Natürlich sieht man dann auch Twitch-KollegInnen und also da freut man sich auch jedes Mal drüber. Ansonsten auch vielleicht nochmal wegen der Xbox in Gaming, Women in Gaming, wegen dem Meetup, was wir dann auch, wo wir die Chance hatten, da hinzugehen als Frau und wo man sich als Frau nochmal connecten konnte mit anderen Frauen, nicht nur als Streamerin, und da waren auch Leute aus der Branche generell, die auch nicht streamen. Da habe ich jetzt zum Beispiel, also ich will jetzt keine Werbung machen oder so, aber ich habe jetzt die Chance dadurch einfach bekommen, dass ich morgen noch mit bei einem Indie Award mit dabei sein kann, was auch richtig cool ist. Also das wird jetzt auch nochmal ein Termin dabei sein. Aber ja, dann jetzt noch mal ein bisschen genießen, IRL-Streams ein bisschen machen, beziehungsweise das hatte ich jetzt auch schon abgehakt. Jetzt noch mal erstmal ein bisschen runterkommen und noch mal mehr von dem Ganzen hier genießen.
Schön. Bei dir, Ina?
Also ich will auf jeden Fall noch ein paar Spiele antesten.
Ja,
also ich würde gerne noch mal in The Witcher 3 rein. Genau, weil ich hatte Lust, das im Dezember anzufangen, weil meine Community sich das sehr dolle gewünscht hatte. Und ja, sonst werde ich halt auch ein bisschen über die Messe schlendern, vielleicht ein paar Freundinnen treffen und dann hinter alle 8 ganz typisch dann vielleicht das Community-Treffen abhalten.
Wenn es nicht gerade regnet.
Ja, so wie gestern. Da kam es ja wirklich
krass.
Wie aus Eimern.
Du hast es gehört und alle sind gelaufen.
Ja, definitiv. Das hatten wir so auch sehr selten, muss ich sagen. Ich bin ja auch seit 2009 hier auf der Gamescom dabei. Und an Regen kann ich mich jetzt nicht so wirklich erinnern. Es war eigentlich immer sehr sonnig und sehr dankbar. Aber gestern, das war schon ein Ereignis für sich, muss ich sagen. Ja. Marvin, auch mal abschließend. Wie geht's jetzt weiter? Ist der Prozess schon wieder am Laufen, neue Creators zu finden für die nächste Runde sozusagen?
Nee, also es geht jetzt halt erstmal so weiter, wie du gerade gesagt hast. Wir treffen uns gleich erstmal und nach der Gamescom haben wir dann zum ersten Mal nochmal wirklich so ein Zusammenkommen, nochmal austauschen, die Eindrücke mal eine Woche sacken lassen und dann nochmal zusammen rekapitulieren. Was wir aber auch machen ist, wie in den Vorjahren, einen Feedbackbogen ganz simpel rumschicken, um dann schauen, was hat euch gut gefallen, welche Sachen können wir ausbauen, wo sollen wir vielleicht sogar noch ein bisschen mehr machen, wo können wir vielleicht noch eine Tür öffnen, die ihr vielleicht gerne offen gehabt hättet, um dieses ganze Programm noch weiter zu verbessern, um noch mehr Leuten irgendwie eine gute Chance zu bieten, um noch mehr Leute eben vorzubereiten auf das, was vielleicht als Content CreatorInnen auf sie wartet. Und dann die Bewerbungsphase startet eigentlich immer so im Frühjahr dann, die geht dann noch immer einen Monat, das heißt, man hat viel Zeit. Und ich kann allen, die da irgendwie Interesse dran haben und das jetzt hören und denken, boah, da will ich mitmachen, nehmt euch Zeit für eure Bewerbung, zeigt uns, warum ihr dabei sein wollt, denn wir lesen das so. Wir schauen uns an, warum ihr passionate dafür seid und freuen uns dann hier vielleicht nächstes Jahr mit 2 anderen ganz talentierten Leuten sitzen zu dürfen.
Schön.
Und ich glaube, wichtig ist immer zu sagen, sei immer authentisch.
Ja.
Sei wie du bist und verstell dich nicht. Also generell, ich glaube, sonst kommst du im Stream auch nicht unbedingt weiter, aber auch dann halt bei der Bewerbung, sei so wie du bist. Das ist mal wichtig.
Das ist ein schönes Schlusswort.
Rede.
Vielen Dank, das war sehr interessant. Jetzt bin ich auch aufgeklärt und weiß Bescheid, dass es diese Sache gibt und dass es etwas Gutes ist und dass es auch Frauen in der Industrie weiterhilft. Das finde ich ganz besonders toll und ich wünsche euch alles Gute und noch sehr, sehr viel Spaß hier auf der Gamescom.
Dankeschön und danke für die Einladung.
Sehr gerne,
Fall, ja.
sehr, sehr gerne. So, liebe Freunde, es geht weiter hier bei uns im Gamescom-Stream natürlich. Dranbleiben ist angesagt und wir sehen uns dann später wieder.
Leute, mir ist der Witz der Messe eingefallen. Nicht mal tatsächlich, dass ich mir jetzt ein Tattoo stechen lasse, aber es ist ein Pilz. Und der kommt auf meinen Fuß. Und dann kann ich sagen, ich habe mir Fußpilz auf der Messe geholt. Das könnte ich mir tatsächlich angewöhnen, so jedes Jahr machen zu lassen. So kleine Sachen, einfach irgendwo hin, ohne Sinn und Verstand. Also klare Empfehlung, wenn ihr ein wirkliches Erinnerungsstück haben wollt, dann lasst euch hier in Halle 7 beim GameStar-Stand einfach schön ein kleines Mini-Tattoo stechen. Es tut auch gar nicht weh. Leute, wie gesagt, ne, das war jetzt nicht mal eine halbe Stunde, das ging ganz schnell. Und zack, neues Tattoo von der Gamescom 2026. Der Wahnsinn. Danke dir!
Ich weiß, es ist traurig, aber die Gamescom neigt sich dem Ende zu. Ein Tag bleibt noch übrig, der morgige nämlich. Und da erwartet uns ein Interview mit einem Organizer der Games Done Quick. Falls ihr nicht wisst, was das ist, am besten einschalten. Und ganz, ganz viel mehr aus den Gamescom-Hallen hier vor Ort. Also, bis morgen.
Hör mal. Hör mal. Mhm. Okay.
que avisarlo, pues, si pasa por seguir. Ya, cuídate, mi hijo, ya. Ya, hijito, que Dios te acompañe. Ya, hijito, chao. Chao, hijo, chao.
Compra de moliente, ¿no? ¿El emoliente? El emoliente no se alimenta. Todos nos quedamos juntos. ¿Está en la boca? Ah. ¿Ayer tomó tu leche, mamá? ¿Ayer tomó tu leche? ¿No? Ah, en septiembre. Ya dura un mes, creo, cuando tomaba yo. No sé cuánto me dura. Y el sábado. A mí un kilo de comida de gato. Ya. Lo voy a instalar, pero te voy a instalar después de tomar desayuno, ya, porque voy a tomar desayuno y ya necesito instalar los mods. Como el Milacta lo estoy usando, el Milacta, para la transmisión de los juegos nuevos, ya. Que es nada, GAMESCOM, ya. Día 4, ya hay que usarlo para la PC. Tomo desayuno y voy a la PC, al toque rápido. La gata tiene hambre, la gata tiene hambre. ¿Qué lo hay? ¿Música? ¿Tocar? Ya, pe, la noche normal, pe, queda más tranquilo. Ya, vale, ando esa mierda más tranquila, suerte. Champion, me digo. Sí, quinoa, lo que sea. Soya, ok. Ya. Bien, buenos días, chicos. Seguimos con el evento de GAMESCOM, el día 4, chicos, día 4. El evento va a acabar a las 11 de la mañana, chicos, el evento, ¿ya, chicos? Así que hoy es el cuarto día de evento, chicos, de la GAMESCOM. Posiblemente anuncios nuevos, juegos nuevos, DLC nuevos, no se saben, pero la gente está pidiendo Requiem. Ya van 3 días que no hay Requiem, ningún DLC, pero se espera este evento o el último evento, que es el día 30 de agosto, el último evento. Si es que no hay, se esperan en la se esperan el otro evento del Show West Xbox. Es un nuevo evento en Japón. Posiblemente van a hablar sobre Requiem y van a hablar sobre el juego de Verónica Remake, chicos, a partir de las 10 de la noche. Ya no se pierdan en septiembre, que es el 17 y 18 de septiembre, a partir de las 10 de la noche hasta las 1, 2 de la mañana, chicos. Un evento espectacular en Japón. Saben que es por horario. Vamos a transmitir de noche ese evento en septiembre y nos vamos para el próximo evento, que es el 10 de diciembre de 2026 de los premios. ¿Cuál es el mejor juego más vendido? Y posiblemente tenemos nuevos anuncios, juegos, pues carreras, aventura, deporte, ¿no? Entre otras muchas cosas más, ¿ya? Así que chicos, les voy a dejar en un minuto ya, porque no estaré dando aclaraciones, pero se espera que este evento sea a ser hermoso, tranquilo, mucha gente, y gracias por suscribirse a este canal de eventos, chicos, en Gameverus 20. Siempre traeremos eventos de videojuegos nuevos, chicos, así que no se falta el último día, chicos. ¿Qué esperas? Suscríbete a nuestro canal, porque no te vas a perder 2 eventos en septiembre y uno en diciembre. Ya a partir de enero y junio y febrero arrancamos con los nuevos eventos de juegos del 2027 y 2028, hermanos, ¿ya? Y a partir de agosto, que es el próximo evento de la Comic Con 2027, vamos a arrancar con juegos del 2027, 28 y 29, muchachos. Vamos a arrancar con más juegos nuevos, chicos, ¿ya? Todo el año va a haber eventos, hermanos, ¿ya? Así que, chicos, hoy es el 4º día de evento de la Comic Con. Les dije y lo diré que eran 5 eventos. Ya pasó el primero, segundo, tercer, este es el 4º evento. Mañana es el 5º evento. Chicos, yo sé que mucha gente no quiere ver el crossplay de los usuarios. Ese es a las 10, creo, de la mañana, pero esa parte no lo haré. Voy a terminar el evento a las 11 y a partir de las 11 ya comienzo mi trabajo, que es lo que es aparte de mis cosas, ¿no? De los videojuegos, todo eso, ¿no? Así que, chicos, gracias por suscribirte al canal, muchas gracias, mucho por el apoyo. Así que compártelo, suscríbete a mi canal, ya, chicos, porque este evento no sé qué juego vendrá. Se vendrá un juego nuevo, DLC. Yo espero, muchachos, que mucha gente comenta en Requiem, pero no se ha anunciado casi nada. Pero si es que se anuncia hoy día un DLC o el próximo evento, que es el 30, vamos a analizar el evento, vamos a publicar el gameplay del evento acá. Y mucha gente, bueno, el gameplay de Vice City, de GTA 6, no lo he publicado, pero lo vamos a publicarlo después, antes de su lanzamiento, porque dice que el juego se va a retrasar, ¿no? Sabe todavía. Los chicos entonces yo los chicos en el evento, así que gracias a mi amigo Alonso, es también parte del canal, a toda la gente parte del canal de YouTube. Muchas gracias, chicos, a toda la gente que me escucha. Ahorita no tengo el celular, hermano, gracias a todos. Ya, chicos, ¿no? Voy a mandar saludos a los muchachos del canal que se han suscrito a mi canal de YouTube. Ya, chicos, voy a mandar saludos a los suscriptores que se han suscrito. Ya, a ver, chicos, tu canal. Un saludo para Shes Naka, Shere, el nuevo suscriptor de ayer. Hoy día, Dragón. Saludos para el suscriptor Dragón. Muchas gracias por suscribirse a nuestro canal, hermano. Gracias por el apoyo. Espero llegar a los 100 suscriptores a este canal poco a poco. Y prometo, no prometo, pero prometo traerte gameplays de juegos nuevos aquí en YouTube. No he transmitido juegos tampoco en este canal. Mi contenido acá es solamente transmitir eventos de juegos, nada más. ¿Ya, chicos? Pero si tú quieres que transmita un juego específicamente, coméntamelo, hermano. La meta es llegar a 100, hermano. Y así sucesivamente llegar a 1000. No, mi meta es tener más seguidores en este canal. para que no se pierdan muchos eventos, ya. Así que chicos, los 2 eventos todavía faltan, ¿no? Para el próximo evento de septiembre, es la noche. En la noche es más tranquilo, la gente va a poder ver el evento, así que en la noche empieza el evento del show en Japón. Ya chicos, no se pierdan chicos, de repente por ahí se le hace un DLC también del Forza 6 de expansión. Me encantaría que haya ese ¿qué? Ya chicos, ¿qué más chicos? ¿Qué más quieren comentar chicos del evento? ¿No? ¿Qué más? Faltan 108 minutos para el evento chicos. Vamos a hablar con la gente del evento. Ya chicos, no se sabe si va a haber ranking hoy día. No se sabe. Pero yo espero que lancen un DLC de Requiem, ¿no? Mucha gente está esperando y la verdad no se ha hecho nada. Es que este evento, hermano, es sorpresa. Es sorpresa. Sorpresa quiere decir que te puede agarrar prevenido. Yo no puedo decir que va a haber o no va a haber, pero la gente está pidiendo, la gente quiere ver un DLC. Ya, listo. Pero no se sabe si este año va a salir el gameplay del DLC o está en desarrollo todavía, no sabe. Pero lo que sí chicos sí sé que el próximo evento que es en septiembre vamos a ver más gameplay de Verónica, hermano. Primer gameplay de Verónica, hermano. Y la precompra va a ser el otro año, que es el 2027. Así que chicos, la precompra de Verónica va a ser el otro año. Ya está confirmado, está listo, así que veremos cuánto estará el precio de la edición normal, la estándar, la deluxe. No sé si habrá premio, la verdad. Bueno, eso ya la gente tiene que saberlo. No sé qué va a salir, ¿no? Bueno chicos. Bueno chicos, seguimos con... hoy día lo que sí se va a ver del evento, juegos es Persona 4, Revial, Final Fantasy 7 y muchos juegos más, ¿no? Que se va a venir. No sé qué. Acá la gente más pide lo que es Requiem, Verónica, pero no se ha anunciado nada. Yo también quiero que salga el DLC, la expansión del Forza 6. Me encantaría que salga, la verdad, porque ya estamos mes de septiembre y me parece que ya debe salir ese DLC. Ya quisiera comprarlo, tener dinero, comprarlo de una vez, jugarlo, transmitiendo en vivo, en TikTok, en plataforma, ¿no? Es fácil, no, me encanta mi Forza, la verdad. Yo soy amante del Forza, del 1, del 2, del 3, del 4, del 5, del 6. El 6 me encantó, me gustó, lo compré en la precompra, la verdad me encantó. Yo compré el estándar, no compré la deluxe porque no hay ningún DLC, solamente están poniendo carros. Pero a mí los carros, no tanto yo compro carros, pues no. Yo más prefiero el DLC de Requiem, ¿no? El DLC de Requiem, me encantaría también Verónica comprarlo. Y también quiero comprarme el juego también del Forza, creo, el DLC, ¿no? Que es la expansión. Pero bueno, seguimos muchachos. En 2 minutos ya me estoy viendo, chicos. Me estoy despidiendo de ustedes. Para dejarlo y escuchen. Yo sé que mucha gente no sabe mucho inglés, pero escuchen el anuncio, comenten, suscríbanse. Pueden comentar, chicos. Si quieren saludos, yo les doy su saludo, hermano, antes de que comience el evento. Pero si no, chicos, ya pues chicos, el saludo será en la final. Así que chicos, este es el 4º día de evento de la GAMESCOM Studio, hermano, día 4. Faltan 1 minuto para que comience el evento, así que chicos, no te pierdas los mejores videojuegos de PC, de Play 5, Nintendo Switch y muchas consolas más, hermano. Así que estamos trayéndote esta edición, así que primera vez estoy transmitiendo en la GAMESCOM. Ya el año pasado no lo hice. por el tema de que era mi primer canal. Y bueno, todos los años vamos a transmitir GAMECOMs, muchos eventos, tontos porque se vienen en camino. De Nintendo Switch sí no transmito, hermano. Por el motivo que no exactamente la gente acá no le interesa Nintendo Switch. No, solamente transmito PC, consolas y nada más, ¿no? Nada más. De ahí a decirme que quieres transmitir a Nintendo el evento, no podré. Podría ser que sí, pero algo de Requiem y Verónica. Te digo, ahí sí me gustaría. Pero de otros juegos sí no. Ya chicos, comienza la cuenta regresiva y comienza chicos la cuenta regresiva. 25, 24 chicos, vamos chicos. Comenten chicos, porque ya me despido y les dejaré con el video de la GAMESCOM Studio día 4 de eventos, sábado y día de eventos de juegos nuevos de PC, de consola, para todos los muchachos que van a querer y comprarlo a futuro del año 2026 chicos. Ya chicos, comienza y chau chicos, me voy. Comienza el evento de la Comic-Con, chicos.
Gamescom 2026
Me gustaría que
continues.
hubiera un evento así bonito en Perú. Mucho sería
Coming
bacano.
up today on Gamescom
Mucha
Studio,
porquería en Perú.
I won't let you down. Final
Ahí está,
Fantasy
chicos, los
VII
juegos.
Revelation.
Wow.
Control,
Control, wow, Control.
Persona 4
Mi juego
Revival.
favorito. Wow, los
Exodus.
mejores videojuegos, chicos, de PC. Se viene
And
con
Tides of Annihilation.
todo.
All that and
Juega
much more
Mecons.
coming up. Gamescom Studio starts right now.
De los mejores juegos de PC, hermano. Comenzamos, chicos, el evento de la Comic-Con Studio.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to a
chicos,
brand new
les
day of
dejo.
Gamescom Studio
Adiós.
2026. I'm Max Scoville, and I'm joined by Damon Hatfield and Jane Douglas.
The last few days have been a blast. We're going to keep the party going today with a ton of trailers, gameplay deep dives, and developer interviews.
If you want an easy way of keeping track of the games you most want to play, check out the official Gamescom Steam event page. It is the easiest way to add them to your wish list.
Let's check out with Brian out on the spotlight stage and get a look at what is in store later today.
Thank you guys so much. In just a sec, we are going to check out what's happening with Final Fantasy VII Revelation. After that, the Persona 4 remake, and after that, Terra Enigma. But right now, let's see what's happening on the Gamescom show.
Yeah.
Simon here at the Stranger Than Heaven booth. We'll be taking a look at that game later, but first, it's time to take a trip on the Highwind.
The Final Fantasy VII Remake Saga was announced long ago, and now the final entry in the trilogy, Final Fantasy VII Revelation, lies on a foreboding horizon. Here with me to discuss Final Fantasy VII Revelation, it is my pleasure to have Naoki Hamaguchi, director of the Remake Saga, and his interpreter, Gavin Poffley. Welcome.
Yeah.
Thank you. Of course, so let's get right to it. Over at ONL, you had an excellent trailer where you showcased a lot of the weapons from the Final Fantasy VII, I guess, saga in general. So talk to me about their inclusion in the story. How are they encountered?
やっぱそこはこう原作をある程度オマージュしているので、メインストーリーに組み込まれたウェポンもいれば、そのメインストーリーではなく、それこそ最後のボスよりも強いエンドコンテンツとして出てくるような魅力的なウェポンっていうのも用意されています。
So it was pretty much as it was in the original Final Fantasy VII that the game is based on. There's some of the weapons are going to be integral parts of the main story. Other ones of them are going to be more kind of end game content. These super high level challenge bosses for people to fight after they've probably completed the main game.
I'd love to hear it. So are you saying that like Ruby and Emerald are still optional?
それはどうでしょうかね。それは実際ゲームでLet's play.
I wonder. I think maybe you're going to have to see what it's like in the game.
All right, I'm being scolded, so that's fair enough. So the extended look at the weapons also included seeing Emerald underwater, and finally fans got confirmation that yes, we would be in a submarine. So can you talk a little bit about the submarine's inclusion in Revelation?
そうですね。まだゲームが発売されている前なので、あまり多くは語らない方がいいかなと思いますが、今回 出た映像の中にいろんなヒントがあるので、そこから考察してみてほしいですけど、やっぱこうエメラルドウェポンとこう対峙するときに非常に重要な役割になっているのは多分映像からも伝わると思います。
Yeah, so I think there were a lot of little hints and points within the video that people saw. And I don't want to talk too much about that. I'd rather leave people to think about that and wonder what's going on in the game. And I want them to find out when they actually play the game. But rest assured that in the battle against Emerald Weapon, yes, the submarine does play quite an important role.
So with the awakening of the weapons kind of coming out to defend the planet as well as the threat of Meteor, that is naturally going to shape the world of Gaia. You know, what was your team's philosophy behind revisiting areas that the players have gone through in Remake and Rebirth, but also adapting them to the cataclysmic disaster that looms on the horizon that, you know, without it feeling like we're doing the same thing or revisiting the same location. So how did you refresh those locations?
まさにそのポイントっていうのは非常に我々にとっても重要な課題でした。
So that really was a very important challenge for us in making the game.
まず一つ目おっしゃってくださったように、メテオが出てきて、こう世界がいろいろこう終末に向かおうとしてる中、いろいろこう各地でいろんなこう地殻変動とかが起きて、ワールドマップ、これまでのリバースのワールドマップ自体もやっぱ変化を入れています。
So there's two main parts to it, and the first part is exactly what you just described there. Obviously, with the approach of Meteor and the rise of the weapons, there is that effect, those kind of influences and changes which they have caused on the geography of the world. So obviously the locations around the world that would have been featured in the previous game, in Rebirth, there has been a number of changes to the physical appearance of those regions.
ただやっぱそれだけだとまだ新鮮には足りないと思っています。
But I think if we just did that, it still would be lacking in terms of novelty and interest.
重要なのは探索の仕方だと思っています。
I think what's really important here is the way that you explore these locations.
今作ハイウィンドウでこうワールドマップをこう、地球規模で飛んで星規模で飛んで、そこからパラシュートで飛び降りてダイレクトにワールドマップを探索できること自体のことは、映像でも皆さんにお伝えしていると思います。
So I think we've already shown it in the video that we've released is how you are exploring this world. You're flying around on the high wind basically on a planetary scale. You can go anywhere in this world from the air and then parachute down and land in the individual regions of Gaia.
今作は、リバースっていうのはオープンワールドで広大なこうエリアを探索するっていうのをこうコンセプトにゲームデザインを作ってましたが、今作はそこにさらに高さの情報を足してこうただ平面に広いんではなくて空間でこうゲーム探索冒険できるっていうところをすごく意識しています。
So the theme or the concept for the world and how you navigated the world in the previous game, in Rebirth, was very much having a broad, very expansive world, but you were traveling along at ground level on a sort of, how you say, horizontal kind of traversal and navigation. What we've done to expand and really bring that to the next level with Revelation is to add that verticality, the fact you're really exploring in a 3D environment with not just the going straight across a ground level, you can explore the world in basically in a three-dimensional sense.
なので高さの要素が入ったことで、これまでの既存のマップであっても全く違ったこう見え方の景色だったり違ったこう探索の仕方っていうのが実現できていて、今回映像にあるような、パラシュートもそうですし、まだあまり詳細で出してませんけどチョコボも使ったようなチョコボ自体も前作よりもさらにこう機動性が上がっていたりします。
So, like I said, you traveling around the world, and that's the verticality, the fact that you're exploring these locations from the air and you'll see them from above, really does change how these locations are perceived and how they feel as areas. And that really does help to make them feel new and fresh, even if you visited them before. And I say, you'll be doing that from the high wind. It was already shown in the video.
Yeah.
You come down on the parachutes and land. One thing that perhaps we haven't shown as much detail with yet is the chocobos. They really have a lot more dynamism and mobility in how they can help you traverse the world in 3D as well.
でももちろんその既存のエリアだけじゃなくて、ウータイ、ミディール、こうロケットなども 新しいエリアもたくさん出てくるので、既存のエリアと合わせてすごく多くの人に楽しんでもらえるようになっていると思います。
So I think there really is a lot in the game for fans to enjoy, and it's not just the same locations you visited before, which will be given a new and fresh appearance. There's also completely new places. So you've got places like Wutai, you've got Mid-Eel, you've got Rocket Town. There's really a lot in there for people to see.
I think one thing fans were really shocked about, especially, going back to the remake, was remake Intergrade specifically, was the inclusion of Vice and Nero from the Deep Ground. That opened up the possibilities of the sequel series of games in the compilation of Final Fantasy VII.
Right.
How did you and your team kind of pick and choose? What's the philosophy behind what you leave behind in the compilation and what you feel is appropriate to carry forward? And will we see any sort of follow-up on that thread and possibly in Wutai?
皆さん知りたいですよね。
Everyone wants to know that, don't they?
ただ今私がここで急にこんなキャラも出ますこんなキャラも出ますって言ったら多分皆さん驚くと思うのでそれはまず言うことはできませんと。
So first of all, I just like to say, if I was just going to come out now and say, oh yeah, this character's in it, this guy's in it, you'll see this guy, it would be a big surprise to people, but it wouldn't be a good thing, so I'm not going to say that.
ただ一つだけ言えることがあります。
There is one thing I can say though.
今回のそのファイナルファンタジー7のリメイクシリーズっていうのは当然リベレーションだけじゃなくてこれまでの3部作もその中で出てきた DLC にしてもその原作のファイナルファンタジー7っていうのをただ作り直すのではなくてこれまでのコンピレーション作品の設定も全て内包した新しいファイナルファンタジー7として再創作するっていうのが我々の目標です。
So the objective we had, not just with Revelation, but with all three of the games in the remake trilogy, was to remake not just the original Final Fantasy VII itself, but to create a new version of the Final Fantasy VII universe, which includes all of the compilation, the side stories, the side content, spin-off titles within that content from the beginning.
なのでこれまでのリメイクとかリバースの中でもやっぱコンピレーションの要素っていうのはやっぱ新たに追加されていて、それが皆さんにとってきっといい意味で驚きだったと思いますけど、そのコンセプトっては当然リベレーションでも続いています。
So I think fans have seen that throughout the series so far in Remake and Rebirth, and I think that was a really nice surprise, and people reacted very positively to seeing the compilation characters appearing, and rest assured, quite naturally, that's going to continue into Revelation.
で当然やっぱリベレーションっていうのはもう最終作ですので、我々もいろんなあの手この手で皆さんにとってファンサービスになるような要素っていうのを再創作していますので、そこがどういう表現になるかっていうのは実際皆さん実際プレイして楽しんでみてください。
But obviously, with Revelation being the finale, the culmination of the series, the team got together and we thought really hard about what kind of those kind of fan service things, what kind of ways people would be excited to see these characters and these references to the spin-offs appear in it. So rest assured that there's a lot of great stuff there for people looking out for that.
Wonderful. Now I got two more questions and then I promise I won't take up any more of your time. So one thing that really impressed me with the entirety of the remake trilogy is how you managed to escalate and iterate on the combat system from remake to integrate the inclusion of synergy attacks and how you kind of up the ante even further with Rebirth, a more refined version of that. How do you balance it now with Revelation? You're adding the fit system on top of that, on top of an already complicated system. Is there ever any concern that you're making the combat system too complicated for players to juggle? How do you find the balance of what's too much versus what doesn't feel iterative enough?
その部分を不安に感じる人がいるっていうのは理解できますが、まず一言言えるのは全く心配しないで大丈夫です。
So yeah, I completely understand that there will be people out there who will be concerned about that. So to put it very simply, you don't have to worry about it being too complicated at all.
今回我々の狙いはキャラクターのロールを自分でカスタマイズするっていうところが最大の目的です。
So the biggest objective with including the fit system in the game was to allow players to customize how the characters they want to use and pick the characters that they want to use.
今作これまでのリメイクリバースとチャレンジングしてるのは本当に最終作として自分の好きなキャラクターでパーティー構成をして こうゲームを楽しんでもらいたいっていうのがあります。
So one of the objectives we had for the final game in the series with Revelation is to basically allow the player complete freedom about which party composition they want to use, to be able to pick exactly the characters that they want to use.
でキャラクターのロールが固定されているとどうしてもこう自由に選んでと言いながらやっぱある程度決められたロールでのこうパーティーセットっていうのがこうの傾向が見られるのでそこを今回本当に自由にユーザーに選んでもらいたいっていうところからキャラクター自身のロールを自分でカスタマイズすることで本当の意味で自分で好きなキャラクターでパーティーを作ってそれで冒険してもらいたいっていうのが今回の我々のフィッツシステムの狙いになってます。
So yeah, the aim there was obviously you've got freedom to choose the characters you want, but because, as seen in the previous games, each character in the party has their own predetermined combat role. So it kind of forces you down certain paths, and you aren't exactly 100% free to choose, because there'll always be some combinations that work and some that don't work as well. So the idea with the fit system is to add an extra layer of customization to that, to make sure that you can like make up for the weaknesses and enhance the strength of those existing roles and then customize them so you really do have a true freedom to choose any of the characters from the party that you want. That was the core concept behind the wear system, the fit system.
早く皆さんに楽しんでもらえるのをワクワクしてます。
So I really am excited to see people get their hands on this.
Oh, I cannot wait. Now, final question, and then I'll let you guys go. You know, everyone talks about the mini games. They talk about all of the optional objectives that are in the large open world. And I gotta know, are all of these just purely for Chadley to farm additional battle data to become more powerful than Sephiroth?
一部のファンの方々がチャドリーに対してすごくメインストーリーに対して重要なキャラクターではないかっていうふうに考察していることは私も把握してます。
No, I am very much aware of the reaction that some fans in the community had to Chadley, that thinking he's not really a particularly important character to the story. I am very much aware of that opinion.
で前作リバースだとチャドリーってサイドコンテンツの、リード役誘導役としていましたが今作ではちょっとやっぱ彼の役割っていうのは変わっています。
So in the previous game in Rebirth, his role as such was a kind of a guide, a tutorial to lead people into all of the side content, but his role has actually changed for Revelation.
でよりメインストーリーにこう強く絡むようなシーンっていうのをやっぱ彼には用意しています。
So we do have some scenes where he plays a very integral part, a strong role in the main story itself.
それが果たしてセフィロスを超えるのかどうかは今はお答えできませんが、ぜひそれも実際にプレイして楽しんでください。
I can't tell you right now whether he does become more powerful than Sephiroth or not, but you're going to have to see it in the game, and I hope you look forward to finding out.
Well, Hamaguchi-san, Poffley-san, thank you so much for joining me. I, for one, look forward to challenging Chadley head on. And I think we're all excited to get hands-on with Final Fantasy VII Revelation when it releases for Xbox Series X and S, PlayStation 5, Nintendo Switch 2, and PC globally in spring of next year. Thank you all so much, and there's more Gamescom Studio coming up.
The average Cinefix movie list features nearly 100 different films and approximately 25 minutes worth of wall-to-wall deep dive analysis. To simulate that pace for this 30-second ad, we're featuring 6 before you say it. No, we're not math people, we're movie people. We can't even count down from 10 without ending up at like 96. Subscribe to IGN Movies and TV for more Cinefix movie lists. Bad at math, great at movies.
Can't find that final collectible you're missing? IGN strategy guides and interactive maps are here to help.
One step at a time.
IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and best of all, free. IGN has the very best, most complete and accurate guides for Shadow of the Erdtree, Baldur's Gate 3, Tears of the Kingdom, and so much more.
See? It's good, right?
Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN when you search for guides.
IGN Plus is where your adventure begins.
What are you selling?
Plus is the place to get unlimited access to all the tools you need to beat your games.
Here's what you need to know for bringing down Gloomspawn.
Plus, awesome exclusive discounts on IGN Store.
Maybe this would tease open your money pouch.
Plus, ad-free browsing on IGN.com. Plus, unlimited game help tools like premium interactive maps with your own custom map markers, filters, marker notes, and more.
This will come in handy.
Plus, access to sweepstakes, giveaways, and free game keys.
Wow. Exactly.
Want more? Head to IGN.com/plus and start your adventure today.
IGN's coverage of Gamescom 2026 is presented by Metro 2039.
Return to Inaba and dive back into the Midnight Channel with Persona 4 Revival. Joining me to talk about the remake of my favorite Persona game of all time, it's general producer from the Persona team, Kazuhisa Wada, Persona 4 Revival art director, Akane Kabayashi, and interpreter, Gavin Green. Welcome.
マイヤピョ50ループ
来ていただき本当にありがとうございます。今日はよろしくお願いします。よろしく。We're looking forward to the interview.
So, Wada-san, talk to me a little bit about the addition of new combat mechanics to Persona 4 Revival. So, every single entry in the Persona, I guess, remake series has added new mechanics, and with Persona 4 Revival, we have the send flying mechanic, and we also have the perfect guard mechanic that we have going on, along with prime time. Why was Persona 4 Revival the correct entry to add these new additions to combat?
今回の戦闘システムの更新についてぜひ教えていただきたいなと思っています。ペルソナシリーズにおいては全てのタイトルでは新しい戦闘メカニクスを追加しているかと思うんですけど、今回センドフライングやガード、プライムタイムとかいろいろ追加しているんですけど、今回のタイミングではなぜこのシステムを導入していたのか教えていただければと思います。
そうですね。やっぱりボコスカラッシュプライムタイムに関してはよりバトルを爽快にしていくっていうコンセプトのもと、こういったシステムを加えました。システムの内容も説明した方がいいのかな、そうですね。プライムタイムに関してはまず3つのメリットがあって、1つはですね特定の回数攻撃が連続で相手にダメージを与えることができる。もう一つがですね、SP をゼロで技を繰り出すことができる。さらにですね、耐性とか反射とかそういったものを無視して相手にダメージを与えることができるというメリットがあります。
So for this time, one of the major improvements or one of the major additions we made to the combat system is the prime time system. So with prime time, you're able to fill up this gauge that will eventually give you the ability to release a number of attacks in a row that do not cost any SP. So it gives you the chance to really just have fun and experiment and kind of release all these interesting attacks. And the other really great advantage of it is that it ignores reflect and elemental-like resistances, so it lets you go straight to the damage that you want to get.
And so, you know, with every single remake that we've seen, these mechanics have kind of been added on, and they've been implemented from, you know, Persona 5 Royal into Persona 3 Reload, and now ultimately Persona 4 Revival. Is it planned to kind of implement these in any future remakes and sequels as well?
だんだんP5 にあったメカニクスを P3R に取り入れていて、そう P3R のメカニクスをある程度P4R にも取り入れたんですけど、今回やっぱりなんかだんだん進化して次のタイプに持っていくっていうのはこれからの方針なんでしょうか。
そうですね。やっぱりこれまでのペルソナ5ロイヤルがあって、ペルソナ3リロードがあって、ペルソナ4、リバイバルっていう形でですね、どんどんこうバトルを進化させていきたいっていう気持ちはあります。で、やっぱりこうユーザーがこう例えばペルソナ5であれば結構簡単に先制ができる。スニーキングして仮面を剥ぎ取って先制がしやすくなっている、そういったところもあるので、今回ダンジョンの中でガード機能みたいなものをつけることによって、原作では結構その徘徊シャドウにだいぶ悩まされた人も多かったと思うんですけれども、ガードすることによって先制をこちらから能力的に仕掛けることができる、そういった形でどんどん進化させていきたいと考えています。
Yeah, so one of our major goals in the battle system is evolved, as we talked about. From Persona 5 Royale to Persona 3 Reload to Persona 4 Revival, we wanted to take all of the elements of the battle systems that felt really good and bring them into the new game. For example, in Persona 5, we had that you kind of like snuck around and you jumped on the shadows and you kind of got your first attack on them, right? So in Persona 4 Revival, we've added a system where you can guard in a very similar way to kind of get that first attack in. I think in the original Persona 4, the random shadows that were wandering around would often get the jump on you, and some players kind of like had a lot of trouble with that. But Persona 5, we really improved that system, so we wanted to take those elements and bring them into Persona 4 as well.
Gotcha. Now, Kabayashi-san, how do you sort of approach refreshing character designs for a remake without kind of compromising what fans may have fallen in love with in terms of their original design, whether it be the 3D models or their portraits from the original game, you know, from Golden to Revival?
アートに関する質問なんですが、P4 にあった元々の良さを保ちつつ、P4R に新しく更新していく、方針とか工夫とかどういうふうにやっぱりそのパワーアップしていたんでしょうか。
基本的には見た目に関してはそのままいくらでも新しくしていいと思ってましたね。ただ見た目はいくら新しくしてもいいんですけど、それを実際にプレイした時の手触りであったりだとか食感みたいなものに関してはもう過去作から絶対にもう離れないようにっていうことだけを基本的なルールとして制作をしていました。
So in terms of the visual design, there's pretty much anything that we could have updated. We could have just gone there and redone everything. But what we wanted to do was really preserve that kind of joy and that feeling of the original, and the original kind of texture, the original sense that we had. So what we ended up doing, whether it was the character, the portraits, or it was the 3D models, we did our best to kind of preserve the original intent while still upgrading it in a lot of different ways.
Now, wonderful. You know, there's always this kind of concern anytime we see a remake or a remaster or something that it somehow invalidates what came before. You know, I first came to the Persona series with Persona 3 FES, and then ultimately Golden went on to become one of my favorite games of all time. Now, is there ever any concern that, you know, re-releases like Reload or remakes like Reload and Revival somehow invalidate or make the previous game not worthwhile for new fans?
いろんな方に心配されてるのはなんか新しくリメイクをするのは以前作ってた原作はもう遊ばなくてもいいよっていうことに思っちゃう人がいらっしゃるんです。私こそP3FES で始まって P4G もだいぶ好きになったんですけど、その元のある原作もやっぱりまだ遊び応えがあるものなのか、それかこれが最終版みたいな感じになっていますか？
そうですね、元の例えば今回で言うとペルソナ4ですけれども、ペルソナ4っていうもの自体がとても素晴らしいゲームだと僕も思ってますので、それ自体はそれで楽しめるとは思っています。ただ今回のペルソナ4リバイバルはそのイメージというかその魅力っていうものをしっかりと、バージョンアップしてお届けする内容になってますので、なんていうのかな、ペルソナ4っていうものの元の魅力自体はしっかりと受け継いでいるっていうのを大事にして作りました。
So I think Persona 4 is still a very valid game, and I think it has a lot of just incredible value as a game to play. But for Persona 4 Revival, when we took this, we wanted to make sure that we kept all of those sort of original elements, but at the same time we give it like a little bit of a version up. We kind of could have painted a new polish to make sure that it was really an enjoyable kind of new touch on that same original that you played.
Alrighty, so you know, a lot of the trailers we've seen have already revealed that Marie is in the game. So that begs the question, is the Hollow Forest also in the game? And if so, have there been any changes to balancing that dungeon a little bit differently? I know that previously that dungeon is a little bit more difficult and unusual in design in terms of everything else that was in Persona 4 Golden.
それにトレーラーで見せてはいるんですけど、マリーさんが今作にも入ってますね。マリーさんのダンジョンホローフォレストも入っていますでしょうか？結構そこは難易度高めのダンジョンという印象がありまして、そこも何か工夫していたりはしていましたか？
そうですね、これはちょっと今の時点ではあまり言いたくはないんですけれども、しっかりとその辺はご期待に添えるようになってると思ってます。
So yeah, I'm sorry, there isn't too much we can say about Hollow Forest right now, but we are putting all of our effort into making sure the experience is exactly what you guys are hoping for.
Gotcha. Now, in terms of signposting for, whenever we play these Persona games, we always want to get the true ending, the one ending where it's like, okay, I really spent all my time, I did everything correctly, and now I get the full extent of the story. Is there any sort of clearer signposting or anything like that that kind of points players into the right direction?
こういう RPG やってる時にはもう本当にトゥルーエンディングをこうたどりたくて、で元の作品では条件がちょっと分かりづらいところもあったかと思うんですけど、今回はなんかより分かりやすくこれは重要な選択だよっていうようななんかこうものがあったりはしますか？
そうですね、選択の難易度自体は変わってないんですけれども、ちゃんとセーブをするべきところではセーブをしてほしい、僕らがセーブしてほしいと思っているところはセーブしてもらった上で、ちゃんとこうやり直しができるようにやりやすいようにはなっていると思ってます。
Yeah, so the difficulty of the choices and the struggles that you have are all kind of similar to the original game. However, we did make sure to add additional hints that, hey, this might be an important thing. You might want to save here and keep things, keep this for later.
Thank you very much for that. Now, last question before we go, and this is for all three of you. This is quite possibly the most important question I've ever asked. Out of all of the characters in Persona 4 Revival, which social link is your favorite romance option?
これ最後の質問ですけど、一番この人生の中で一番重要な質問なんですけど、3人も今回の P4R で恋愛として一番やっぱり素敵だと思っている方は誰でしょう？
キャラクター？僕はですね、やっぱり知恵ですかね。
So yeah, I'd have to say in the end it has to be Chie.
A man of taste.
センスありますね。
私は、恋愛をするのであれば理性ですかね。やっぱアイドルと恋愛したいですね。
If I had to choose somebody for romance specifically, it would have to be probably Rise because she's an idol, right? She's the idol of our hearts.
You love the pop star. And
that's tough. I do love Chie, but I think I might have to go with Mari. She's just got like this really, it's that sort of like amazingly kind of like nerdy kind of the poems really just
a little mysterious, a little bit. Yeah, no, I get it. Well, thank you all so much for joining me. I really appreciate it.
皆さん本当に今日お越しいただきありがとうございます。
ありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。
Thank you guys.
Persona 4 Revival hits Xbox Series X and S, PlayStation 5, and PC February 18th, 2027. We've got more Gamescom Studio coming up. Don't go anywhere.
Hello and welcome back to the Spotlight stage here at Gamescom 2026. I'm Jane and I'm joined here from Iceflake Studios. It's Joanna and Lasse here to talk about LEGO Skylines. Folks, thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you for having us. Pleasure to be here.
Now, it's a LEGO game. It is a city builder game, and specifically, it is a city skylines kind of game. I think people are going to have been maybe a little surprised by this game. How did it come about? Like, what was the inspiration, the vision for like a LEGO city builder? Where did that come from for you?
Well, building a LEGO city builder, that's kind of a natural match when you think about it. Like, in both with LEGO sets and LEGO bricks, and in City Skylines, you solve challenges and problems by building something. So this was kind of a long-term discussion when we met for the first time and like started discussing like this is a natural fit. And we really are fans of LEGO since our childhood and wanted to bring that passion that we still have with us as an adults and our expertise with city builders together. And there, it just started.
I think I can just say from myself that I think this is just a dream project. Like Lasse mentioned, we are fans of the brick already. So I still remember the time when I heard that we're actually doing this, and I just essentially woohooed very loudly because it was such a cool thing that we get to do this game.
Now tell me, who is the game for? Being a LEGO game, is it targeted at a younger audience or a more casual audience, or is it as deep a simulation as like a previous Skylines game?
So LEGO Skyline is first and foremost in a game meant for adult audiences. I would actually kind of envision it when you think about like LEGO products. They have the black boxes, which are meant for like plus essentially, but that's actually the complexity, not actual an age restriction on the sets. So I think that's a really good way of thinking about Lego Skylines. It is complex. It is for those people who really enjoy city builders and the management aspect, but it's also a family-friendly game. So if you want to play it, on the couch with your child, 100% please do that. Let them enjoy the whimsical world of Lego, but then at the same time, just enjoy the challenge that it brings as well.
I would also say that the challenge is maybe in different places than you see that in being in City Skylines. Like for instance, like City Skylines, you really focus on traffic management. In Lego Skylines, you focus on many other aspects as well, like traffic being only one of them, like beauty, appeal, communication, leisure, and other features that we have. Like they have a lot of depth, and the focus can be either on customization, visual side of things, or min-maxing the systems.
Let's talk about the actual building. Like, how granular is the building? Like, are we doing brick by brick, or is it modular? Am I placing a whole building? What are we doing?
Yeah, so in this game, like, it's not brick by brick building, like you are building a city. Like, and that was one of the main challenges with this project, actually, like find the right balance between like building something brick by brick or building a city as a whole. And I think we have a perfect balance right now, where you really focus on building personal stuff, one building at a time, and you gradually start from first building one building, meeting the demands of that household, and then growing slowly and using a bigger brush at the late game, and then moving to bigger challenges. But you can always go back and talk to little people living in the city and focus on their worries and needs, basically. So it really like stays there up until the end, even if the challenges change their form when you play it.
And as Lasse mentioned before, personalization, that's like #1 thing for us, for sure, with this game. So there are a lot of like decorations and assets that you can use. So even though, you are building building by building, you still get to choose from a variety of like assets. So our amazing art department has been working so hard on this game. I'm myself so proud of the work they've been doing with it. It's just amazing. So a lot of variety. I hope people will be excited about it.
Do you have a lot of Lego in the studio for like inspiration? Is it lying around everywhere at Iceflake HQ?
Yes, we do. We have Legos at our homes, we have Legos at the studio, and that's actually fun with this project, that a lot of the features and mechanics, we design them in real life first, like thinking of what's fun in real life, and then transition that into digital form in the game. And if it works in real life, it's usually fun also in the game.
So essentially, take an existing Lego set that we already have at the office, and just think about like, okay, now it has this super cute, maybe like a hot dog stand. What if I would essentially just use another kind of food stand from this set and put it here? How does it look like? So that's essentially what you would do in real life, but now you get to do it in Lego Skylines as well.
Okay, so like full like Lego mix and matching, like from your kind of like toy set, that kind of thing.
A little bit maybe,
a little bit?
I would say, yeah.
Okay, the vibes, it feels like it's going to have a very different vibe from like a City Skylines games. For people who play City Skylines, how familiar do you think it's going to feel sort of like mechanically, gameplay-wise? It's going to be pretty different.
They both share the same common ground. They are both city builders, and they are both rooted to modern cities. So you have your typical electricity, sewage, water, and police, healthcare, and such. But as we mentioned, like there's a lot of focus on personality and like making the city look beautiful. And like it's your decision how you want to do that. Or if you want to focus on the effectiveness of the city, like the progression is dependent on XP that you gain when you play the game, and you can gain that XP by decorating the city or making it more efficient. So it's really up to you how you want to solve those challenges.
Oh, interesting.
I think it's like, in its core, it is still it's Lego Skylines. So we want to make sure that the players who are familiar with City Skylines feel at home as well. So a lot of similar features that they are used to, but just maybe a little bit of like a new take on it, essentially. Just bringing the Lego DNA into it.
And I would add that our goal is to make this the most accessible city builder, so you don't have to be knowledgeable about like City Skylines. If you haven't played city builders before, this is the perfect game to just hop in and start playing. This is a game for you.
Okay, but if you have played them, the infrastructure is still there, you're still making roads and, like you say, electricity, that kind of thing.
Exactly.
Okay. I think for a lot of Lego fans, like, the various Lego, kind of labels like Ninjago and like Lego Friends and like Lego Architecture, the fancy architecture sets, they're really key. They're really important. Like, are you bringing that to Lego Skylines? Am I going to be like building, recognizable sets from the real world?
Well, this is something we're not really sharing too much of at this moment, sorry. But what I can say already is for those who have, for example, watched the trailer, there may be something that you might recognize already there.
Well, I think I saw some Lego Duplo. I think we're going to be building with Lego Duplo, and you're not going to confirm that, but I think if we were to look at the artwork, we can maybe see some of that.
The opportunities are quite limitless.
Yeah. I'm imagining them, and I will have to wait to find out more about them, but I am imagining them. The city that you're going to build, it sounds like it's kind of what you want to make of it, but you could build like quite a realistic, fully functioning city that just happens to be Lego. Is that right?
Yes.
Yes, it's that, but it's also something that you can't do in real life. In this game, you build that from Lego bricks, but it also comes to life. That's something very unique.
Yes.
And you solve those problems by building something using Lego bricks. You solve the challenges, and you see that city being alive, and you meet the people and talk to them and listen to their worries. Like, that's a unique combination that no one has done before.
Yeah, tell me about those little Lego citizens. Are you simulating them fully, like citizens from the previous games?
Yes, they are. They are their own minifigs.
They are individually simulated, and the principles are pretty much the same as in City Skylines, but the mechanics around them, how the simulation works, that's a little bit different, but like the principle, it shares the same foundation, even if it is its own game and its own take on the city building.
And they're going to be going about their little Lego lives
Yes.
in Lego Skylines.
100%. Yes.
Okay, one more question, because we're fast running out of time. The disasters in Lego Skylines, are there any like Lego specific disasters? I can see a fire. There is some fire in the kind of artwork that you've released. Are there any like Lego specific disasters you can talk about? Are there any disasters at all?
I think we can kind of say that the disasters themselves that you see, like the fire, for example, they are maybe something familiar, but we really try to kind of put a unique spin on the visuals, for example. Yes. So there's like maybe a little bit of that Lego humor in them. At least that's very much our goal.
Yeah, this is really a unique game in that sense as well. Like, even if it's starting from the same starting point as the other games, like you can have a fire, but there's really no limits what we can do in this environment. Like, you can do whatever. Like, even the fires don't need to be the same fires you meet in City Skylines. There can be some twist to them, as Joanna mentioned. So it's like a really unique opportunity to like experiment a little bit and have fun with the topics, even if like it's involving like these more serious sides of the city management.
All right, well, fantastic. I can't wait. Joanna, Lasse, thank you so much for your time. Everyone, keep an eye out on Lego Skylines and keep an eye out for more from Gamescom 2026.
Do you want to be the very best like no one ever was? Streamline your journey to becoming a master trainer with Planet Pokemon. Choose your Pokemon, filtering by type, stats, or game availability. Then use the full team builder to assemble an unbeatable lineup. Plan out the optimal set of moves, items, and abilities. Plan your dream team today at planetpokemon.com.
Catch up on all your favorite shows with up-to-the-minute gaming and entertainment news with Geek Media Podcasts.
Welcome to a very special episode of IGN GameScoop.
GameScoop has you covered for all things gaming and the latest game releases. Tune into Podcast Beyond for the biggest PlayStation news.
Man, this is a cool-looking trailer.
Everything Xbox on Podcasts Unlocked.
This is Steve Downs, the voice of Master Chief.
Catch up with your Super Nintendos on Nintendo Voice Chat.
Let the kids love what we love.
And get all the latest console news and rumors with Next Gen Console Watch.
Now Xbox and Phil Spencer are even saying that a mid-gen refresh isn't even necessary.
The Cinefix Top 100 podcast picks a movie every week to celebrate and debate.
It's kind of every movie's grandpa.
Geek Media Podcasts, the best podcasts from around the world.
Can't find that final collectible you're missing? IGN strategy guides and interactive maps are here to help.
One step at a time.
IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and best of all, free. You can even track your progress with interactive checklists so you know you reached that 100% completion.
I will not suffer.
IGN has the very best, most complete and accurate guides for Shadow of the Erdtree, Baldur's Gate 3, Tears of the Kingdom, and so much more. Just search for IGN when you search for guides.
After 30 years, Quintet's beloved action RPG Terranigma is finally getting a remaster and finally getting a North American release. Here to tell me all about it is Senior Advisor from Clear River Games, Martin Lindell. Martin, welcome.
Thank you very much.
So, again, for those uninitiated, what is Terranigma and why does it always seem to be included in a list of RPGs that you've never heard of that you need to play?
Yeah, it's a great game. It was released like in the mid-90s, action RPG, like it all said. So it's very agile, flexible, dynamic system. Very fun combat, but I think leaves a leaving mark on people is the emotional journey in the game. And it is a bit odd because it was released only in Japan, Europe and Australia. Me growing up in Stockholm in Sweden, usually it was the other way around.
Yeah.
All the great RPGs, they came to North America but seldom to Europe.
For lack of a better way of asking it, why has it taken it so long for us to get Terranigma released in North America, and for that matter, taken so long to get a remaster?
That's a good question. Well, I mean, for me, I love the game. I think it was a masterpiece. So I started to look at the game, what makes it unique, how does it hold up today, and it's a really great game. And with that, we went to Square Enix and basically pitched and said, this is a great title, we should resurface it. And we got to license it and start to work on it. And well, we kept it as intact as possible, so it's more of a original release with enhancements.
Gotcha. So let's talk a little bit about those enhancements. So what exactly can people look forward to with this sort of re-release of Terranigma? What sorts of changes have you and your team made, and what was adamant that you were like, this needs to stay the same?
The game is just great looking. It's pixel graphics at its pinnacle.
Gorgeous.
It got an amazing soundtrack. It plays very well. But the one thing we noticed is due to the controller, you had limited buttons. So the item usage was a bit clunky. You had to go into like jump, literally the character jumps into a box and there you can select magic and items. So we added a quick menu where you can scroll through the items and directly use like healing items or anti-poison or other key items in the game. And that goes for magic as well. So instead of jumping into the box, you can quick select the magic and right away do the fire spells, the blazing spells, and all those cool things.
And what about like balance in terms of game difficulty and things like that? I know that there is this sort of like within the fandom of Terranigma, there is people who are like, yeah, it can be a little bit tricky sometimes in terms of how the difficulty spikes in the game. Is that all intact? Have you made any adjustments?
Well, we're gonna talk a bit more about additional features and balancing a bit later. I would say I think it's quite steady progression, but there is a tough boss that I think is legendary. It's Bloody Mary. Very difficult. That's usually when a lot of players hit a wall. We might have more news about that later, but when you play the original game, it is as it was, but we do also have an enhanced version that will have some changes.
Okay, well, you're here. We look forward to some more news about some potential changes coming to Terranigma. Now, one of my favorite stories about the game is that Yuzo Koshiro famously, he forgot that he contributed a piece of music to the game soundtrack. Is that music still in the game? Have you worked with him, or have you worked with the game's original composer in any way, shape, or form?
So there might be more about that later, but in its current state, the soundtrack is intact, and it's a really amazing soundtrack. It goes from very melancholic, atmospheric pieces to more intense when you have the boss fight. So it's a very diverse soundtrack that really brings you along on a journey.
Gotcha. Now, I'm not trying to scoop you or anything, so I'm just curious. Usually when we get re-releases like this, remasters, things of that nature, we are kind of afforded the ability to maybe toggle between original graphics and new graphics, toggle different soundtracks. Is there anything like that we can look forward to again? Is there a rearrangement of the music in any way, shape, or form?
Well, not like I can say today. Well, there is like what we're showing right now is that this is, of course, the CRT filter if you want that really 90s feeling.
Yeah.
What we showed now is the new key art. So Kamui Fujiwara-san, the original artist that did the character designs, so he created a new key art for this release to commemorate the anniversary.
Yeah, and not to get too much on a tangent here, but one thing that, for fans of the Terranigma community, Fujiwara-san's art does feature our main character, whose name is Ark, by the way, with blue hair. How did you and your team approach the blue hair versus the brown reddish hair?
Yeah, I know that Fujiwara-san, he talked about the blue hair, that was part of what he wanted to do. But for this release, it's sort of the original intact, so it's the brown hair.
Have you ever considered potentially altering it? Or for you, this was very much, I need to preserve the game as I experienced it?
Yeah, for now. But it's interesting to see because Fujiwara made new artworks with the blue hair as well. But the key art for the game that they created, the new one, is with brown hair.
Talk to me a little bit more about some of the kind of visual updates to the game that, you mentioned the CRT filter. What kind of pixel scaling is in the game? What kind of CRT filter? Is there anything in particular about the CRT scanline effect that you were going for?
I don't know the technical details, to be honest, but it gives that a bit fuzzy feeling. Back in the days when they did pixel graphics, today you have a romantic view that is very sharp and very
hard and defined pixels.
Yeah, I mean that's what you see in modern retro games or like developed today that have that aesthetic. But back then you actually created the art with the CRT TV in mind, that it's not perfect sharp edges. It gives you that a bit of rounded feelings. You have techniques to actually make it look different when it's actually shown on the TV.
Yeah, something more akin to like anitropic filtering, or I always forget how to say it, but basically it blurs it in a way so that it's very circular and more natural looking.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Whenever we see these re-releases, I assume that this is I got to get hands-on with the game demo that you had playable to the public here at Gamescom. The presentation of the game was in 4:3. Is there any plans to do any sort of widescreen, or do you want to just maintain that 4:3 aspect?
Yeah, we want to maintain that. It is. The intention is to resurface and preserve the game. I mean, that's just to get it back here now. It's been like a big effort.
Yeah.
So I mean, what the future holds, who knows?
Gotcha. And, for anyone who's watching this, you're all probably just as much into retro games as myself, so you're probably rocking an OLED TV to play these beautiful games on. So I gotta know, I noticed during my time with the demo that there are kind of borders that are on the left and right sides of frames, and you can cycle through various artworks.
Yep.
Some beautiful artwork, by the way, that you can have access to. But because people are worried about burn-in, can you turn those off?
Yes, you can have black as well. Yeah.
Ooh, I love to hear it. Now, I know you probably can't reveal too much, but it wouldn't be IGN if I didn't ask. So we all know Terranigma, or actually you may not know, because again, this is an obscure game that never really came out in North America, but it is a part of an unofficial kind of spiritual trilogy. In America, we did get the first game in the series, Soul Blazer, and then there of course comes Illusion of Gaia and then Terranigma. Was there ever any consideration of doing some sort of trilogy collection? Is it, talk to me about the decision to do a standalone release of something like Terranigma.
Well, I think I never thought of it that. We looked at purely Terranigma from a personal view, but we loved the game so much. So that was it pitched. I mean, who knows what happens in the future? I mean, if this goes well, maybe there is interest for more, but yeah.
You heard it here first. You got to support Terranigma so we get more remasters and ports. Please, please, please. So, you know, I know we're running out of time a little bit here, but I just want to kind of dive more into what makes Terranigma so special. Would you mind diving into just like a top-line overview of what the game is about and how it plays for those who may not, because we're going to have footage covering this entire interview, so you'll probably figure it out from there, but for those who might be listening.
Yeah, I mean, it's the Japanese title is Tensei Shoujo, which means the creation of heaven and earth. Then there is a certain duality to the game. When you start the game, you're in a village, and unintentionally, there's a rascal you play. It's like a good-hearted rascal called Ark. He opens a door that's forbidden, and everybody in the village suddenly freezes. And this sets you up for a journey to actually explore and trying to unfreeze all your friends and family. And when you step out of a village, it's very weird because the world is spherical, very dark. And as you start to conquer towers, you actually reawakens the earth. So you resurrect continent by continent. And you realize here you get a greater task. You need to go to the overworld, and that sets you up on an amazing journey where you see progression of the world, development, time passes on, and your consequences are reflected in the world. So you can actually also, depending on how you play and the decisions you make, cities might grow. You might meet historical characters. There's people like Henry Matisse, the painter, character inspired by him. The Swedish explorer Hedin. I think even Bell, play on Alexander Graham Bell, who invented the phone. So there's a lot of interesting characters to meet, and through these journeys, you see different destinies, and it's not always, I mean, it's a lot of love stories, but it's kind of tragic sometimes as well. So it leaves you with a very emotional impact.
I love to hear it. Marin, thank you so much for joining me. Before we go, I gotta ask, when can we expect Terranigma's release?
Early 2027.
Early 2027. You heard it here first. Actually, second. You announced it at a presentation earlier this week. But regardless, I cannot wait to get my hands on Terranigma and platforms that people can play it on.
Yeah, PC, PlayStation, Nintendo Switch, and Xbox.
I'm very excited for people to experience this game for the first time. So we love retro games here at IGN, and the world needs more of them. But I think that's all the time we have left, Martin. So we've got even more IGN Gamescom Studio coming up next.
IGN Store has everything you need to level up your life. Refresh your wardrobe with official gear you won't find anywhere else. From Fallout, Expedition 33, Romeo's a Dead Man, and more. Treat yourself to the coolest collectibles like an adorable SKA plush, your very own Assassin's Creed Hidden Blade, and a fully functional Pip-Boy 3000. Or kick back and relax to your favorite video game soundtracks on vinyl. Whatever you need, IGN Store has you covered. Head to store.ign.com and start shopping today.
Can't find that final collectible you're missing? IGN strategy guides and interactive maps are here to help.
One step at a time.
IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and best of all, free. IGN has the very best, most complete and accurate guides for Shadow of the Erdtree, Baldur's Gate 3, Tears of the Kingdom, Call of Duty Black Ops 6 Zombies, and so much more.
See? It's good, right?
Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN when you search for guides.
Do you want to be the very best like no one ever was? Streamline your journey to becoming a master trainer with Planet Pokemon. Choose your Pokemon, filtering by type, stats, or game availability. Then use the full team builder to assemble an unbeatable lineup. Plan out the optimal set of moves, items, and abilities. Play to your strengths by analyzing your team's resistances and offensive coverage. Or really maximize your Poke potential by digging into the stats by adjusting EVs and IVs. And save multiple team builds for different strategies in different games. Plan your dream team today at planetpokemon.com.
Welcome to the biggest gaming playground in the world, where 500,000 people come together to play, connect, and celebrate across Cologne. 1,600 exhibitors. The biggest names in the gaming industry, bringing countless games for you to explore and dominate. Get set for Gamescom's unique indie area, where you're in control of the most creative and unique projects from more than 400 indie studios. And if that's not enough, don't miss Gamescom's Awesome Indie Show, our show produced by IGN featuring the hottest new titles from the indie universe. Or become the hero yourself and step into the Gamescom cosplay contest, bringing cosplayers and fans together from around the globe for an unforgettable community experience. Can't make it to Gamescom in person? Visit our website, gamescom.global, and experience all program highlights via our content hub, Gamescom Now. The experts at IGN are gearing up to bring you full days of live streams straight to Twitch and YouTube. Oh, hey, Epi! Crashing the party? Jump into Gamescom Epics on our website and claim your loot. Next up, Gamescom Cares. Our initiative for a safer, more sustainable, and inclusive Gamescom. Speaking of inclusive, the Gamescom City Festival is taking over the city with live music for free and all kinds of fun. Gamescom is more than a single event. It's a global family. With Gamescom Dev, Gamescom LAN, Gamescom Asia, and Gamescom LATAM, we're unlocking dynamic experiences and connecting gamers worldwide. Welcome to the heart of gaming. Welcome to Gamescom.
You're watching IGN's live coverage of Gamescom, the biggest and coolest games convention in the world. Coming up in just a sec, we have a look at Call of Duty Modern Warfare 4, Stranger Than Heaven, and Ananta. But first, let's go back to World War II with the Defiant. Check it out.
跟着大部队，举兵攻城。六子，他们的人太多了。拿上家伙，把阵地抢回来！
看前面，何
歌动动，尽是反泽巢穴。待俺赶上前去，杀他个干看岂能听。
You're watching Gamescom Studio here at IGN. The Defiant is the gritty new shooter that shows a whole new side of World War II. Here to tell me all about it, Yu Heng Kong. Welcome.
你好.
Thank you for coming. So, the World War II game genre is basically, I think we've seen a lot of, but this is telling a whole new side of things. Tell me about the setting specifically for the Defiant.
我们已经有非常多的关于二战题材的这种射击游戏，你能告诉一下我们就是整个我们这个游戏的一个设置吗？
首先我们在去设计这款游戏的时候，其实选取了第一人称射击这样一个非常成熟的游戏类型。您刚刚也提到，我们已经有很多关于讲述二战游戏的成功的作品，但是其实并没有一款作品是专门讲述中国战场在二战所发挥的作用，或者说讲述中国人在二战时的英雄故事的这样的一个游戏。所以说，这是我们现在想要做的一件事情。
As you just mentioned, there's a lot of FPS game in this industry. A lot of them come from the Western countries, but there's not even single one telling the Chinese battlefield in the Second World War. So this is also our first time to make this innovation from a Chinese perspective to represent our global audience what has happened in Chinese battlefield in the Second World War.
How important is historical accuracy to you in terms of recreating specific, moments and events from real life and translating them into a mission?
对于这个历史的还原性的话，以及它的历史真实性，就是咱们这个游戏，您怎么来看待呢？
首先，其实我们在讲述或者说在讲述我们自己的故事的时候，我们是会去选取一些历史上真实发生过的著名的战役，或者是一些战史，以及真实存在的一些英雄。但是我们并不会让玩家直接去扮演他们，而是通过其他的一些方式让玩家参与到整个历史里面，他们可能去看到这些人的身影，来去通过一个小人物的视角去看到这样的一个宏大的历史里面曾经发生过什么样的英雄事迹。
First, our game is basically based on the true event and true history in the world, in history, and we also learn a lot from the history, what has really happened in history during the Second World War. But the characters we design, we want to use the real character in history. We just wanted our audience participate in this game and to really participate in the real Chinese battlefield back then. Yeah.
The team visited real-life locations for inspiration and took photography and stuff like that to bring some of those elements into the game world. What was that like?
首先就是我们刚才也提到，我们会去找寻很多真实发生过的战斗，然后我们会去到这个战斗曾经发生过的地方，然后再去拍摄很多环境的照片。并且寻找当年的一些历史资料和当年的一些历史的照片，对它回到我们的工作室里，对它进行复原，并且通过我们自己对它的一些艺术加工，让它展现出我们现在的想象中它当年的那种样子。
So first, we will went to the battlefield, the realistic location, and to do the research and take some picture and the video. And we will also bring them back to our studio and analyze them and based on that original documents and pictures and videos or materials, and we will also make some innovations from our perspective way to present the Sims, the battlefield in our game.
We see a lot of shooting in the game, obviously, but there's so much more to it than that. There's also stealth and sneaking around. Can you talk to us about the different types of gameplay outside of just the shooting?
就是我们已经看到了，我们这个游戏有很多的射击场面，然后我们能不能再讲述一下还有其他的一些除了射击之外的类型呢？
我们会有就是偏向于跟潜行或解谜相关的内容，而且还有一些只属于我们整个中国战场的一些战斗方式，包括一些载具类型，就是 welcome。Okay.
So you just also mentioned beside the shooting itself, we also present other kind of types of battle. For example, we also use espionage and stealth in our games. Yeah.
The weapons all feel like they have a really good weight to them. There's sort of like a heaviness to traversal and moving around and carrying these weapons, reloading them. Tell me about the designing the weapons in this game and what that was like.
就是我们游戏当中能看到，感觉这些武器都很沉重、很重，感觉非常不太容易，就是去拿。然后呢，我们想知道就是关于这个武器的，就是is a tale. I'm sorry, your question is like the weapons.
Yeah.
Okay. 然后想让您稍微介绍一下咱们的这个武器。
OK，其实对于我们来讲的话，我们讲述的是一段80多年前的历史。那个时候的武器，它应该有的重量是什么样子？其实我们都有做过非常详细的研究，包括它的操作方式，并且这些在我们工作中有我们的枪械师，他们也是对武器非常了解的。我们希望能够还原出当年这种类型的武器的真实的重量感，然后把这种感受带给我们的玩家。这也是我们这个产品所要表现出来的一些枪械的手感，跟其他市面上同类型的产品的一些区别。
So first of all, we just want to represent what the real weapons feel like back then, 80 years ago. So we also want to present the real way how it feels like. So we in our studio we have a lot of gun experts. They also do some research and to try our best to represent the weapons gunplay at that time. Yeah.
Cool. Outside of action, you're also trying to show the sort of emotional side of what it's like for a soldier to go through this. Tell us a little bit about that, about the story and the impact of war on the soldiers in this game.
就除了咱们看到，就除了武器之外，然后还有一些就是除了这种打仗之外，还有一些情感，就是想让您讲述一下在士兵的情感传递里边的这个故事，在咱们的游戏里面的一个呈现。
其实我们的游戏分为很多不同的章节，然后我们的每一个章节里面会讲述一个非常有特色的一支队伍。这些队伍的不同成员之间，他们会有不同的情感连接，就包括这些很重要的 NPC 的角色跟我们的玩家所扮演的主角之间的一些互动。其实我们想要传递的就是一种不同类型的这些队伍在不同环境下的作战情境，带给让他们之间所产生的不同的这种就是情感的这种感受。它包含很多，它包含像是这个兄弟的之间的情感，甚至于说这个父辈之间的情感，以及战友之间的这种情感，和所谓的由信仰所达成的这种情感连接。
So in our game, we have different chapters. So we also have a lot different troops in our game. So the different our members in different tribes, we have this kind of connection. So this connection brings them together, and it will also represent in our game that showing us this kind of brotherhood, and also other feeling like parents to children, a father to sons. And also this we will also deliver kind of that which is like a belief, bring our troops and our soldiers together.
Cool. When can people play the Defiant?
就是咱们什么时候可以玩这个？
具体的发售日期我们可能会在明年的相对合适的时间对外放出。
So the exact date we will publish in next year to public.
Great. I can't wait. Thank you so much for coming, and I can't wait to play the Defiant. Go wishlist the Defiant on Steam right now until that release date gets here. We've got so much more Gamescom Studio coming up on IGN, so don't go anywhere.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome back to the Spotlight stage. I'm Jane and I'm joined by Jack Hoppus, Technical Director for Infinity Ward, here to talk about Modern Warfare 4. Hi Jack, thanks for joining us.
How's it going? Happy to be here. It's awesome.
It's going real good. Now, we're going to talk about multiplayer specifically.
Yep.
What was the vision going into Modern Warfare 4? Like, what were you thinking? What was the top line stuff that you wanted to achieve?
The baseline vision for Modern Warfare 4 multiplayer was really to put you behind the seat of your favorite operator, right? And with that comes a movement system that should feel fluid, you know, dynamic, like you're never stuck in an animation. We never want the game to tell you that you can't do something. Like, for example, with our movement, we innovated on mantle this time around. So mantling in the past used to kind of feel like this lumbering animation that you were stuck in. And we found that players really just wanted to be back in the action. So we gave them back that power by letting them cancel out of mantle, mantle into a slide, mantle into ADS, and have all of these fluid movement options to never make you feel like you can't do anything. That philosophy permeates through our weapons as well. We want your weapons to feel powerful. You know, we make a first-person shooter game, so the gun, we like to say it a lot of the time, is the hero of our game. So it's really important that the guns feel heavy and powerful to shoot, but never compromising on, you know, gameplay. We want them to feel responsive, snappy, like every shot feels powerful, but also really satisfying. And we've got a lot of other fun stuff in multiplayer. We've got Kill Block, we've got Ground War, we've got a whole host of other suites of improvements that I'd love to get into as well.
Now, you've had the beta up and running,
Yep.
obviously. What's been the biggest takeaway so far?
Yeah, it's been incredible having the beta live so far, right? We had early access weekend last weekend, we've got the open beta this weekend, and it's great for us to hear the feedback from the community and really action on that. It's been our biggest touch point with the community so far, and it's been incredible to hear, you know, what players love, what they're really gravitating towards, but also what points of frictions are for them, about things that we could be doing better, about improvements that we could have, not only for the next weekend of the beta, for open weekend, but also up until launch. Really being there with the community, listening to them, leaning into what they love, and fixing what needs improvement. So it's been a great learning opportunity for us.
What's had the most positive reaction in the beta?
Yeah, I mean, players love Kill Block, which we're super stoked on. It's a big point of passion at the studio. You know, it's incredible. During COD Next, someone got the nuke, which was a lovely surprise. Players are really diving deep into the mobility course as well, challenging each other for their best times. And for the first time ever, we're letting players get a look at the campaign and Resurgence in the second weekend of the beta. So we're super excited to see, to welcome Warzone players into this and let them, you know, give us their feedback on how it's feeling, so we're super stoked on it.
Just briefly, since you mentioned Kill Block, for the folks at home maybe who haven't clocked that, what is Kill Block? Because it looks pretty fun.
It's awesome. Kill Block is our first dynamic multiplayer map. We had this question at the start of the project, what if we made a living map? You know, we've made a lot of maps throughout the years, but we've never truly made a map that changes. And Kill Block is comprised of these 3 slabs. You've got 2 end slabs and 1 middle slab that can be slotted in and out to create over 500 unique combinations. And it really shines in the beta and gunfight because every 2 rounds, whenever your guns change, the map is going to change as well. So you're always getting these new, fun, unexpected sight lines. We love to play it at the studio. It gets you know, competitive, it gets fun, and we're still finding internally these cool, unique combinations where sometimes the stars will just align and you get these crazy combos that make you switch up the way you play a map. So it's always fresh, it's always something new, and it's always something we're really excited about.
I kind of like how like map memorization is not going to serve you in Kill Block.
Yeah.
It's like pure instinct, pure in the moment.
Yeah. And it's fun too because you really gravitate towards some of these slabs.
Right.
You'll see, you know, classic Modern Warfare favorites return: Crash, Shoot House, High Rise. But you also get these slabs that you really gravitate towards because you'll see like, oh, I'm getting, you know, or loading is my end slab, and I can get up on this shipping container and snipe down the middle. Or, you know, for me, I love warehouses because it's kind of this close quarters combat interiors where you can really master where these sight lines are. So it's been fun seeing not only people at our studio, but the players really gravitate towards some configurations.
So you might be like, that's my favorite slab, I'm heading straight there.
Yeah, exactly.
Amazing. Now, a quick like time to kill, time to encounter, like fast engagements, that feels like it's like really prominent at the moment.
Yep.
Is that intentional or something that you kind of want to adjust ahead of launch?
Yeah, so time to kill depends on a variety of factors, right? It depends on weapon balancing, movement, map sizes, engagement ranges, headshot percentage as well. But we've heard from the community that it's a little bit too fast right now. So we have a huge amount of changes that are going into Beta Weekend 2 from our learnings from Beta Weekend 1. It's going to play quite differently, so we're looking for community feedback and looking to see where we land with that. We'll have a bunch more details soon, but it's definitely a point of feedback for time to kill that we've heard from the community. That, including spawns, we're really looking to iron down, and it's been great to get that feedback and listen to the community and really make changes based off of that.
Nice. Can you speak to those, any more of those changes, or it's a little bit in the weeds for you?
Specifics are still coming for the second weekend, but I think that as soon as players get their hands on it, they're going to feel the difference.
All right. What are you most excited for players to try out that's not in the beta?
That's not in the beta? Oh. I mean, the entire campaign, right? The mission that we chose to show off in the beta is really representative of the tone and the characters and the story that we're trying to tell. But the entire campaign is something different, right? You're going to follow this cast of new characters. You're going to see from the grunt perspective. Task Force 141 is, of course, going to make a return. The campaign is insane. It's going to be super exciting. And DMZ. DMZ is huge this time around. You know, we really looked at what players loved from the original DMZ beta back in Modern Warfare 2, and we leaned into that. We also have a huge amount of more content, more things to experience, more ways to play that I would love to get into now, but we don't have the time.
We have very limited time.
Yeah, right?
But it is cool that you, for the first time, there is a campaign mission in the beta.
Yeah, we found that it was a great way to show the players the tone and the story and the characters that we're really looking to build, and we're super excited that campaign players also got a chance to play in the beta.
100%. Now, Call of Duty Modern Warfare 4 and Call of Duty at large is obviously like a franchise with like dedicated players that love to like tweak their loadouts and get like super into the metas.
Yep.
But also, you know, it has a broad appeal.
Yeah.
Is it the hardest job in gaming to like marry those two things? How do you do it?
I mean, whenever we design anything and whenever we're making a game, we're thinking about all types of players, right? We're thinking about the players that play Call of Duty every day, have never skipped a title, are longtime series veterans. But we're also thinking of players that maybe skipped some entries, maybe, you know, haven't played Call of Duty in 10 years. So how do we build a game that supports new players, but also gives experienced veteran players something to dive deep into? And that's kind of the guise in which we design everything in this game, through our movement, through our weapon mechanics, through, our maps and our modes about if I'm a new player, is it easy to understand at a moment's glance? But for an advanced player, is there this depth of knowledge that I can achieve? Is there this mastery of movement, this mastery of weapon mechanics, this mastery of modes and collaboration and teamwork in modes that we have like Hijack, which is kind of our new competitive style mode, that you can really coordinate with your team and really pull off some insane plays.
Can you speak a little more on Hijack?
Yeah, so Hijack is a mode that was built with a competitive focus in mind. You are transporting this data spike that's in the map, and you're trying to plant it on the enemy comm station. And you can wield the spike in your lethal equipment spot when you're holding it, and you could actually throw it up onto the comms tower to gain points for your team, or you could walk it in as well. And it's kind of this attack and defense style tug-of-war mode where you're working together with your team to push into enemy territory, plant this on their base, and hold it before they can defuse it, gaining points for your team.
All right, nice. Now, as a technical designer, what are the elements that you're really proud of that you've worked on that perhaps people don't notice?
A huge amount of work was put into Kill Block. It's a vision we had early on in the project, but it's been incredible to work alongside design, engineering, rendering, lighting. I don't think there's a single person at the studio that hasn't worked on Kill Block, and it's been great to have that vision early on in the project and see it fully realized up at launch, and we'll continue to iterate on it through post-launch with more content as well. So that is a feat of engineering, feat of design. It's major props to all the teams at Infinity Ward for making this come to life.
Interesting. So like Kill Block is like a big bet for Modern Warfare 4. It's not just like a little sideshow kind of gimmick.
No, it's not. We put a huge amount of time into it, so it's great to see it fully realized. And in the beta and at launch, we've been playing it at gunfight because we've seen that it really shines because of the fast map rotations every 2 rounds. But from the get-go, we've been playing this with team deathmatch, search and destroy, domination, hardpoint in mind, and it's been playing great on those modes. So we're excited to support those modes through launch.
And just for anyone who's curious, like kind of how big is a Kill Block map?
Kill Block is around the size of Shoot House, if you're familiar with the map Shoot House.
I like in the fiction, I really like that Kill Block has like a kind of in-world, in-fiction like premise.
100%.
That you've got like, like the Super Bowl halftime show where they like bring stuff out of the ground. It's kind of like that with like cranes around a training ground. Or something like that.
So you're completely right. Kill Block was built as this live fire training facility where the best of the best are coming to practice and train, and it's built in this real grounded setting, and you could see little details like we've got some snow machines on the side of some of our slabs that will blow snow into the levels, and it's really sick.
That's really fun. I like that because you could have done it like, oh, it's it's a virtual simulation or something, but it's actually like a real kind of Hunger Games set.
Yeah, everything that we build with the vision of having it be grounded, a real life setting, and really bring it to life for the players.
Okay, we're fast running out of time, but one more question before we go. The Modern Warfare 4 open beta starts this weekend. What are your expectations?
We're looking for more feedback. We're looking for, feedback on Resurgence, feedback on our new modes. We're really leaning in to what the players are loving, and we're going to be playing right alongside with you. We're super excited with where we're at. We've got, a bunch of new stuff for players to try out, and we can't wait to hear what you think so we can continue iterating on it up until launch to make the best Modern Warfare game we've ever made.
Awesome. Jax, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
All right. And that's it on Modern Warfare 4 for now on the Gamescom stage. We'll see you for more next time.
You are watching Gamescom Studio Live on IGN. Coming up, we've got a brand new trailer for a game that's destined to be a cult classic. Maybe because it's a little weird, but mostly because it's about running a cult. Here is Join Us.
I was part of the 3 cult for roughly 20 years.
I was part of the cult for 3 years. I was a part of the for 6 years.
I was a member of the 73, 83, 93. Oh, man. Almost 25 years.
And today we're here to play Join Us.
Are we playing a game today?
Okay. Which one should we pick?
the alien, right? Because of the UFO. We all came from space originally, right? We got seeded here.
I believe that there was a UFO coming on May 12, 2001, and it was going to take us home to another galaxy.
It's a nice little compound.
Oh, it's beautiful. It's time to convert some followers. Who's a cult leader without a follower?
We have plenty of places to start a garden.
The cult I was in was a holistic rejuvenation center. We grew all of our own food there.
I harvested tomatoes. Look at that. Guys, I got a garden going. I got tomatoes
I don't know
growing.
what's going on here. We lived in a compound in Kauai. The living situation was disgusting. I don't understand this game.
Ah, look at him. He's beautiful. When we were in the cult, we had nunchucks. We trained in knives. We didn't have guns. Yeah, we were cult of peace.
You guys want to know how to farm?
I don't care. It's not going to be my job. This is addictive.
This is beautiful.
This game's kind of stupid, really.
It's a UFO.
I really just love UFOs.
Things got a little out of hand.
I feel like I made a family today.
No one's gonna like this. They're gonna hate it.
Hey, this is Joe, the creative director on Join Us. We're going to drop into a co-op session that I'm playing with Dennis and Costa from our QA team. It's me pulling up to the compound in a car that I definitely did not steal. There's a full narrative campaign in the game, but today we're just going to be doing some free play. This is a pretty early stage cult we're building, but we've got some infrastructure going, we've got guard towers, a few followers to pick up the slack and perform kind of grindy compound tasks for us. The look of the cult is very much up to the player. You're not locked into one wardrobe from the beginning, so I can go in and get weird with it. People may choose to have lower level followers wear specific outfits or reward their favorite followers with a cool bear costume and leopard print guns.
Just a reminder that expired leader points will no longer be accepted.
Our crops aren't ready to harvest, so we've got some time to kill, and a growing compound will need materials for building. Our best bet for materials right now is going to be raiding a nearby ranch. Costa and I can jump in the car, and Dennis, I guess, is just going to ride the pig all the way there. We have 7 in-game radio stations, including a full talk station that we're pretty excited about. Somehow, for a team of 13 people, we seem to have a lot of time in our hands to add ridiculous stuff that nobody asked for. There's a variety of human and animal enemies in the game. Ranchers are one of the lowest tiers. Some of these guys don't even have guns, which I guess makes us the bad guy. I don't know. I could have also brought an NPC follower with me, and that if I had died, they'd become like extra lives, essentially. You just possess the nearest living follower. But also our team's been playing Join Us for a really long time, so it'd be kind of embarrassing if we just died fighting these guys. And the ranch is ours, and we can scavenge it for materials.
Our family believes in communal property, but locals do not. Taking certain resources is theft. If you are spotted taking it, expect infamy, angry civilians, and cops.
We get a little heads up from the leader here. It is your cult, it's your rules, but this guy runs the corporate headquarters and likes to check in, sort of like you're franchising a fast food restaurant. Speaking of food, we'll skip ahead. The crops are growing, so I'm going to give my bear person a rest because I can see his hunger and sleep needs are rising. And we're going to have this cowboy-looking dude handle the farming. And Dennis and Costa are going to help too. Maybe we'll ride deer later, but probably not. We'll probably just stop the recording and get back to work because we have to ship a game. We hope you'll check out Join Us, March 2027, Xbox, PlayStation, and PC. Thanks.
IGN's coverage of Gamescom 2026 is presented by Fable.
The average Cinefix movie list features nearly 100 different films and approximately 25 minutes worth of wall-to-wall deep dive analysis. To simulate that pace for this 30-second ad, we're featuring 26 different films, and before you say it, no, that math does not check out. We're not math people, we're movie people. We can't even count down from 10 without ending up at, like, 96. Subscribe to IGN Movies and TV for more Cinefix movie lists. Bad at math, great at movies.
IGN Playlist is the best way to track your game collection. Now you can even import your entire Steam library to Playlist, making it easier than ever to review games, show off your collection to the world, and finally chip away at that massive backlog you keep meaning to get to. IGN Playlist, check it out.
IGN Store has everything you need to level up your life.
Red 6 standing by.
Refresh your wardrobe with official gear you won't find anywhere else. Treat yourself to the coolest collectibles like an adorable SKA plush, your very own Assassin's Creed Hidden Blade, and a fully functional Pip-Boy 3000. Head to store.ign.com and start shopping today. Do you want to be the very best like no one ever was? Streamline your journey to becoming a master trainer with Planet Pokemon. Choose your Pokemon, filtering by type, stats, or game availability. Then use the full team builder to assemble an unbeatable lineup. Plan out the optimal set of moves, items, and abilities. Play to your strengths by analyzing your team's resistances and offensive coverage. Or really maximize your Poke potential by digging into the stats by adjusting EVs and IVs. And save multiple team builds for different strategies in different games. Plan your dream team today at planetpokemon.com.
Next year, the Like a Dragon universe gets even bigger with a new Rags to Riches epic that takes place over the course of 50 years. Here to tell me all about Stranger Than Heaven is game director Mikinobu Abe. Welcome.
Hello. It is very nice to be here.
Glad to have you. So this is a distant prequel to the Like a Dragon games. You've got the Tojo clan in there. Are there some other themes or elements that RGG fans will recognize?
Yes, so I know there are certain keywords that we have put into our past trailers before, but for us developers, we take this as some kind of a brand new game, so all the game mechanics are really different. So we don't necessarily see it as a prequel, but it would be better if I think people would take this as more of a brand new game and brand new IP.
Okay. Well, we've got a brand new protagonist who's Makoto Daito. Compared to the other RGG protagonists, how would you describe him? Like, how does he compare to, Ichiban or Kiryu? And I guess also, which one of them would he get along with the best?
That is a very cool question. So, Makoto Daito is a man who has a mixed heritage of Japanese and American, and I think that already makes him a very complicated character. And I don't know. Some people might have noticed from the trailer, he's a really, really stubborn guy. So I would say he would get along with Kiryu more better.
They seem like similar vibes, similar energy, So I want to talk about this world, because this is spread out across not just 50 years, but 5 different locations. How is the game structured? Is it chronological? Are we going to see the areas in different time periods? How does it work?
So the game core concept revolves around following Makoto Daito's 50 years journey of searching his place to call home. And so it's basically a one man's life, starting from 1915 all the way till 1965. And since it is a life and, a lot of things could happen in one man's life, the game will take you from 1915, and then the era will change as Daito Makoto grows up and goes on with his life, and so as the player.
Okay. So will we see locations in different time periods?
So you won't be able to time slip and do stuff. And also, I won't spoil too much.
Sure.
But yeah, just to confirm that you won't be able to time slip and, go back to the past eras and cities.
Gotcha. Can you tell us a little bit about how you've kind of found the different look and feel and tone for the different eras and the different areas? How are they distinct?
Yes, so when we started developing this game, it was really important for us that we know what we're making. And the biggest challenge was that no one basically knows what it was like back in 1915 Kokura. And so all the eras was something that we need to kind of reimagine to fit our world and at the same time make it feel realism in a way. So we call it like a realism fiction, I would say. And so, our team, I got to give it to a huge credit to our team of like researching everything and taking inspiration from a lot of things. Like they were at some point looking at like these vintage legends from back in the days, or like the movie posters that they had. And, they just built a great atmosphere for all the cities, and you can feel like you can know instantly that you're in a different era once the game progresses.
Now I want to talk about this this coat he's wearing, which you've got one on too.
Yeah.
What's the significance of that? I see it says trademark on the back, but I can't read the rest of it.
So the trademark says Yashima. So our main protagonist Daito comes to Kokura, which is a industrial city, and there he meets a man named Yashima, who happens to be a boss of a Yakuza organization in Kokura.
Okay, so it's his work uniform?
It's basically a work uniform for him.
Okay, right on. One of the best things about RGG games is, of course, the mini games and sub-stories. Are we going to see similar stuff here?
So in terms of variety, for the past RGG studio titles, we were depicting more modern cities with like stories that revolves around like few days to a few weeks. The reason behind it was that the modern city has so much variety, and so that was what we were depicting. But for this game, we're going back to basically 1915, and we have 5 cities in 5 eras. So we do have mini games, and we do have sub stories, but don't expect anything that's like RGG Studios' past or games. But it's more rather something that we created from scratch to fit the tone and what Daito's story should be for this specific game.
Got it. I mean, I wasn't expecting Virtua Fighter cabinets, but I do want to talk a little bit about, I guess, how his character progresses and changes. Does he have? I mean, I guess tell me about that. How does the game reflect his different ages and the different time periods?
So one of the core things that we really wanted to nail was how combat was really, really intuitive. So the way it works is that you have your right and left bumper and the triggers button, and it controls the right side of the body of the protagonist and the left side of the protagonist. So the reason why this intuitiveness was really important to us was because it makes this kind of a synchronization for both player to be Daito Makoto, and I think that really adds a sense of immersion to it. And as Daito grows up, player can grow up based on like their playing skills. So that was something that we really tried to focus on. Of course, in the game and as Daito progressed, we have so many weapons, and player can choose from 12 variety of weapon, and if they decide to, like, let's say use a knife for like the 30 years, Daito will get matured. He knows how to use a knife more, and so as the player using this new combat system that we have created.
And the weapons stay with you? They don't break after you hit a guy with them too many times?
Yes, it will stay with you.
Okay, that's nice. How did the combat system come together? Because it is very distinctive. Like, this is something I haven't seen before. How long has the team been working on it? It seems like very integral to the experience.
So we have been working on it for quite some time now. It is pretty long, but one of the biggest influence is that we wanted to go back to the roots of so-called a ninkyo genre, which is basically a Japanese term for like contents that's Yakuza themes. Yakuza as mean like the actual organization. Yakuza themes stuff. And so we wanted to go back to the roots on like what made these genres special, and what we got inspiration by was how raw the violence was, and like how much people were fighting is just like not really good at like martial arts, but it really felt like they're actually fighting in those movies, and we took a lot of inspiration from that. So we wanted to create something really raw and dynamic. So as you can see, Daito here, he's not a professional like fighter or anything, so he loses balances. He's not like every single punch, he's basically not doing like this really cool form. It's more of a raw combat. So that was something that we really wanted to depict when we were creating this game.
And I get the sense there's a bit of a learning curve to it. Like, it's not a button masher that people are used to.
Yes, I mean, the control is a little bit tricky. So at first, you might find it really hard, but as I mentioned before, it is very intuitive. So once you get the hang of it, it's more of an immersive experience rather than having a very difficult time with it.
Do you have difficulty options for people who are just there for the story?
We have some of the options that will help people who are unfamiliar with action games, which I cannot get into too many details yet. But yes, there will be some kind of options that people can choose from. But again, the combat looks hard at first, but because we made the learning balance very immersive, intuitive, I think people would find it rather, fun and easy in a way once the product is released.
Well, it definitely looks brutal. I want to talk a little bit more about the areas of the game. How big would you say they are, and how are they kind of similar to what we're used to seeing in RGG games?
So in terms of map size, yes, it is really close to what we have been creating in the past. But more importantly, we try to make the buildings more dense, so there's a lot of buildings that you can get into. So exploration-wise, there's going to be a lot that you can explore within the city.
Nice. I'd love to see it. Music plays a big role in the game. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yes. So Makoto Daito's story starts from him arriving to Japan, and he has nowhere to go, and everyone treats him as a stranger. And he meets this character named Orpheus, who is portrayed by Snoop Dogg. And he needs to learn how to survive in this environment. He needs to make money. And one of the things that he finds is that music is really something fair, and entertainment business is something that he could fight alongside other people. And so that's what passions our main character to become a promoter and start a show business. So it's really something that Makoto Daito finds it something that he can kind of express in himself, but at the same time it is a surviving tool for him.
Is it comes into the game as like a mechanic, though, isn't there? Is there sort of like are you running a nightclub? Are they tracking down bits of music out there?
Yeah, so the core concept of that is basically it's a show business and you're the promoter of the show. So, just like, some musicians or like promoters take inspiration from other stuff, player will get to, explore a city, find new sounds and take inspiration from it. But you're a promoter, so you'll need to find a lot of people who will help you making the game or making the show, and the goal is, again, you need to make money out of the show business world. So yeah,
I mean, I have found myself running some unusual businesses in RGG games, so I'm very intrigued to see how that comes together. Thank you so much for coming by and showing off your game and taking the time to chat. Stranger Than Heaven launches January 15th on Xbox Series, PlayStation 5, and PC. But right now, there's more Gamescom Studio right here on IGN.
Can't find that final collectible you're missing? IGN strategy guides and interactive maps are here to help.
One step at a time.
IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and best of all, free. IGN has the very best, most complete and accurate guides for Shadow of the Erdtree, Baldur's Gate 3, Tears of the Kingdom, and so much more.
See? It's good, right?
Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN when you search for guides.
IGN Plus is where your adventure begins.
What are you selling?
Plus is the place to get unlimited access to all the tools you need to beat your games.
Here's what you need to know for bringing down Gloomspawn.
Plus, awesome exclusive discounts on IGN Store.
Maybe this would tease open your money pouch.
Plus, ad-free browsing on IGN.com.
That belongs in a museum.
Plus, unlimited game help tools like premium interactive maps with your own custom map markers, filters, marker notes, and more.
This will come in handy.
Plus, access to sweepstakes, giveaways, and free game keys.
Wow! Exactly.
Want more? Head to IGN.com/plus and start your adventure today.
The average Cinefix movie list features nearly 100 different films and approximately 25 minutes worth of wall-to-wall deep dive analysis. To simulate that pace for this 30-second ad, we're featuring 26 different films. And before you say it, no, that math does not check out. We're not math people, we're movie people. We can't even count down from 10 without ending up at, like, 96. Subscribe to IGN Movies and TV for more Cinefix movie lists. Bad at math, great at movies.
You're watching GAMESCOM Studio on IGN. Ananta is the brand new open world game that I cannot wait to play. I'm sitting online. Yes, I'm very excited to introduce another It's absolutely gorgeous. The audience is super excited for it. I think what I want to know first is sort of what is the story in this game? What is the sort of main kind of plot that we're digging into?
So, another is a position as a urban open world RPG with a high degree of freedom, and where the players could enjoy the freedom to lead different characters and the abilities. We have a multiple storyline and also much room for the exploration. So, it's a high degree of freedom.
The traversal of this game looks awesome. Motorcycles and bicycles. So one of my favorite things about just sort of flying around exploring this world.
So, indeed, Anana has multiple modes of traversal in your urban city life. And in addition to the common ways you mentioned, like riding on a motorcycle and a bicycle, we also have the sharing bike, the skateboard, and the speedboat. And personally, I love the slow mode. And because it is the way for me to slow down and enjoy the city and to find something very interesting in the city.
It doesn't seem like you can just run up and fight anybody, right? You don't want to just be a bully around. So tell me about how the combat works in this game. It reminds me a lot of old school beat 'em ups and stuff like River City Ransom, Double Dragon, games that really define sort of the early days of gaming when it comes to fighting.
So actually, we have very unique combat mechanism in Anaka. So in addition to the regular items for the fight, we also could use the objects from the environment. It could be a trash bin, or you could disarm the enemies. So everything from the environment. So it also embodies the high degree of freedom in Anaka.
去用自己的脑筋去战斗。Just a really cool accessory. I mean, we all have phones in our pockets right now, obviously, but it feels like it has special uses in Ananta. Can you tell me a little bit about that? 游戏里面的那个手机。
So for this question, I think two aspects. Just like the daily life, we have our phone in our pocket. So in a game, it's similar. You could use it for the social networking. You could chat with other characters. And in addition, we have the fight system. In order to help us to have the storyline progressing, and it could be like a source of power as you have more fans. And sometimes, because you have more fans, you would get
Simon and I are here at Gamescom, and you got hands-on with Ananta, which is, if you've seen it, you kind of maybe don't know what it is. It's an open world action game with an anime style to it, but Simon, I hope you have a lot more answers this time around now that you've actually played it. Give me your top level thoughts on Ananta.
I'm intrigued. I was intrigued when I first saw, I think they released like a long trailer about a year ago, maybe longer than that. And I was like, okay, this looks interesting. This does look like a game that's trying to do everything. And like you said, there was GTA in there. There was Spider-Man in there. There was Watch Dogs in there. These are all things I enjoy. So I was like, okay, maybe I'll like this. I got to play roughly 45 minutes to an hour of the game. The problem was I was like thrown around in all different directions. It was like 10 minutes of doing this, 5 minutes of doing this, 5 minutes of doing this. And so I've got at the moment a really disjointed picture of what the flow of this game will be like and what you'll be doing it. Because like you said, there are elements of like modern action adventure games in there. So my demo started on a curated like story mission, which started with me taking out a few soldiers. It had like, you know, your typical kind of modern action combat. You could parry, you could dodge, you could attack, and then you had abilities like you had this like it's called like this. I can't remember the exact name of it, but it was basically telekinesis. You could like pick up like, you know, drain covers and whack them back at people. Right. And then it turned into a car chase where I was in the passenger seat, and it turned into a third-person shooter. It kind of turned into Uncharted for a bit. Sure. So I was just hanging out and shooting, like, you know, enemies that were hanging out of vehicles chasing us. And then it went full Uncharted because it was basically a anime version of, like, the, like, lorry, like, the truck chase from Madagascar in Uncharted 4.
Sure, yeah.
And I was like, okay. With full, like, with quick time events and having to, like, hanging on to, like, a piece of wire trailing behind. I was like, okay. Is this really just a game that's taking lots of bits of other games and trying to make its own thing? And that's, after that, I got 5 minutes in the open world, and I could switch between 3 characters.
Okay.
And it does the GTA 5 thing, even with the exact same sound effect of when you switch characters, it goes boom, 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 boom. And you go back to them, and they're doing something, you know, like saying hi to a cat. They're doing something incidental, and then you play as them. So I got to play as 3 characters. One is the main character we've seen the most, who I was fighting as in the first level. And his special ability, it seems, is that he can traverse around this world like Spider-Man, but with like big like venom, black like goo. And basically, yeah, it controls exactly like Insomniac Spider-Man games do. And then I switched to another character who, like, instead of when you swing with R2 on a PlayStation controller with the original character, you do Spider-Man things. This time, if you press R2, it will summon the bunny bike, which is her vehicle, which if you press another button on that, whereas you thought maybe accelerate would be R2, no, R2 activates the disco lights that come out of the wheels.
Okay. From everything we've seen, from trailers and from reveals, it seems like there is an emphasis on story. And I know, like, games in this vein, if you've played Zenless Zone Zero, if you played Honkai Star Rail, a lot of the Hoyoverse stuff, there are story elements to this that are really well done if you actually engage with that stuff. So, but this also seems like it's going for that sort of prestige-style storytelling with cutscenes and.
There's definitely a weird story going on here, but it's also like it half wants to be, I think, some sort of lifestyle sim game where it's very much influenced by, they say, by modern life, by modern tech. You're essentially almost like a superhero influencer. Like, you're using your phone, like you're gaining influence by like getting new clothes and stuff like that, and like completing missions will get you more influence. But I asked them
more questions now about what this game is.
I asked them, like, okay, this seems to be a comment on like modern culture and stuff, and they're like, is it a celebration or is it like a criticism of it in some ways? And they were like, it's more just a reflection of our young lives now. Okay. So I think it is more of a celebration. They're not going like, oh, how we live now is bad. It's more like, oh, there's fun to be had here. But on the other side of that, like you said, there is this sort of deep story thing going on, I think, because this game's made of like 2 big open world cities, but 1 story is the tagline. And so I got to jump into the other city, which it seems, so the one I was playing in first was more like a modern, almost like a modern day, like, you know, skyscraper looking city. Exactly. Yeah. Whereas the other place I was playing was more like traditional, like Chinese, like architecture, stuff like that. And what I played there was like a 15-minute escape sequence from some sort of temple where I was playing as what seemed like a teenage girl with bunny ears who had to escape from some invaders. Some very rudimentary stealth, you know, like wait for the guy with the flashlight to move away before you move on. like, you know, hide behind a rock until they move. Like, but what that led me to was an underground temple, which I walked through some sort of warp door, and it turned into what looked like the Animus from Assassin's Creed, with giant metal cubes floating around. I sound like I've been taking some stuff at GameScom.
This game sounds like a fever dream.
Yeah, but basically, yeah, I get into this big metal cube place, and lo and behold, this like ninja-esque woman, like dressed all in black, attacks me. But I'm rescued by another ninja wearing a pig mask.
Okay.
Then the world starts collapsing, and I fall into like a river. I float down the river for a few minutes, and then I like end up in the city. And the last thing I did was walk down a road and rotate the right stick to roast some tea. Like you said, you're a fan of the Hoyoverse games. Yeah. I've like delved into Zenless Zone Zero at times, whereas that when I played that game, I knew kind of exactly what I was doing, what the structure would be. It's like I'd walk around this little town, like, you know, do some upgrades, talk to people, then I'd go out and do these like linear missions. A clear structure, not overly complicated. This is a free-to-play game like those Hoyoverse games, but crucially, it's not a gacha game. They're I think they're trying to monetize it purely through cosmetics, which aren't anything to do with like randomization or gambling. You're just going to buy the clothes you want and kind of show off. But it is single player only at the moment.
Yes.
So it's not like you're showing off to other people in this online world. And yeah, that's why I'm struggling at the moment. I don't know what the flow of this game's going to be like. Is it like a game you're meant to go mission to mission, or are you meant to just hang out? Because I asked them, like, oh, at launch, like, how many hours are you supposed to? And they're like, oh, there's like 100 hours at launch, which is, what, mid-January, I think?
Yeah, it's going to January 15th is the release date.
Yeah, post GTA 6, of course. So, you know, kind of any game that comes out after that's going to be compared in open world terms to that. Yeah. So, I don't know. There's some weird, interesting... give it this. It's a singular game. I've not seen something quite like this that's taking so many elements. But at this point, I'm not quite sure how it's all coming together.
Yeah, and I think that's the main question. When I hear this, like, all these bits and pieces sound like they could be my jam, and which we have seen other games do. But the big question is, like, you could be as ambitious as you want to be. You could have all these ideas and throw them into a pot, hope they come together, but they got to come together in some sensible way. And when I first saw the reveal of this game, I'm like, oh, the anime aesthetic in an open world with traditional action elements that we might see from like the PlayStation Prestige games. Like, on paper, that sounds really cool, but again, like I said, I feel like I have come away from this conversation with a lot more questions about what Ananta is. But I think, like,
I don't want to be overly down next. I feel like I still haven't got a full grasp of it. I'm still kind of in that confused state, and like,
which isn't necessarily like a bad thing.
No, I'm intrigued. I want to find out more about it. It does look beautiful. It sounds beautiful. It's got like different radio stations and pop songs, like a GTA would. But yeah, I'm intrigued. I'm going to leave it there. I don't want. I have no judgment to cast down on this game yet, but they have my attention.
That is Ananta. That's coming out January 15th next year. And if you want more coverage of all the games at Gamescom 2026, stick with IGN.
Please.
Please.
Do you want to be the very best like no one ever was? Streamline your journey to becoming a master trainer with Planet Pokemon. Choose your Pokemon, filtering by type, stats, or game availability. Then use the full team builder to assemble an unbeatable lineup. Plan out the optimal set of moves, items, and abilities. Play to your strengths by analyzing your team's resistances and offensive coverage. Or really maximize your Poke potential by digging into the stats by adjusting EVs and IVs. And save multiple team builds for different strategies in different games. Plan your dream team today at planetpokemon.com. IGN Store has everything you need to level up your life.
Red 6 standing by.
Refresh your wardrobe with official gear you won't find anywhere else. From Fallout, Expedition 33, Romeo's a Dead Man, and more. Treat yourself to the coolest collectibles like an adorable SKA plush, your very own Assassin's Creed Hidden Blade, and a fully functional Pip-Boy 3000. Or kick back and relax to your favorite video game soundtracks on vinyl. Whatever you need, IGN Store has you covered. Head to store.ign.com and start shopping today.
Can't find that final collectible you're missing? IGN strategy guides and interactive maps are here to help.
One step at a time.
IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and best of all, free. IGN has the very best, most complete and accurate guides for Shadow of the Erdtree, Baldur's Gate 3, Tears of the Kingdom, Call of Duty Black Ops 6 Zombies, and so much more.
See? It's good, right?
Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN when you search for guides.
We're still here and I'm very warm, but that's because we're at the hottest show in town. This is IGN's live coverage of Gamescom, and coming up for you next we have a look at Dragon's Dogma 2 Dark Arisen, and following that, a look at the prequel to Saw Genesis. But first for you, a couple of trailers. A trailer for Gate Zero and one for Train Watch. I do hope it's on time.
It's easy to rise against the chains you can see. It's harder to face the oppression that is hidden. No, where are you? I am done building their empire.
Leave me. This is where I belong.
We are not supposed to die in bondage. We need a revolution.
Meet Troy, the new gatekeeper of Train Watch, a time management mystery adventure set at a fog-bound railway crossing. What looks like a simple one-month job to fix his life quickly becomes anything but ordinary. And then the routine turns into exploration. Occult grounds, unsettling folk, locked places, and secrets that were never meant for you. Trainwatch, developed by Harvester Games and published by 11-Bit Studios, is coming in 2027.
Dragon's Dogma 2 is one of the biggest games this generation, and with the upcoming Dark Arisen expansion, it's about to get even bigger. Here to break it all down for me is Mr. Yoshiaki Hirabayashi, Mr. Kinto Kinoshita, and Mr. Patrick Shields, who'll be interpreting. Welcome, everyone.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. So, Dragon's Dogma 2. First off, let's talk about the name of this expansion, Dark Arisen. It's funny because the original Dragon's Dogma also had an expansion called Dark Arisen. Is this if it ain't broke, don't fix it situation?
原作にも DLC の名前がダークアリズンとついてると思うんですけど、同じ名前を使ってもいいと思った理由などについて教えてください。
はい、名前から決めたわけではなくて、どういった遊びにしてお客さんに楽しんでいただくかを考えながら制作して、その結果ダークアリズンという名前にしました。
We actually decided on the content and concept first, and it wasn't until later we started thinking about what to name the DLC, and we realized that the way the action works and the way the story goes, actually Dark Arisen seemed like a good fit for the content this time around, so we just went with it.
I think it takes us to a brand new snowy area called Norgan. How does this new, the cold weather affect how we'll explore and what we can do?
新しいエリアのノルガンで寒い地方になっていると思うんですけど、ゲームプレイにどのような影響を与えるのでしょうか。
はい、新しいノルガンというフィールドでは本編とは違った新しい体験を楽しんでもらえるように集中して制作しています。特に特徴的なのは戦闘や探索で手に入る遺戦品と呼ばれるレリックですね。それを集めながらストーリーを進めていけるというところが特徴になっています。
The new region, as you've seen, is a sort of icy wasteland, and as you go there and explore to find relics and progress through the storyline, you'll be sure to discover that it's not just a pretty effect. There's all kinds of weather effects that affect the gameplay, from the direction of the wind to snowstorms limiting your visibility to all kinds of different things to discover.
And can you set up the storyline of Dark Arisen?
ストーリーラインの概要について教えてもらっていいでしょうか。
はい、ストーリーとしては概要になりますけれども、このノルガンという新しいフィールドに不死の竜が現れてしまったというところが物語のきっかけになっています。そしてプレイヤーは不死の竜を追うエイルというキャラクターと関わり合いながらその謎を突き詰める謎に向かって冒険を進めていくことになります。
When you first arrive in the new region of Norgan, you're going to be investigating a mysterious phenomenon occurring in the vicinity, and a mysterious woman called Air is going to appear and help you try to uncover the mystery of the fallen dragon. And exactly what awaits and what the nature of the fallen dragon and this mystery woman are surprises we'd love for players to discover when the game comes out.
はい、物語の最後になぜ今回ダークアリズンという名前がついたのかも明らかになるので注目していただきたいです。
What I can say is that by the time you get to the end of the storyline, you'll fully understand why we used the name Dark Arisen again. It's got a very deep meaning and connection.
Can you talk a little bit about this dragon that we're seeing on the screen right now?
今画面に映っているのが利害の竜だと思うんですけど、どういうボスキャラクターなのかについて教えてもらっていいでしょうか。
はい、断りから外れてしまったドラゴンです。そして見た姿から分かるようにちょっとアンデッドドラゴンのようなビジュアルをしています。このドラゴンは心臓のない不死の竜になっています。プレイヤーはこの不死の竜をめぐって物語、ストーリーを進めていくことになります。
The fallen dragon is really a kind of an impossible creature. Normally a dragon in the world of Dragon's Dogma would have a beating heart, but as you can see, this one's chest is hollow and it's got this creepy, undead, almost zombie-like appearance. So exactly how such a being could possibly exist and the mysteries of how you're going to try and progress and defeat it are what awaits you in the storyline of the DLC.
So how will we access this new area, Norgan? When you install the expansion, does it just become available on the map?
DLC を購入してインストールしたらマップに新たなエリアが追加されていて行けるっていうようなシステムになっているのでしょうか。どういうアクセス方法があるのでしょうか。
はい、ゲームを始めたらマップが出るわけではなく、本編のストーリーの序盤ですね、ベルンワース城の夜の酒場でベルントというキャラクターと、話しかけてクエストを受注してアクセスすることができます。
Not so much that is a new map area unlocked, but rather if you've just got to the beginning area of the game in the castle in Vernworth, where you can go to the inn at night and speak to a character named Brant. That happens pretty early on in the game, and as long as you can find that NPC, he will give you the relevant quests that will allow you to visit the new region, so it's pretty simple.
I see. You've added a new loot system to this new area. What can you tell us about relics and the gameplay loop that they create?
新しく追加されている遺跡品のゲームプレイループについて教えてください。
はい、戦闘や探索で手に入れることができるんですけれども、その手に入れた遺跡品は村に戻って鑑定することで強力な武器や防具、そしてアイテムになっていきます。
The relic expedition cycle, as we call it, is going to involve going out and exploring the wastelands of Norgan and through combat and other means discovering these spoils or relics. You can't use them as they are, though. You're going to have to go back to the settlement and have them appraised to see exactly what kind of loot you've been able to grab.
Interesting.
その武器や防具をプレイヤーであったりメインポーンに装備させることでプレイヤーたちは強くなれるので、その状態でさらにストーリーだったり奥へのフィールドの奥へ探索を進めていくことができるようになっています。
Once you appraise it and see the kind of weapons or armor that you've got and what level they are at or what skills are attached, then you can equip them on yourself or your main pawn and head right back out for more adventuring and keep repeating that loot cycle to get stronger and stronger gear and go further in the story and take on even tougher enemies.
このサイクルっていうのは1のダークアリズムでも非常に好評だったハック&スラッシュのプレイフィールに近く楽しんでもらえると思います。
I think that if you're familiar with Dragon's Dogma Dark Arisen in the original game, then it'll be a very familiar loot gameplay cycle that Dogma fans are instantly at home with.
You mentioned tougher enemies. Can you tell us anything about the new enemies in the expansion?
エクスパンションに登場するより手強い敵について教えてください。
はい、ノルガンの地では本編よりも、タフなエネミーたちがたくさん登場します。エネミーの中には、この寒い環境ならではの攻撃をしてくるようなエネミーたちもいます。例えば雪崩を起こしたり気象をブリザードにしたり、そういったエネミーたちがたくさんいますが、前半は寒い土地ならではのエネミーたちがいるんですけれども、後半になるにつれよりダークファンタジーを感じるエネミーも登場します。
From the beginning of your adventures in Norgren, you're going to encounter lots of really interesting new enemies, and they're particularly themed around the cold weather nature of this zone. So not only are they going to be like icily themed, but a lot of them will have attacks such as creating blizzards and snowstorms or causing avalanches and other trickery that really ties into the theme of the new area. That said, the further and further you progress into this DLC, you'll find that the thematic nature will progress from coldness into a kind of darkness. And exactly what that means is sort of what awaits players at the end of the DLC.
And should we expect new bosses as well?
新しいボスも追加されていると期待していいでしょうか。
そうですね、先ほど見ていただいた利害の竜もそのボスですし、そうではない氷のドラゴンフィンブルという強力な魔法であったり気象を操るようなドラゴンも登場します。
Of course, we just shown one on the screen, the Fallen Dragon. It's one of the earliest encounters, and there are other bosses awaiting, such as Fimble, the Ice Dragon, who's one of the quests you can play at Gamescom.
I think you're also adding new Lost Rites dungeons. What kind of challenges await us in there?
ロストライツの追加されているダンジョンでプレイヤーを待つ試練について教えてください。
はい、ロストライツは、ノルガンとは違いベルムント大陸の方に、いろんな場所に12個のダンジョンが眠っていたというところを遊べるようになるコンテンツです。
The Lost Rites dungeons are 12 unique dungeon locations that will be accessible in the map that was part of the normal Dragon's Dogma 2 map.
And what sort of challenges await us in those dungeons?
ではそこで待っているチャレンジや試練についてはどんなものがあるのでしょうか。
はい、ロストライツダンジョンは一つ一つがそれぞれコンセプトを持って異なる攻略が楽しめるように設計されています。また難易度も初めに遊べるものから後半に遊べるものに徐々に難易度のグラデーションがあって難易度が上がっていくような設計がされています。
Each of the dungeons has its own unique concept that it's built around, and they start off pretty challenging already, but there's a difficulty curve built in so that the further and further you go through all 12, I think even veteran players are going to have quite a meaty challenge on their hands.
例えば 遠距離武器で攻略するのが楽しいダンジョンであったり、溶岩の中を進んでいかなきゃいけないようなダンジョンなども存在しています。
As for the themes, there could be dungeons where it's more beneficial for you to use long-range weapons. So if you're using melee already, you might need to change up your tactics. Or a very long, deep dungeon where pushing further ahead is going to be part of the challenge. So all kinds of different concepts await.
So Dragon's Dogma 2 Dark Arisen is coming October 9th to its existing platforms. It's also coming to Nintendo Switch 2 as all one package, which is very impressive. This is a gigantic game. Can you speak a little bit about how you got it working on Nintendo Switch 2?
スイッチ2への移植のプロセスについて教えてください。
スイッチ2へはこのプロジェクトが立ち上がった時に対応しようと我々気持ちを一つにして他のプラットフォームと同じようなタイムラインで開発を進めていきました。
Firstly, in terms of timeline, we already knew from the beginning of this DLC project that we wanted to include Nintendo Switch 2 in the hardware platforms. So we had it in the plan right from the beginning, alongside, as you said, the existing platforms where Dragon's Dogma 2 had already launched.
Very cool.
いや、非常にスイッチ2の体験っていうのは他のプラットフォームとも同じぐらいのクオリティとなんだろうな品質で体験できるように我々強く手応えを感じているのでぜひ試してみてもらいたいと思ってます。
We've worked really hard on the Nintendo Switch 2 version, and we're feeling confident that players, regardless of the platform they choose, are going to get identical play, feel, and experience. And we're working right up to the last moment on as many optimizations as possible. So I hope you look forward to it.
We definitely look forward to it. Dragon's Dogma 2 is a very cool game. I'm looking forward to the expansion, and I think Nintendo fans are also looking forward to getting their hands on it. So thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dragon's Dogma 2 Dark Arisen launches this October. Stick with IGN for more coverage of Gamescom 2026.
IGN's coverage of Gamescom 2026 is presented by Metro 2039.
The average Cinefix movie list features nearly 100 different films and approximately 25 minutes worth of wall-to-wall deep dive analysis. To simulate that pace for this 30-second ad, we're featuring 26 different films. And before you say it, no, that math does not check out. We're not math people, we're movie people. We can't even count down from 10 without ending up at, like, 96. Subscribe to IGN Movies and TV for more Cinefix movie lists. Bad at math, great at movies.
Can't find that final collectible you're missing? IGN strategy guides and interactive maps are here to help.
One step at a time.
IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and best of all, free. IGN has the very best, most complete and accurate guides for Shadow of the Erdtree, Baldur's Gate 3, Tears of the Kingdom, and so much more.
See? It's good, right?
Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN when you search for guides.
IGN Plus is where your adventure begins.
What are you selling?
Plus is the place to get unlimited access to all the tools you need to beat your games.
Here's what you need to know for bringing down Gloomspawn.
Plus, awesome exclusive discounts on IGN Store.
Maybe this would tease open your money pouch.
Plus, ad-free browsing on IGN.com. Plus, unlimited game help tools like premium interactive maps with your own custom map markers, filters, marker notes, and more.
This will come in handy.
Plus, access to sweepstakes, giveaways, and free game keys.
Wow!
Exactly.
Want more? Head to IGN.com/plus and start your adventure today.
We hit the tides of annihilation before Simon just got to play the game.
I did. That is the truth.
That's the truth. I'm not lying. For anyone who's not familiar with the game, can you tell us a bit about it?
I can. So this is an action-heavy game. My initial impressions were if you went, it's kind of character action mixed with a bit of that Final Fantasy 16 combat. but set in what they call modern London. But, you know, I've lived there my whole life. I've never seen it quite looking like this. But you play as Gwendolyn, who is kind of still mysterious what's going on in this story, but you're kind of seemingly going around this fantasy London looking for shards of the Holy Grail, and there's people that don't want you to have it. But on your side are these sort of like spectral Knights of the Round Table. So it's kind of inspired by that old British tale of King Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table. And that's kind of the setup. And yeah, what else would you like to know?
I don't know. Obviously, what did you get to play?
That would be a great question of something I can tell you. So I got to play through pretty much most of what seemed like a main mission, which took me to what they call the Great Russell Museum, which is basically their version. It's an unlicensed British museum, basically. The combat is kind of the headline here. It is fast, frantic, and I only got to play for like 40, 45 minutes. That seems like a decent chunk, but this is quite a complex combat system, and I've still not 100% got my head around it. So I won't lie, I was kind of spamming my way through a lot of it because most attacks seem to be what? There's a lot going on. You've got light attacks, heavy attacks, parries. You've got like enhanced attacks if you hold in L1 and then do an attack. But then you've also got these knights that can come in to help you. And they're kind of the main like difference between this and just being a standard action game. And it works similarly, like I mentioned, to how Final Fantasy 16 worked. And in as much you don't have a party, but you have these different sets of knights that you can mix and match with different abilities that can come in and help you win a fight. And I'm still kind of getting my head around that, how that works. But look, I beat the first boss, so it wasn't a complete disaster.
Did you have any favorite knights? Like, because you said there's a few that you can mix and match. Is there anything?
Yeah, I liked there was, and I can't remember their names now because it's all a blur, but I liked there was one that can kind of break when the enemies are in guard stance and kind of get in for close, like almost stun damage and break their stance. There's another one that can do quick slicing damage as well. And I like that they're not only useful during combat, but they're useful outside of combat. So solving puzzles or traversal, one basically grants you a bow and arrow, so you can like knock down loot and get that from the environment. One can like barge through specific like walls to open up areas in the environment. So these knights are kind of crucial to the gameplay, to the story, from what I can tell. It all seems very slick. It looks beautiful. I'm just not at a point yet where I can say, is it all coming together?
Yeah, okay, that's fair. And obviously, like you said about London, obviously us being from London, did you get to explore much of like what is that London and like what does it look like?
I kind of walked into the British Museum from the main gate. So let's say we got off the tube at Holborn. We would have gone round the corner. There's a terrible cafe opposite. We wouldn't have gone in there. But it's all kind of like, you know, it's Tides of Annihilation. The city's not in a good place, you know. Annihilation is the key word there. And it does look like London, to be fair. It doesn't just look like they've made a modern-looking city full of, like, old architecture and then gone, this is London. The British Museum did resemble what it looks like in real life. There was the central, like, library bit, which they called the reading room, I think. And, yeah, I really like the look, the art style of the game. The music as well, I really liked it. That's where I bring, like, the clair-obscur element in. The music was very clair-obscur and kind of the art style reminds me of that as well. I had a good time playing it, and I think I will make my way through it when it does eventually actually release.
The Book of the Dead. Doesn't sound like a fun read.
But what about the voice acting? Because obviously Angela Santalbano has just stepped into the role. How was it?
It was great. Yeah,
she's amazing.
Yeah, she's amazing.
She's fantastic.
Yeah, so I didn't really... You know what, I kind of put it out of my mind that it's a new voice actress because we never really, you know, don't get me wrong, Jennifer English is utterly brilliant.
She's fantastic as well.
We didn't really get to know her as this character. It's not like I've suddenly gone, whoa, what have they done here? They've completely changed it. Angela seemed absolutely brilliant in the role as Gwendolyn. And yeah, I'm with her on the fight, but also with her on the fight, I haven't mentioned her companion friend who is a fairy who can turn into some sort of like phoenix-like bird and follow you around. She seems cool. Yeah, I don't know, the game seems cool. It's very slick, very flashy, and I can kind of confirm that it feels as slick to play as it looks, which is always a good sign.
I was going to say that is always good to hear because I think the combat looks super cool, but I also feel like it will take me a little bit of time to get used to it because it looks like a lot.
Yes, yeah, there is a lot going on, and yeah, I think I need several more hours of it until I can judge, is this a good combat system? Because there's a lot going on the screen. Like, so we're a game with this, it's beautiful. There's a lot of particle effects, a lot of attacks going on. you can parry the red ones, you can dodge the yellow attacks. Like, yeah, I still need to get my head around what's going on, like I said multiple times now. But, you know, yeah, I'm into it. I'm into it. I'm looking forward to playing it properly.
So what was your favorite thing about playing this demo, and is there anything you think they can improve?
My favorite thing was probably the boss fight. I got to play against like a big knight on this, almost like we transcend to like almost another realm out of the British Museum into like this like sand world place where he wanted to fight me. It went through like 2 or 3 phases, which surprised me. Yeah, there was really the presentation. It has like those big like Final Fantasy 16 moments where like, you know, a big attack happens and suddenly you're all swirling into the air and crashing down and like the camera's swirling around. Like, but I will say to its credit, it was always readable, and I was worried that maybe, yeah, there'd be too much going on to actually concentrate on the fight. But ultimately, yeah, the presentation matches the combat, which is always good.
So it's good. And anything that you feel like they can improve on, anything that could be...
It's hard to say yet if they could improve on. I'm intrigued to see where the story goes. The writing was fine. It seemed the voice acting was great, but the writing itself, I was a bit like, okay, well, is there more depth to it? It was a lot of like, you know, walking around, it was like, you know, this place has seen better days. It wasn't, you know, quite that. But, you know, if I'd written it sound like that, it'd be awful. So yeah, ultimately, really excited about it. It's getting me quite hot and bothered, actually. But, you know, I'm very much looking forward to playing more Tides of Annihilation.
I'm also very excited to play it. For more news on Tides of Annihilation and more, stay tuned with IGN.
Please.
Hi, it's Mike from Outside Xbox here for IGN on the Gamescom 2026 show floor. I've been playing Silent Hill Townfall, and I think this is the Silent Hill series Resident Evil 7 moment. So, obviously, Resident Evil 7 redefined what a Resident Evil game could be. It switched to first person, it changed the setting up and things like that. Silent Hill Townfall is having its Resident Evil 7 moment because it is redefining what a Silent Hill game can be. Silent Hill is no longer about the specific location Silent Hill. We know that from Silent Hill F. But now Townfall is also a first-person game, and I think they're absolutely nailing it. This is a pivotal moment for the series. It will see whether fans are prepared to accept something that is so different, but I think the team at Screenburn, directed by John McKellen, have nailed it, essentially. I think it fits really well as a first-person atmospheric horror game. It's quite methodical and slow-paced at the beginning as you enter the town of St. Emilia, which is a sort of island off the coast of Scotland in 1996. I just think the vibes are absolutely impeccable. As someone who grew up in Britain in the 1990s, the attention to detail, the level of care that has gone into the environments is absolutely incredible. There are so many tiny references to sort of product design and architecture that someone with my experience immediately picks up on. I guess the question is whether a US audience will have the same feeling of connection. I think even if they don't, what they will have is a sense of the authenticity. So again, with Silent Hill F, you know, that was set in Japan in the 1960s. As an outsider from that culture and someone who wasn't there at the time, that authenticity still sort of seeps through the screen and it draws you into that world. And I'm hoping, as a Brit, that the fact that I can vouch for all this stuff being authentic will do the same thing for a global audience, Silent Hill Townfall. It's honestly striking how many little references to typography and things like that. So if you remember word art from Microsoft Word, when you were really looking to jazz up your school presentation, there is a little poster with word art on the notice board in a doctor's surgery. That's the level of sort of minute, granular detail that these guys have gone for in Silent Hill Townfall. And for me, it was extremely nostalgic and gave it an immediate sense of time and place that is so important, I think, when you're trying to draw people into a world. I think the town of St. Emilia itself is really interesting. Obviously, there are sort of two sides to it. There's the more conventional version of the town, which is where you first arrive. You sort of wash up on the beach, basically. And then there is the sort of twisted Silent Hill version, where there are sort of pipes erupting out of the streets and things like that. What I found interesting was, having spent a bit of time during the demo, and we had a really substantial amount of time, an hour and a half, to play this game here at Gamescom, which is a real luxury at a show like this. Having had time to explore the environment, it was really interesting to wander over over to the real extreme end of the town and discover that there is an enormous concrete wall with pipes coming out of it at the edge of the town, even in its sort of normal guise. So there's a lot of questions there about whether St. Emilia is, a real place at all. Is it a real physical location, or is it something trapped inside the mind of the protagonist? I think one of the things I really enjoyed getting my hands on as someone who'd seen the game in video but not played it myself was the CRT TV, the portable TV, which I think serves a very similar purpose to the motion tracker in Alien Isolation. Not just because it's ancient technology and looks like it could break down at any moment, but because it acts almost like a sort of motion tracker. It's an enemy tracker. So when an enemy is nearby you, similar to Silent Hill 2 with the sort of radio static, you will get a sort of frequency appearing on your CRT. And you need to tune into that frequency, so that can be stressful in itself if you're in an environment where there are enemies, and there will be multiple pings if there are multiple enemies. But then once you've tuned into those frequencies, you get an indicator of where the enemy is located, and if you point the CRT TV towards it, you will actually be able to see them through walls. I think this is a really wise thing for a survival horror game to do, because I think you need that additional awareness. And you get a lot of games that require you to stealth that come up with these sort of contrivances to give you a greater awareness of what's around you. I like the fact that this is part of the world and part of the lore and part of the fiction, and so it doesn't pull you out of that experience. There's a real sense that they're trying to strip back the UI and things like that and make as much of it diegetic or inside the world as possible. And so the CRTV is a really brilliant way to make the sort of motion tracker experience of building tension, but also giving you that greater awareness of what's around you. Again, the writer and director, John McClellan, did work on Alien Isolation, as far as I know, so I think there's probably a little bit of borrowing there, or a little bit of understanding that that was an inspired choice for that particular game. But it's also a real tension builder when you're surrounded by enemies and you can see through the walls and see them scuttling about. That's also really, really exciting. So a really good combination of storytelling and technology in that game. I'm super confident that Silent Hill Townfall will be embraced by the Silent Hill fans. I think it is this game's Resident Evil 7 moment, and I think it is going to convert that potential. So as I said, I think this series' Resident Evil 7 moment, and I believe it will convert on that potential, and we don't have long to find out because the game is out September 24th. So keep it locked to IGN for much more horror from Gamescom 2026. We're in the right place for some horror, and we'll see you next time.
Do you want to be the very best like no one ever was? Streamline your journey to becoming a master trainer with Planet Pokemon. Choose your Pokemon, filtering by type, stats, or game availability. Then use the full team builder to assemble an unbeatable lineup. Plan out the optimal set of moves, items, and abilities. Plan your dream team today at planetpokemon.com.
Catch up on all your favorite shows with up-to-the-minute gaming and entertainment news with Geek Media Podcasts.
Welcome to a very special episode of IGN GameScoop.
GameScoop has you covered for all things gaming and the latest game releases. Tune into Podcast Beyond for the biggest PlayStation news.
Man, this is a cool-looking trailer.
Everything Xbox on Podcasts Unlocked.
This is Steve Downs, the voice of Master Chief.
Catch up with your Super Nintendos on Nintendo Voice Chat.
Let the kids love what we love.
And get all the latest console news and rumors with Next Gen Console Watch.
Now Xbox and Phil Spencer are even saying that a mid-gen refresh isn't even necessary.
The Cinefix Top 100 podcast picks a movie every week to celebrate and debate.
It's kind of every movie's grandpa.
Geek Media Podcasts, the best podcasts from around the world.
Can't find that final collectible you're missing? IGN strategy guides and interactive maps are here to help.
One step at a time.
IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and best of all, free. You can even track your progress with interactive checklists so you know you reached that 100% completion.
I will not suffer.
IGN has the very best, most complete and accurate guides for Shadow of the Erdtree, Baldur's Gate 3, Tears of the Kingdom, and so much more. Just search for IGN when you search for guides.
¿Qué? Ay, litro y medio, no hay grande. Litro y medio nomás hay. Un litro y medio nomás hay. Ya no hay grande. Sí. Ya voy. Yeah. ain't that yet. No, I ain't not.
How's it going, everyone? Nick and Michael with IGN here at Gamescom 2026. You played Saw Genesis.
Sure did.
All right, before we get into anything, check out this really cool trap right here. Don't sit in that one. Okay, give me the, from 10,000 feet, what is this game?
It's an asymmetrical horror game. You know, we've heard that many times before, especially with horror franchises, right? You know, we've had Dead by Daylight, we've had Friday the 13th, we've had the Halloween game, we've had so many crossovers in DBD, but Saw Genesis is another one. And the thing that I think people should make the distinction between Saw Genesis and the other horror asymmetrical multiplayer games we've seen is that it's very much centered around escape rooms.
Okay.
That's the thing. And I think that's kind of what taps into the sort of ethos of Saw is traps and escaping. That is the whole setup here. So you have one player who's the judge who kind of watches everything from afar, is observing, trying to set people up with traps. I didn't get to play that, but I got to play one of the accused. Those are 3 players as a team work together to get through several escape rooms. And along the way, there are tons of traps. There's a lot of body horror. There's a lot of different things you can do. But it's all about coordination, communicating, and trying to figure out the puzzles that are in front of you as time is running out.
Yeah.
That's kind of what separates it from the rest of these multiplayer games. Because, yeah, from afar, you think like, oh, of course Saw is going to do one of these asymmetrical multiplayer games. But now that I got hands-on with it and spent a little time with it, that's kind of what the setup is, and that's what you can expect going into it.
Let's talk about being like an actual survivor in this and not the judge, because who cares about that? It's all about surviving the traps. How does that play?
Ooh, okay, so it's a first-person game, and you are very vulnerable. So you have a lot of, you go into these rooms, it's kind of like this rickety old 1920s house, and you're going through different rooms with all these mechanical traps and all that. So you with your teammates are running around this room and you're solving puzzles. So, for example, there was one where you have to go into these different rooms and look at notes stuck on dead pigs hanging from the ceiling.
As it is in Saw.
Yeah, and you have to like find the code to open the door. Yeah. And you have to go to these different rooms and observe, look at the pigs. And some of those rooms are filled with gas, so you have a limited amount of time that you can actually go into that room and look at the evidence in front of you. So that was one sort of escape room that we saw. There was another one where we had to dissect the bodies of cadavers and insert specific body parts into a pool to then light on fire, which will then activate the next thing you need to unlock to get to the next room. And it was disgusting, but that's what you sign up for. So you have to be very observant. It's like, okay, get the right ear from this specific body and throw it into the pool. And if you don't, you get splashed back with acid and you take damage. So there are very specific objectives that you have to really pay attention to your environment to get it right. And you're scrambling with 2 other people. So this is like, as the accused, you are like, not only are you constant panic, but you are also having to pay attention to what is in front of you at the same time. Since you're racing against time, there are ways you can add time to your clock.
Okay.
And one of the things I kept doing was sticking my hand into a trap to get an item. You sacrifice health.
Yeah.
But you get like 3 minutes back. But you have to, this game's in first person, so you have to watch your character do it. So I'm sticking my hand in these blades, and then as soon as I pull it back, it's just ripping into their flesh, and it's, oh, you have to watch it, but it's like, man, that's Okay, I guess they got that part right. You're not just racing against time too. The judge can pop up and start chasing people around. And one of the things, I didn't get to play this myself, but I know my other teammates got to do this, is there will be a moment in which if the judge gets you, you can either sacrifice a body part or you can wait things out in hopes that your teammates will save you. Okay. So there's a bit of a push and pull there where you have to rely on your teammates and communicate with them about what you want to do. So if you get branded though, that's one of the things, like if all 3 players get branded, they automatically lose. Yeah. So that's one mechanic there. So it's not just a race against time. So the judge is an active participant in whether or not you succeed, other than setting up traps. Yeah. So, and it's really scary. Again, like when you turn the corner and the judge is right there chasing you. It's this big ass dude in a trench coat. It's almost like Mr. X and Resident Evil 2, like chasing you down. It's like, oh my God, well, you gotta turn the other way, run around, get around sprints, and hopefully you don't run into a trap along the way. So there's a lot of different dynamics go around here.
Yeah. So let's talk about the tension, and like a lot of these asynchronous kind of horror games or whatever really aren't that scary. It's more just like, I'm running away. Yeah. Did this feel like this was actually more of a scarier game, or kind of just like you were just excited whenever you saw the judge or something like that?
I think because this game takes place in a really tight environment, there's more surprise. I think the element of surprise is a little bit more present in this game than other asymmetrical horror games I've played. Yeah. And so when you don't realize like what the judge is doing, and if they show up, it's like, oh, like I need to turn the other way and sprint. I think those moments of tension, at least from the demo I played, seem to pop up a lot more frequently. But the thing is, like, you're gonna play this game for hours on end, and so like 20 hours down the line, it's like, okay, that's the judge, whatever.
Yeah. But if that initial shock is just like, oh my God, this is great.
Yeah, and so like those are the things that are kind of surprising. And sometimes you don't know what the traps are gonna do. Sometimes it'll just be like a smoke screen that gets rid of your stamina, and it's like, okay, I can just wait it out, and that's fine. There are other ones where the door explodes on you if you don't time the button press correctly, and it's like, oh shit, damn.
I heard the maps are procedurally generated. Is that true?
Yeah, that's one of the things too, is like, you don't just load into a map and if you have map knowledge, that kind of doesn't matter here. Yeah. So there's several rooms in sequence that you have to solve, and so you don't know which sort of escape room that you're going to be encountering, and the way the halls are configured will change. Yeah. But it's a variation on a similar theme in which if you play it enough times, the halls might be configured in a different way, but you kind of understand how they're set up. So I think that's one way they're going to keep like variation between each playthrough. I want to see how much more they can play on that, because I think that is an interesting way where it kind of evens the playing field in a way. You don't know what the map is going to be laid out like, but I want to see more variation from the short demo I played.
Let's talk about the lore. When this game was announced, my first thought was like, all right, they're kind of breaking the Saw lore, which I think I'm probably the only person that thought that. But
sure.
Where does this take place? Like, how does it fit into the wider Saw universe?
Yeah, well, they've kind of been able to separate themselves from the Saw movies because this takes place 100 years before the first movie. Yeah. So Jigsaw is not, it's kind of the origins of Jigsaw in a way, but Jigsaw is not a character in it. Of course, you'll have the little doll that is present, and it kind of like spooks you out and all that, but this it has an aesthetic of a sort of Victorian-esque, a little bit of like the steam engine, steampunk-ish vibe to it. So if you look at the traps and you look at the way the buildings are configured and like just environmentally, it plays on that era of technology. So you have a lot of like archaic traps, and you've seen in Saw there are a lot of those, but that's like kind of the emphasis here. It's like rusted and like gruesome and disgusting, like rusted blood all over it. Like I think that this setting makes it a little bit more gruesome in that way, and I think it works for what they're going for.
Yeah, I guess it's just kind of like this, very rusted, and don't touch that. You're gonna need a tetanus shot.
Y'all want to take a seat?
I don't want to take a seat, but if you stick around, you'll see even more Gamescom with IGN.
And we are back with more Gamescom studio coverage right here from Gamescom in Cologne, Germany. I'm Alan Knight, and joining me is none other than the creative director and writer for There Are No Ghosts of the Grand, Anil Glendenning, and Billy Boyd, kind of, who fans will know from his work on The Lord of the Rings. Billy, I need to know a little bit. Can you tell me a little bit about your character?
Oh, yes, of course. I'm Robert C. McBrushy. Oh, sorry. So, did you want more than that? but I'm not some one-note annoying tutorial character. Like all of those people that you'll meet in the game, there are hidden depths and mysteries to be uncovered in my story. Plus, I'm voiced by the enormously talented and devilishly handsome Billy Boyd.
All right, so give me a quick primer. What sort of game is There Are No Ghosts at the Grand?
Yeah, well, McBrusher, you want to take this one?
Well, good question. The game doesn't really fit into a neat established genre, you know. We like to keep things unpredictable. But it's most like narrative games. You know, your Firewatches, your What Remains of Edith Finch's, that kind of thing. But instead of walking around and getting lost with a wee map or doing the occasional quick time event, you're renovating rooms in the hotel or tidying up the streets in the village like a renovator game. And you're also hunting for treasure with a metal detector on the beach or renovating an old fishing boat that you can then use to dredge for secrets.
Now, Anil, this game mixes a few different elements. You know, there's horror, there's hotel renovation, there's musical numbers. When the idea was first taking shape, which of these elements did you first know you had to incorporate?
You know, we actually just started off wanting to make a regular horror game. We wanted to make a haunted house game set in the UK. And your job in that game was to be a decorator. But it's a strange and surreal world that you inhabit. And so all of these strange things, such as McBrushy and even the singing in the game, all fitted within the surreal nature of the world where you can't quite trust what you see or what you hear.
I see. Now, were there any other themes or mechanics that didn't quite make the cut?
Well, we have quite a lot of mechanics in the game already. I mean, you are a decorator, you're a ghost hunter, you can play mini golf, you can drive scooters around, you know, you can be a gardener. You can do an awful lot in the game. What I can tell you is there are no ghosts at the Grand. I can tell you that. And I can also say there's probably no fishing.
There's no ghosts, there's no fishing. There is mini golf, though, so we're excited for that one. Now, the protagonist is voiced by Alex Brightman, who is a Tony-nominated actor. What kind of feedback did he provide while you guys were working on the game?
Well, working with Alex was an absolutely fantastic experience. Alex has a lot of experience working on Broadway and improvising. He came off a recent really successful run as Beetlejuice, and so he brought a lot of that same energy into playing our protagonist, Chris David. Half the words that you hear in the game are what I wrote down, and the other half are what Alex improvised on the spot. You know, so we had a lot of banter going back and forth, and so the dialogue and the story were in the game, it feels natural and it feels believable because half the time, even we didn't know what was going to happen next.
That sounds like such a blast and such a fun project to work on. Now, in the development process, did you guys actually do any hotel renovation or ghost hunting in real life?
Actually, I can say yes, we did do a little bit of that. You know, we're based in the UK in a fantastic city called Bristol, which is one of Britain's older medieval cities. It's full of ancient castles and buildings, and even our own office is 400 years old. So we did some research renovating and decorating some of these buildings during the day. May have done more harm than good, but at night, these places are creepy, and the hairs on the back of your neck stick up on end, and you feel like you're being watched. That's the kind of feeling that we want people to have when playing the game, a decorator by day and a ghost hunter by night. Because if you don't hunt those ghosts, you're going to be a dead man by night.
All right, so definitely we want to make sure that we're keeping an eye out for those ghosts. Now, outside of the Grand, there is a small open world to explore. Is it based on any real-world locations?
Absolutely. I mean, the UK is dotted with little seaside towns that have seen better days. You know, as soon as you had cheap flights, people could travel out of Britain to beautiful places like Spain and France and escape the raininess of British beaches. And so they became decaying, they became decrepit. These buildings became empty and abandoned and full of ghost stories. And so our game is set within one of those decrepit, broken down seaside towns where you, as the American Chris David, gets to discover all of the secrets and ghosts, both literal and figurative, that hide within its walls.
I see. Now, it does seem pretty challenging, but for your side, is it more challenging to make a horror game that's scary, a musical number that's catchy, or hotel renovation mechanics that feel more fun rather than a chore?
Well, you know, it's a real balancing act, and we've relied immensely on our community playtesting the game and trying out a demo which we have on Steam and feeding back to us how they feel about the songs, how they feel about some of the jump scares, and how they feel about where the story is going. What I can tell you is that no one yet has guessed where this story is going and what the mysteries are lying underneath everything.
Well, that is very exciting. Now I have to ask, when is the game coming out?
Well, I'm really excited to say that we're going to be releasing the game into early access on PC in December of this year.
All right.
Unless, you know, it gets delayed because video games. But the plan is to release this year and be the second best British game with Grand in the title.
Well, Anil, thank you so much. McBrushy, thank you so much.
Check out the new demo at Gamescom and later this year in Steamfest.
Fantastic. You know, thanks so much for having us.
Yeah, it was a blast having you here, guys. We have a ton more Gamescom studio coverage, so don't go anywhere. And don't forget to check out the early access for There Are No Ghosts of the Grand on Steam this December.
You're watching Gamescom Studio here on IGN, and sadly we're just about wrapped up for the day. In case you missed anything, head on over to IGN.com and IGN's YouTube channel to catch up on all the biggest game trailers, previews, and reveals.
Tomorrow is the last day of live coverage of Gamescom 2026, but along with brand new episodes of your favorite IGN podcasts like Outside Xbox, the IGN UK podcast, and GameScoop, you can also find lots more deep dives and new looks at some of the biggest games that are coming soon.
But until then, thank you so much for joining us here on Gamescom Studio, and we'll see you back here tomorrow. Goodbye.
IGN's coverage of Gamescom 2026 is presented by Fable.
IGN Store has everything you need to level up your life.
Red 6 standing by.
Refresh your wardrobe with official gear you won't find anywhere else. From Fallout, Expedition 33, Romeo's a Dead Man, and more. Treat yourself to the coolest collectibles like an adorable SKA plush, your very own Assassin's Creed Hidden Blade, and a fully functional Pip-Boy 3000. Or kick back and relax to your favorite video game soundtracks on vinyl. Whatever you need, IGN Store has you covered. Head to store.ign.com and start shopping today.
Can't find that final collectible you're missing? IGN strategy guides and interactive maps are here to help.
One step at a time.
IGN guides are trusted by millions, easy to use, and best of all, free. IGN has the very best, most complete and accurate guides for Shadow of the Erdtree, Baldur's Gate 3, Tears of the Kingdom, Call of Duty Black Ops 6 Zombies, and so much more.
See? It's good, right?
Every guide is tested and verified for you by experts. Just search for IGN when you search for guides.
Do you want to be the very best like no one ever was? Streamline your journey to becoming a master trainer with Planet Pokemon. Choose your Pokemon, filtering by type, stats, or game availability. Then use the full team builder to assemble an unbeatable lineup. Plan out the optimal set of moves, items, and abilities. Play to your strengths by analyzing your team's resistances and offensive coverage. Or really maximize your Poke potential by digging into the stats by adjusting EVs and IVs. And save multiple team builds for different strategies in different games. Plan your dream team today at planetpokemon.com.
Oye, el agua, fíjate, Silvio.